morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. I got Corey the Zoom link a little late this morning. I was just sitting here with, I had a nice index finger in my asshole, and I was just sitting here doing nothing. And I realized, oh shit, I forgot to send Corey the Zoom link for today's show. So I'm going to give him a second to get in here. Wait, let's check it out. Is he here? Nope, that's still me. All right, welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I am Aaron Imholt, and one thing I still have to figure out with Zoom. Now, I've got it so the other person can see me. I've got that figured out. What I don't have figured out yet is how I can take myself off the Zoom camera until the other person joins, so that when I turn on the Zoom camera and I want to just leave it up on the screen, you don't get two of me. Because you see that there, over this way. It's like putting a tie on in the mirror. This is what the other person will see when they log on to the Zoom call. But as you can see, you see it now. And I'd like to change that if I could. We have an awesome show for you today. Very excited. It is our final live show of the week. I love that somebody's John Lastman in the chat. You have no idea how happy that makes me. But by the way, have the last few weeks or the last, I would say 2 months, 3 months of Steel Toe, more so than any other 2 or 3 months in Steel Toe's history, convinced you that leaving radio and going to the internet was the best thing for us to be able to reach out and grab new listeners? Oh my God. You know, we crossed over 6,200 subscribers a few days ago, and already today we're over 6,300. That goal of hitting 7,000 by the end of the year, let's put it this way. I would really have to fuck that up to not hit 7,000 by the end of the year. And I think the other goal was 10,000 by the summertime. And that's going to be pretty. Again, I would have to screw it up badly, but that's looking pretty good. So, I mean, just awesome. Thank you guys very much. Cool to see. I mean, look at this. People like Adonis Paul showing up at the chat saying congratulations. It's humbling to have someone that, you know, whose work you respect, like Adonis's work, say like, congratulations. Good to be in your show. Good to be in the chat here in the morning. That's awesome. Being on Bob Levy's show last night, which we'll talk about in a second. Then there's Chrissy's show. There's having Carl on again yesterday, being on Who Are These Podcasts. I mean, all of that stuff. Awesome. Unbelievable that this show has been able to do that. And now tearing apart that other show that we've been tearing apart the last couple of days. And like, you know, all of their audience now eating each other and all that stuff. Mwah. It's been so great. Let's go ahead. Is Corey? No? Okay. We might not be seeing Corey today. Corey may have slept in today. I'm not sure. I do not have anything from him. So I do believe we may be either seeing a no Corey today, or we may be seeing him late. I'm not sure. I don't know what April's schedule looks like today. I'm not sure what April's up to today, but we may need her. She could use her sleep. Look, we could all use our sleep. It was a crazy day of work yesterday. Yesterday, I sat down here literally from the time the morning show started to the time the evening show ended. In between, it was just cutting audio, putting clips together, creating the best of shows, uploading all the best of shows that we thought we were that we are going to need for the Thanksgiving show. So there's going to be an interview special on tonight. I think I'm starting it at 7 at the normal time that the evening show would start. A 7-hour interview special that's going to run. All of our best guests. We're going to have that on tonight. A 7-hour. So we're not giving you a 2.5-hour live evening show, but what we are doing is a 7-hour interview best of show. Then tomorrow morning, it's going to be, I think, a 4.5-hour morning show, just like it would normally be, of best of clips. And then Friday, I believe, a 5 or 6 hour morning show. Again, all starting at 6 in the morning. So I really hope you like that. We're also going to put clips up as though it were a normal day. You're going to have some best of clips coming at you for the rest of the week. I'm a little confused. Okay, he's not here. I'm a little confused as to what's going on today here. What are we, 5 minutes into the show? I'm gonna contact April real quick. I don't want to wake her up in case she's sleeping. Perhaps she can come down a little bit later. Here, can you do today's show? I don't even want to go into the chat and see what they're saying, but as we do at the beginning of every show, let's catch up with the chat, see what you guys are up to, and then we have a lot to talk about today. It is our final show, live show of the week. Thank you to Dub for starting us off today. We are well ahead because we had a VIP drawing last night. We didn't have a goal last night. We just did, I think, almost a 3-hour show last night. We played the audio of Gino rattling Chad Zumach during his live stream yesterday, and we just went long with it because, fuck it was funny. So we just kept going. And also, we were a little late getting in from our Levyland appearance as well. So it's gonna be light. We're gonna knock it out today pretty easily. At least I think so. It's our last one of the week. 265 away from today's goal, thanks to Dub getting us started today. There's all the Streamlabs and PayPals, Super Chat, stuff like that. All of that stuff works. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. And Al's Chicken Farm with $10. Thank you for kicking in before the show even started today as well. You guys are remarkably supportive of this stupid fucking show we do here. Chelino says, I'm sideways over this no live until next week. Well, I mean, there's going to be premieres running. So while it may not be live, there is going to be something running on this channel. In fact, there's going to be more content running on this channel than there normally is during a regular week. It's just that a lot of it's, it's all best ofs and interviews that we've done before, but I guarantee you haven't seen all the shit that we're going to play for you. You missed it. You don't catch every single episode every second of every day, unless you do, in which case, thank you so much, and have yourself a wonderful Thanksgiving. COVID Crotch says, and you've changed for the better over the years, says COVID Crotch. There's something about this show. It stands alone. Well, thank you, COVID Crunch. I will say this. When your audience bails you out the way it did us when we left radio, you do develop a new respect for them, and you go, you know what? Maybe if somebody gives you a little shit, or if somebody criticizes something about the show, you don't have to yell at them. You don't have to act like that, like they're going to expose you and that's the end of the line. That's kind of how it was on radio. Now you're just kind of like, hey, some people don't like some stuff. Some people do. You still love them. They're still great. It's given me a new appreciation for the audience that we have. And I feel like when you start building and I'll use this word, whatever. When you start building a community, and it may sound very, very gay, when you just treat those people with a lot of respect, I mean, that's 90% of the battle of holding your audience. The other 10% is remembering to still be funny, which tragically you guys still believe I'm doing on some level most of the time, which no accounting for taste. Somebody says, did you ever think you'd be where you are today 3 years ago? You almost owe a thanks to that Iowa chick. Oh, I owe a thanks to the Iowa chick, Gary, all of those people who were part of me having to leave radio. I mean, I owe them all a big thanks. And this is just us cocking off at what? Almost 6,400 subs? And I think 40,000 different people, unique people tuning in every month. I mean, imagine how thankful we'll be 6 months from now. John Lastman says, I think if you came back to 101 and gave us your trademark, I think you will like this. Hear me out. We push it east. I appreciate that, but I think I'm going to have to pass. I mean, you're doing fine with your, 0.0. I'm doing fine over here with our audience growing. I don't know why anybody would be upset about the setting we've got. Oh, is that oh my God, what's going on? I can't. Your chin is cut off. What the hell did you do with your camera?
Hold on, I'm fixing it.
Oh boy.
My camera was all fucked up. I've been trying to fix it the whole time.
What have you been doing? You've been throwing shit at it?
No, my cats have. Hold on.
Jesus. All right. Let's just continue on with you guys. Kane B says the growth is wonderful. Oh shit, and then I lost it. What a piece of shit I am. The growth is wonderful. There it is. The growth is wonderful. It was food on radio. I think he means good. But the ads being gone and the creative freedom the internet allows have made it 100 times better, much more engaging as well. Well, thank you, buddy. Biden Crime Family says, well, April was sad that she didn't have a morning show this week. Well, Corey did wake up. So, nope, April, we're good. I texted her. Never mind. We are good. Sorry. Probably tell her to go back to sleep. Kraken Slappin says, congratulations on many followers. I will order a Domino's pizza for you to celebrate. Yes. Wow. That's very nice. Now, are you going to pay for it as well, or is that something we'll be surprised with at the door? Oh, Gordy. Principled Uncertainty says, great appearance on Levyland. Levyland was a lot of fun. Now, let's talk about the appearance on Levyland and what happened to old Bob. First of all, love Bob Levy. He's been great to this show. Awesome to all of us. But Bob Levy got swatted yesterday. And I think Chris from Levyland got swatted as well. Somebody was at his door. I don't know if he got swatted. He wasn't gone very long. So I don't know if his producer, Chris, was swatted or not. But, yeah, Bob got swatted by the Kermit and Friends people during his show. And luckily, our sleuths, our spies, were able to gain access to a confession of the person who did it. Look, we're not dealing with the smartest people in the world. I mean, they send dumb shit over the phone, and they swat people and then admit to it. We're not dealing with, the cops in April. They're like, don't say any names, don't say this, don't say that. I'm like, these people are fucking stupid. They're not going to stop just because you said, oh, I think we got you. They're not going to go, oh, boy, I better stop. They're too fucking dumb. That's the best part about beating up on these guys. But I feel bad that Bob got swatted. It didn't seem, it kind of seemed like our situation. The cops just come in. They're kind of used to this shit by now. They know it's not a big deal. And they just, Bob took it in stride. And then we ran off and did our show. So we got to call the cops back to our house last night and show them a little more stuff and do all that. It was... It does feel like a victory. It does feel like that group of people shot their shot. It didn't take. I don't know what they were hoping to accomplish. And now the counterpunches are coming. And again, without saying too much, our spies are discovering that they are all eating each other at this point. But yes, go watch Levyland. Go to Bob Levy's channel. Just type in Levyland on YouTube. April and I were on there yesterday. God, that was fun. Bob's such a effortlessly funny guy. It's just a lot of fun to hang out with and have him on. There's Corey. Oh, wow. Now you're nice and straight. Wow. Look at that.
We got it.
Look at that display. Very nice. How are you? Much like all of us here getting ready for Thanksgiving, a little sleepy?
No, not at all. Same fucking thing where I go to load it up. My fucking Windows goes into auto update. I turn it back on and the cat the cat's got some kind of online meetup club or some shit. All the fucking shit is all over the place. You saw how that fucking camera looked, right? What the fuck?
Maybe he's on the Kermit and Friends Discord.
That shit show? No.
Oh, boy. Dude, honestly, the police could not believe how stupid these people are.
I can believe it. You're already swatting people. You're pretty stupid to begin with.
But we're as we're giving them the stuff, and they're like, Jesus, this is a lot of data and info to get. I'm like, I know. He was like, this is I believe it's one of the dumbest groups of SWAT, because they deal with a lot of swatting stuff. It's mostly gamers, but they deal with a lot of swatting, even in a town like this. And they said they're like,
That surprises me just because St. Cloud isn't that big, that there's a lot of SWAT. Like, I know that swatting's a thing, but that's really crazy to me.
But the cops are just like, these are some of the dumbest. He goes, they're usually dumb. He did say that. He goes, they're usually not very bright. But he said, like, this is some of the dumbest. He said, these are some of the dumbest people I've ever run across. Like, we were telling them all the information we had on them, and he was going, really? We're like, yeah. He's like, how'd you get this information? I'm like, our listeners dug for like 2 minutes, and they were able to find all this stuff. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, thank you. I believe the words were, this makes my job a lot easier. Let's continue on with you guys. Let's catch up.
So what happens now?
It's just a lot of, without saying too much, I don't want April to get mad at me for saying too much, but without saying too much, it's a lot of police work.
You can just text it to me then.
It's a lot of, okay. Giant black dildos. There you go. Send.
Weird. You sent me your profile picture.
Yeah, I know. It's a shortcut. Voice command. So, yeah, it's just all a bunch of detective and police work of gathering all the stuff you need to just, because you want to, the police are now in the mode, like swatting has kind of reached a turning point now where it's not really taken as seriously by law enforcement as it used to. But now they're also turning to, we don't take this as seriously, but it's also a massive waste of our time. So we're going to gather as much as we can, nail the shit out of, and incarcerate the people who do it for as long as we can. Like the cops are now in the full-blown mode of, we're going to make sure that this becomes such a thing that people don't want to do it anymore, except for true mental patients. Which is what
these people are, yeah.
Yeah. So then yesterday on Twitter, I apologized to Bob for, bringing that nonsense to his show. And I tag Elisa Jordana, who's the host of Kermit and Friends, and kind of the person who's tried to, like, it's not even grift, it's just kind of use people because she wants to be famous, but it hasn't worked out for her. So now she's parading mentally ill people on her show and pretending she's their friend, so that she can use them for content, and then they go and do this shit. So I call her out on that. I'm like, hey, Bob, sorry the Kermit and Friends people did this. Lisa Jordana's got to do a better job of controlling her audience. Well, she still wants to use people like Bob and Chrissy and these other people, to gain more audience. So her and her producer went apeshit on Twitter, just in full panic mode. Like, how dare you say this stuff about us? We don't do this. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but like your Discord is rotten with cancer. It's this stuff is just dog shit. Like, we have all the, like, our listeners are seeing everything you guys do. And, you've sent me rape threats. You've sent me death threats. You're swatting all of our friends. There's horrible things being sent via phone that I can't even talk about, but you could probably imagine. And I said all this stuff, and I go, and yeah, I hold you guys personally responsible because you enable these animals. So I tweet that to her producer and her. And by the way, they think my name is Toe.
I do. I actually did see that. That's what we're talking about, because I saw him tell that they're like, you just want to fuck her. It's like, what?
They said that about me?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that like in the comment thread? They're like, you're just mad. She'll never fuck you. Or
she's about 20 years past season. I have to say that. But anyway,
I think you're rounding way down.
You're probably right. But I'm trying to be polite still. A
nice guy.
Yeah, I'm really people say misogynist, and it's like, that hurts my feelings. So then the producer and her they respond to me, telling them what their fans do and how they behave and what they've enabled. And I shit you not, her producer tweets me back and goes, well, if you want to discuss this, you can come on our show Sunday or whatever day it was.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
no.
I retweeted. I'm like, I just told you guys what you do, and that you've enabled your audience to send rape threats and other horrible things to people. And I accuse you of using these people for clout. And you respond by trying to get me on your show for clout. I just wrote back to him. I go, you are everything I've said you are. Like, you guys are complete, like, way to absolutely give away the game. It was my favorite tweet. I love it. I hope it never gets deleted. But without saying too much, Lemmy's Little Birds have been hard at work, and it looks like there is a civil war going on in that community, which is, I gotta say, fun to watch. And I only get to watch it in screenshots. Thank you very much to Fuck You Dude. He said with $2 says, no, Corey, I'm out. Well, don't worry. We fixed the cat apocalypse. Thermodyne Diesel with $10. Lip Ripper says 265. Is that your weight goal? That's very hurtful. It's very hurtful. I have gained officially now 7 pounds. I'm trying to work
all in the tits.
Look, I'm trying to work it down. Oh, hey, how dare you? Some in the jowls. I've been trying to work it down. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Let's continue on here. I'm going to try and catch up with you guys. You're shot out of a cannon today. Again, last live show of the week. Grinch Girl says, I love seeing how you've grown and changed. Love the new stuff. Oh, hey, look at that. All the Lemmy stuff. All of our fighting and feuding is over now. Good. Wonderful. There. Now we can be friends again. Let's... oh, boy, I am way, way, way behind here. Guys, I'm going to have to get to skimming. Well, Skeezy says it right. A herd of Jake Hudsons. That is the proper way to put it. That's for sure. That fucking idiot. And now, oh, dude, he did something yesterday that you and
I got something for you on that I think you'll love.
The email that we got yesterday?
Well, the email is fucking ridiculous, right? Like, I was laughing my ass off at the email.
Dude, Jake took a step yesterday that's a dumb step even for Jake.
It was so astronomically dumb even for him. When I watched it, in my head, I'm like, this is a work. Come on.
Jake made a video and tagged Mike and Jules from Red Bar and was like, Red Bar is the greatest show in the he did his whole shtick, and I'm like, oh God, Jake, you'd better hope that Mike David does not see this, because if there's one thing Mike David does not tolerate, it's people loving him. And if people make... And
there probably is going to be an episode devoted to you in a way you don't want.
Right. Jake, I don't think that video is going to be the smash hit you think it is. Mike David is not like your regular podcast host where they see a guy like you really enjoy their work and then go, all right, let's bring this Jake Hudson guy in. And, oh, hey, Jake, how you doing? No, this is now going to be Mike David pausing your video for 45 minutes while he points out how terrible your fingers are. And that's just the first 45 minutes of the 7 hours. So I don't think that's a very wise move. What's your information on Jake?
No, it's not an information. It's just a fun little play. You know how I like to give people acronyms?
Yeah.
Like our vastly expanding friend, Andre Jefferson.
He is I was right, wasn't I? He's getting chubby.
Oh, yeah. And the best part is there is a distinct effort to hide it. I guess if I was being really mean, I would say he looks like he's cosplaying a pregnant Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, you know what? Because it's all in the gut.
Yes, it looks exactly like what a baby would look like for sure.
It's a gut. He's just developing that gut.
You wanted him stricken from the show, like record wise and name wise and all that, right? I move for Jake that we henceforth refer to him only as Tardemort.
I don't dislike Tardemort at all, and it's very fitting. I got that email with the Mike David thing yesterday, and I'm like, oh boy, Jake, even for you, this is dumb. Even for you, this is stupid. Red Bar is like one of those monsters in a monster movie where they try to tell someone who's trying to reason with it, like, there's no reasoning with this monster. It doesn't understand love. Jake's like, I know.
Doesn't understand love at all.
I'm going to go up there with a flower, and I'm going to tame it. Good luck. Good luck, pal. Glitched One says, I won't say anything, but offer a bit of snooping. I'm pretty sure I figured out. Look, we've got it. We've got it figured out. Now it's just a matter of continuing.
Not even super sleuthing. It's like a lazy guy could have cracked this case.
Yeah, and then there's another item that got sent yesterday, and another item that I noticed just got sent today. That is really gonna fucking bury the person who did it. That's not good for them. I'll tell you that. Everybody's got to do their victory laps. You know, it's like if you want to do this stupid shit, don't leave evidence. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, what it's like you're making.
Say
this
what you
too
want
easy
about
on us.
Trump, but that dude ate his Post-it notes.
He certainly did. But yeah, he was like Ray Fiennes in Red Dragon. He got into the room and started eating the painting. But even the cops are like, they're like, all right, well, don't say anything about this, that, or the other thing. And they're like, but it doesn't seem like these guys are smart enough or care enough to even try to cover their tracks. It's like, yeah, I hope not. I hope they're not trying to cover their tracks, because if they are, they're not good at it whatsoever. They're really terrible at it.
Can you imagine if that's them trying to cover their tracks?
Oh, no. Yeah, and that, I tell you, man, that was funny. That Elisa Jordana and her producer trying to gain clout by after we tell them what their audience is doing. I'll tell you this. If I found out that anybody on any online forum that claims to be connected to this show fandom-wise, especially a chat that has our name on it, was doing shit like that, I'd turn them into the fucking authorities myself.
Oh, man, don't go on our Reddit then. Whew.
Oh, God damn it. Damn you, Hipstar. Remember when that was the level of troll we were getting? Oh, I actually like Hipstar now compared to the level of moron.
Hipstar is amusing, I will say. Like, his gimmick is whatever.
And that's exactly what it is. Like, these guys, they're not a gimmick. Like, they're sad, mentally damaged people who've been enabled by an aging six. It's just a really sad deal. She had Jake on her show. I looked at one of her live streams. She had Jake on there. And Jake mentioned the swatting of Steel Toe. He's like, I just want to say I didn't do it. It was this guy. And he ratted out the guy who it was live on Elisa Jordana's show. It wasn't me. It was your listener, blah, blah, blah. And Elisa could not have cut it off quicker, could not have got Jake off the screen faster. So she knows, like, she's aware that this is happening and does nothing to stop it. And then
they don't care. That's the reason why.
Right. And then she gets mad at people like me. Like, how dare you try to interfere with my relationship with Bob? It's like, bitch, I don't know what other shows like your listeners have fucked with, but this is not the one they should have. Like, what? I don't, Corey, you've only known me for years and years. Not exactly the kind of guy when it comes to on-air stuff that lets shit go.
No. Well, unless it's not interesting.
Right. And this to me is...
This is hilarious.
This is wildly fascinating to me. Yeah, Principled Uncertainty says Kermit and Friends is a show by tards, about tards, for tards. And yeah, just enabling remarkably damaged people. And then they get mad when you call it out and you're like, hey, this is what these people are doing. Like, we had Carl on from Who Are These Podcasts yesterday. He's like, I've had Elisa on my show. I like her. And I'm like, look, man, I'm not one of those guys who says I don't like him, so you can't like him. When all that stuff was going on with Adrian, you and I would talk about it openly, and you're like, yeah, I don't hate him the way you do. And I'm like, it's fine. That's like, you shouldn't. There's no reason for you to.
Yeah, there was no reason for me to hate him the way you hated him.
I mean, now you still like making fun of his belly, but I mean, that's pretty tame.
Yeah,
that's pretty tame.
Just something he would take offense if he heard me say it.
Yeah, he would just look. I'm not in a bad spot with Adrian. I'm just saying a bunch of things he wouldn't like if he heard me say it.
Yeah, we're still cool. He just wouldn't like that I was calling him pregnant. That's all.
Remarkably overweight. So
I see. I didn't even say that. I mean, I think it's first trimester.
It's my commentary.
13,
my commentary.
yes.
Corey's being much nicer. But Carl was like,
trimester, I guess. Like, late terms never came out.
Carl yesterday goes, I've had Elisa on my show. What's wrong with her? And I go through the litany. I got about halfway through it, and I went, you know what, Carl? You don't have to join in my battles. You know, like, you don't have to dislike. You haven't experienced it. I have. You and I should have different opinions on this person. I said, all I can say is keep a safe distance, as it were. That's all.
Touch me, I'm hot.
Yeah. And now I gotta, like, I've been warning people who try to book me on their shows. I'm like, I'm just letting you know right now, this is what happens. Blah, blah, blah. Just here, do you still want to do it? And they all do.
Just letting you know that I swap myself for clout. So
yes.
Just govern yourself accordingly.
Well, then Kevin Brennan is on his show, and I felt so bad because he's accusing Chrissy Mayer, because he hates Chrissy. He's accusing Chrissy Mayer of faking the swatting. And I'm like yelling at my computer, like, no, Kevin, trust me. It's real. It came from me. And then there's the egotistical, like, host part of me that's going, wait a minute. This is my swatting, not her fucking swatting. Why is she getting all the credit? And then I'm like, that's a mentally ill way to think about it. I should be calling into Kermit and Friends.
You should call in. Just call in not as you, though.
Right, just like wear a funny mask and a voice
Mr.
changer.
Toe. I'm Mr. Toe.
That was the funniest part. She's like, why would I take anything seriously said by a guy named Toe? And I'm like, yeah, that's how I bill myself.
To be fair, if she's an ex-radio person, Toe does sound like a lame-ass, morning moniker.
Mm-hmm. Steel and
It's
Toe
April
in the morning.
and the Toe in the morning.
You're right. That is a good hacky radio show name. Let's... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I scared a couple of people. They said, I just saw Dick Van Dyke in the thumbnail. Is he okay? Yes, Dick, guys, I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't be putting 97-year-old men on the thumbnail willy-nilly.
Look, spoiler alert, he's dead.
Nope.
Aaron's just being real nice about it.
Dick Van Dyke is fine.
No, man, just rip off that Band-Aid, Aaron. Just tell him straight. Like, he's dead.
Dick Van Dyke
Done.
is just
Dick
fine.
Van Dead.
He's not Dick Van Dead. He is
Dick Van Dead.
He's Dick Van Decent.
He's doing yoga in hell.
He's doing just fine.
He was a Nazi.
Dick Van Dyke and he was never a Nazi. That is simply not true.
He's doing yoga in Adidas because he was a Nazi in hell.
No, he's doing yoga in Adidas at his gym. He's
hanging out with his brother in hell, rebooting Coach because Craig T. Nelson is also dead.
What? Okay, now that one I would believe. See, now I have to look that up. Is Craig T. Nelson dead?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. But if you found out he was, would you go, holy shit, I didn't know that? Or would you be like, I'm not that surprised?
No, I would say, look, he went to go join his career.
Craig T. Nelson is alive, but catch to it. I didn't realize this. He's already 78.
Yeah, he was like 50 when Coach was there.
I thought he was like in his 40s in Coach. I thought he'd be like, well, I guess that would make him in his 40s.
Weathered 40.
Yeah, I didn't know he was 78 years old. Spring chicken compared to old Dick Van Dyke, though.
Yeah, are we going to have to change your nickname to Toe Polo?
No, I might have to be Toe Polo. Well, no, Toe's my government name. Remember.
Oh, that's right.
I'm Toe. Gray Duckling with $9.99 says, happy birthday. Thank you very much, buddy. 240.
Your pronouns are Toe, and you identify as this little piggy.
I don't want to go to market.
Not too late. You're going to market. You're going to pasture.
Veldrain says...
You're going to be with Dick Van Dead.
Veldrain says, Aaron, your show has really grown. You know who else has grown? Adrian, by at least 20 pounds. Now, why?
Seems like we're rounding down.
Oh, no. Citizen M says, I wonder who convinced Jake to reach out to Mike Redbar and then put a monocle emoji. Citizen M, was that your fucking handiwork? Did you convince Jake that it would be a good idea to reach out to Mike David of Redbar? Jesus, man.
So bad.
Fucking deserves it, the little scumbag.
On the bright side, we might get a red bar on Jake. That would be interesting.
That would be the first Red Bar episode I've watched in a couple months. If they
could both wear diapers together.
I can't argue that. People in the chat, by the way, I'm just catching up. They have both 2 thumbs up. They approve of Tardamort.
Yeah, Tardamort's
that's
great.
A good one.
When I was told that we're not going to be mentioning him or this or that, I'm like, well, we're still going to bring him up. So Tardamort. It works perfect.
Thank you to Caligula for the $5. Says, hail, caught you guys on Chrissy Mayer's show. I think I found my new morning show. Cheers. Well, give us 4 hours today to change your mind. How's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
going to be a real dark 4 hours talking about Dick Van Dyke's death.
He did not die. Guys, I promise
you. Such a pillar of the community, very big comic icon. It's just always hard to lose somebody like him, you know?
Dick Van Dyke is totally fine. Totally fine.
Ironically, he is. He's probably more flexible than both of us.
Oh, God, yeah. It's going to be 0 days in the gym for me this week, 1 day last week, and 2 days a week the previous weeks. I am...
Why are you pissing off on the gym there, buddy?
What has it been? Laziness.
Yeah, I was going to say, just don't want to go out in the snow.
It's been Wednesday and Thursday because Thursday is sparring night, and I don't want to miss sparring night. Now, I have to this week because it's Thanksgiving. So it's been Wednesday, Thursday because you got to get 2 days in or they won't let you spar. So I've literally been doing the bare minimum to be able to spar. What You Drinking says, Aaron and Corey, I apologize that I am included in every email from Jake Hudson. Those emails are coming through every day. I have nothing to do with him and haven't in quite some time. Nobody's blaming you, believe me.
I don't even pay attention to who he tags in those fucking emails.
Yeah, I get one. I haven't gotten one since I told him, you know, like, I consider you a part of this. And
I've gotten
panicked him a bit.
2, I think. I don't know. Like they come through in very weird increments. It'll be none for a while, and then it'll be like 7 in the same day.
Yeah, it's almost like he's mentally ill.
It's almost like you and I are in the same emails too. That's the one that's so fucked up. Is like he's like fuck you, Aaron, blah blah blah. I'm like, why? Okay, why are other people on this email?
It's like he has to go out in the front yard before he has a domestic with you.
It's like you can just take a shit in the bathroom, dude. You don't have to do it in the yard.
You don't have to go out there and do this in front of everybody. Bird Collector says, "Hey Corey, how's the arms this morning? What's up with your arms?"
Oh, we just did a bunch of kettlebells yesterday. It's fine.
That's fucking rad, bro. You got some.
Yeah, bro. I'm feeling those burns.
You got some sore triceps?
My ankle. My listeners were just trying to kill my ankle with kettlebells for money, which is fair.
All right, balls and wieners. This
like some vintage radio stunt boy shit, bro.
Balls and wieners. I do have to draw my own personal line. I don't care what you do, but I do have to draw my own personal line at this one. He goes, his wife got fucking fatter too. I'm sure she calls it thick. I would call it unhealthy. She hasn't done anything to anybody. I mean, look.
His wife is a goddamn angel. Like, she's awesome.
She is a very nice person. And not only is she a very nice person, look, we all saw the picture, okay? It's not like, there's sometimes where you go to someone, like, especially when you're younger, and you, like, look at your dad or an older sibling, and you go, hey, did you know? And he just goes, shh, we all saw it. Shh, just don't. You don't understand yet. Just don't say anything.
Well, and also you just don't. I mean, I don't know. That's always been kind of the code.
He's put her through.
Say whatever you fucking want about whoever, but leave the fucking spouses out of it.
Yeah, like Ralph Cifaretto had to learn that the hard way. Johnny Sachs didn't like that he was making jokes about his wife. You don't make jokes about the wives. Lemmy says the spying wasn't hard. The Kermit and Friends crew are a bunch of fucking morons. They are some of the dumbest people I've ever encountered in radio or the internet. They're pretty bad. Joe Berger says, has Plow Dog released any new videos? That is something I don't need to know, quite frankly.
I hope so. I'm waiting. I miss it. You guys are all cowards. It's one of the funniest shits I've ever God damn it. You'd think if there's just one thing somebody with a mental disability would know how to do, it was jerk off, but it's not.
Yeah, it's just like
I'm telling you the technique. Like, I honestly, like, people, maybe I'm fucked up. I mean, I guess I am fucked up for sure, but that is like one, like, first off, I don't care. It's not like I've never been one of those guys where it's like, oh no, a dick. It's like, is it in the same room with you? Are you touching it? Nobody cares. Guess what? All of you fucking losers watch an amazing amount of pornography and have looked at a shitload of dicks. Calm the fuck down. But what's so fucking funny about that shit is literally watching motherfucker like lobster beak it, right? Like this is the technique. This.
I know.
This. It's like, you know when you're a kid and you're like, or I guess like you're going through puberty as like a teenager and you're like, God, I just wish I could spend like 10 hours in a girl's body and I'd never leave my fucking room. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it looked like. It looked like some girl had been like transposed into a dude's body and had never seen a penis before ever. And for a guy who says he watches that much porn, like, Tardamort didn't take any lessons. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. Tardamort learned nothing.
Like, the way, like, I'm telling you, the logistics of it, like, it's like fucking Cult of Cthulhu. The geometry is all wrong.
Yes.
And then amidst what I can only call heavy fucking pecking, I guess.
Yeah.
He has the wherewithal to give his classic Tardamort speech. Like, X videos the best at what they do.
I haven't watched it. I didn't know that that's in it.
Yeah. There's like 2 of them. And it's the one is like classic. I think somebody like cut off the dick and just put it, but like the fact that this dude is, I mean, I'm telling you, like if I took your fucking hands and fed them to a bear to where you had nubs, you could still masturbate in a more proficient manner than what this fucking dude had on this tape.
Yeah.
And then amidst it all, X videos are the best at what they do, and that's not an opinion. That's just a fact. Of, like, the wherewithal to get the
really
pitching.
do it. He didn't do it.
Oh, amazing.
Jesus. Citizen M says, why would I listen to anyone named Toe? Says the leader of a group named after a dead animal named after a Muppet. Yeah, I mean, no leg to stand on when you host a show called Kermit and Friends. Get it? Mark says it was fun seeing Aaron and Angela on Levyland. Yeah, Bob's producer let or Bob let his producer have the intro duties when we came into the show last night. And the guy goes, here's Aaron and Angela from the Steel Toe Show. And right away, Bob's like, God fucking damn it, it's April, you piece of shit. And it's like, it just starts off right away with April's Angela right off the bat. And then the swatting at the end. Oh, it went so smooth. It was a lot of fun. Go check it out. Tony says, Red Bar is watching, boys. Hey, and Mike, welcome. Principled Uncertainty says there's so many interesting communities now, it's impossible to all agree on a collective enemy. Well, I can tell you this. They were fighting each other over, hey, who's swatting Bob Levy? Who did that? And the person's like, I did. And like, you're a fucking idiot. And it's like, no, we need to do this. And it's just like, when your enemies are fighting amongst each other, just sit back and watch them and enjoy yourself. Look, I'm skipping look, Adrian's wife is an innocent. I say it again. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. The wives are innocent. Balls Deep says, show us with puppets in a voice that grates on the soul. Joey says, no, he is watching, boys. Okay, good. I'm glad he's watching. I've been hearing this for about 6 months now. I hope he's doing well. I hope he's healthy. Let's continue on here. What did it end up being? 240 away from today's goal. If you feel like pitching in, of course, if we hit that goal, we've reached our goal for the week, and we do a half hour of overtime, and we have a shit ton of stuff to give you for overtime today. All right, Dr. Fauci got to have his farewell moment yesterday in front of the White House press corps. It didn't go well. Karine Jean-Pierre had to basically wrangle the press because they thought they were going to have that like last day of school moment with the juice and the cookies, and everyone's going to be like,
I don't know how they thought that, though. Like, fuck them.
Right, the whole country's just kind of turned on this guy, and they see him on TV.
Even Democrats are fucking pissed off at him at this point.
Right, and because he was the one who told us, look, I am the science. Don't disagree with me. You got to trust the science. And then they were like, wait, you've walked back at this point pretty much everything you've said. Like, how are we supposed to trust anything you have to tell us? Well, he's ski-daddling. The Republicans got the House, so now it's a lot harder to subpoena this guy and make him testify. If you're retired, you can say, hey, I'm not in the game anymore. You know, we've talked about this before. Well, he had his last press briefing, and they thought it was going to be last day of school, juice and cookies, you know, hey, great career, Dr. Fauci. What's your favorite part of it? And blah, blah, blah. Well, people wanted to know about the lab leak, Corey Adam. And let's just say this. Karine Jean-Pierre did not appreciate her guest being treated this way by members of the press. And I think it's a testament to how used to having their ass kissed this administration is, that as soon as someone went, hey, as a member of the media, I'd actually like to ask an informed question that may gather some information and data for us. And she's like, how fucking dare you? Why would you do something like that? Well, because I can't be a complete hack for you guys. I'll have zero credibility. God damn it, you put our dick down your throat and you choke on it. What's wrong with you? So this is a question that came from, I believe, the Daily Caller, which is more of a right-wing thing. I think that's the one Tucker Carlson founded, is the Daily Caller. And
is
then,
it? Okay.
Yeah, I think he started that. And then Karine Jean-Pierre would not answer.
No, that's Daily Mail, right?
Daily Mail is Ben Shapiro. Or no, Daily Wire. Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro.
How many dailies?
Yeah, there's a lot of dailies. I think we can cut it off at those three.
Daily Mail, Daily Wire, Daily TV Show.
And they all at least lean right or are right wing.
So like Daily is a dog whistle for conservatives?
I guess so. Don't say John Daly, also a conservative. So I don't know what it is about the word Daily. So this goes on.
Chuck Daly of the Detroit Pistons fame.
This goes on for a while at the press briefing. And even another member, the person from African News Today, actually interrupted Karine Jean-Pierre and go, hey, let the Daily Caller guy ask his question. He was just asking about lab leak. And like, this is the last chance he's going to get to ask Dr. Fauci some questions, and he'd like some answers. She did not like that. Let's pop this up on the screen here and show you how Dr. Fauci's last day in front of the media at the White House went for him. There may be an ad first, I have to warn you. And there is. A quick 5 seconds here. Oh, Christmas things. Get used to that, folks. Here we go.
Dr. Fauci, only 13% of...
Hold on one second.
Whoa, wait a minute. What was that for? That first question sounded like it was going to be spicier and maybe not one Dr. Fauci should answer. One more time?
Yeah. No thanks.
Dr. Fauci, only 13% of...
Hold on one second.
Dr. Fauci, only 13% of the population accounts for 50% of the prison population. I was wondering how you... Wait a minute. How is Dr. Fauci supposed to answer that question? That's not okay.
Dr. Fauci, like, they say women are raped more than men, but they don't ever put prisoners in that stat.
How do you feel about that? I don't feel that's really my place to be answering. Okay, do you feel that the virus may have come from a Wuhan lab in China? All right, well, I'd like to talk about prison rape for a moment. And I think what's happening is men, it's taken for granted that the men... Like, oh, okay. Now I can get him to answer that question.
Dr. Fauci, only 13% of...
Hold on one second. We have a process here. I'm not calling out on people who yell.
Yeah. We have a process here. We only allow you to ask questions we have pre-approved.
Yeah, you're not allowed to ask a question because we said no.
So if you want to ask a question that may be detrimental to the things we've been telling the American public for nearly the last 3 years, obviously, I don't want you to do that. So stop, please.
Why even have him at that fucking press conference?
Right. Like I said, why not just have the elementary school juice and cookies day and then say, yeah, we're not doing any questions? Like, why take questions if when someone asks about something you don't want them talking about, you're just going to cut them off anyway? Oh, you know, this is one of those internet moments where the person starts to lose their shit and you just go, oh, we got him. We got Corinne Jean-Pierre does another example of why she's not cut out for this gig. Because, Corey, the reason all these White House press secretaries quit is because they get tired of being calm and leveled with the dumb fuck media, and they just blow their gasket, and they're like, I got to get the fuck out of here. I hate this goddamn job. Well,
she's just not as good at it as Jen Psaki. I feel like we all owe Jen Psaki an apology.
She is, like, she may have been obnoxious, but she was one of the best to do it. Like, she was, I think that McEnany was really good that Trump had. Scaramucci would have been so much fun to watch. He would have been terrible at the job.
Remember when presidents actually took their own questions?
Right. Not this one. Let's go to Corinne Jean-Pierre. She does not appreciate that someone tried to ask Dr. Fauci about the Wuhan lab.
You're being disrespectful to your colleagues, and you're being disrespectful to our guests. I will not call on you if you yell, and also you're taking time off the clock because Dr. Fauci has to leave in a couple of minutes. I'm done. I'm not.
Yeah, we're not going to keep him here long. He's fucking retiring. Where does he have to go?
Yeah. It's like that FBI guy that got caught like leaving because he had a vacation and he had a private jet to go to.
Yeah, it's like, well, I can't stay here forever and, answer questions from the media and be held accountable for the last 3 years of horseshit I've been peddling.
I'm late for a flight that's waiting for me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Tony Stark said, what's the point in having your own private plane if you can't show up whenever you want to? So they start asking him about Wuhan. She doesn't like it. And she's like, hey. He doesn't have time to answer all these questions. Well, then why did you bring him here?
I'm not getting into a back and forth with you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, yeah, that's not my job. It's like, no, that's your job.
You're literally here for that.
You're literally here to get into a back and forth with these people, but go ahead.
Dr. Fauci,
but she's only 30 great questions.
So another guy now is standing up and he's going, hey, but she wanted to ask him a question about Wuhan. Let her ask. Like, another member of the media is, and by the way, the press corps does not like these conservative reporters.
What the fuck is he holding? Why would you bring a fucking folder to a press conference?
Oh, no, those are his retirement party plans.
Yeah.
He's just checking him. He's like, gotta make sure I have enough solo cups.
Wacky Mad Libs.
Enough kegs. I don't know what kind of beer we want to do. Are we going to roast a pig or just buy steaks or have the whole thing catered? I'm not sure.
Ask your question. You should allow her to answer.
Jeremy,
it's Jeremy. Dr. Fauci on the original COVID-19.
It is not.
Uh-oh, why? It just paused on us.
It is not your turn.
It's this is a Daily Mail thing.
Look at Fauci just like, whatever.
It is not your turn.
So this is what you're not supposed to do as a press secretary. She's let this whole thing just get completely out of control. This guy's like, she's asking a question about the COVID-19 origin. This is very important for him to answer. Before it would be funny if Fauci stepped in and goes, "Now, hold on a minute. I think I can get this back on track. Do you really think I'm going to give you the correct answer anyway? Like, don't you all feel like you're kind of wasting your time? Have I not made it clear in these last few years? I'm willing to lie to you fucking people. So don't worry. You can ask me the question. I just can't promise you that the answer is going to be truthful or that I won't take it back in 3 months."
Also, they should lock all of you down for this.
Yes.
People across the room.
He drops a vial. He's like, oops, new contagion. I think we all got to get out of the room.
What is that? Pig pox? Whoops.
Uh-oh. That's malarian fever. What's malarian fever? Oh, you don't know? Just cooked it up yesterday.
Valid question. She's asking about the origin of COVID.
I hear the question.
And Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is a disrespectful. It is. I'm done. Simon, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That, by the way, what she just did there, that is not how a press secretary is supposed to behave. That's called,
what is she, his mom?
Yeah, that's called losing your cool. And she did. She sounded like a scolding mom. I'm done with you. I'm not dealing with you right now. She just wants to ask about the COVID origin. No, we're not doing this. I will not be a part of. No, Simon, I am finished with you. Yeah, talking to him like he's a kid. I've rarely ever seen a press secretary lose their cool in that fashion.
You're not going to get your juice cup at this rate, Simon.
Yeah. Simon, do you want to be part of the juice and cookies after this meeting, or are you just deciding fuck that and you don't want to do it? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. No juice and cookies for Simon.
All right.
Fuck you.
Looks like Simon. Does anybody want Simon's juice and cookies? Because we're giving it away. I told you, Simon.
You know what? We're going to give it to Fauci.
We're going to give it to Dr. Fauci.
Extra juice and cookies for Anthony Fauci.
Look,
you know what? For such a great job he did during COVID. Yeah. Tell Simon thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. That's I appreciate it. Dr. Fauci is going to get 2 cookies, one for each pandemic he fucked up. Here's one for AIDS. Here's one for COVID. Congratulations, doctor.
Hey, that's not fair. He didn't fuck up AIDS. He just withheld medicine from people. It's different.
Yeah, you're right. I was shorthanding it, and that's irresponsible. What you drinking with $2.99 says, Corey, you are messed up for watching that. Oh, he's back to the Jake thing.
I'm telling you, man, it's like, anybody who didn't watch it, 1, you're all cowards, but 2, you're missed out on like the funniest that Tartamort's ever going to get. Let's be honest.
Mark Atkinson says, Simon, you're going to ruin the ice cream party for everyone. I mean, she did. She talked to him like she was scalding a child. Bumbaclo says, Simon says when we're done, bitch. That would be funny. He goes, no, Simon says we answered the question. And I said, Simon
I have a follow-up question. Why are you gay?
Yeah, well, he does. He sounds like that guy. Dr. Fauci, do you eat the poo-poo? Do you eat the poo-poo? Do you like ice cream? Do you eat the poo-poo? Answer the question. Well, and then she goes, well, Dr. Fauci, that is a fair question. Could you answer the...
Yeah, could you just... Would you clean some of the shit off your mouth when you answer it?
Do you eat the poo-poo? That's all we need to know. I do not eat the poo-poo. That is a good way to get Yaba virus. Hulkamasha Baby says, Principal Biden, when will Miss Psaki be coming back? This sub sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. That's Ducey. Like, that's Ducey's writing a letter. Dear White House, please bring back Psaki.
Do you think they still write each other, him and Psaki, and be like, I miss you?
I bet they still, I bet they're, also it's corresponding but arguing.
Right.
Like, they're writing back and forth, but it's an argument.
Yeah. God, the press secretary is not supposed to be throwing temper tantrums. That's what they're supposed to be preventing. That's the whole reason the press secretary is
also
there.
Tonight, the former high school.
Shut up. The whole reason there's a press secretary there is because if the president had to answer these questions, he'd throw a temper tantrum, and that's a bad look. So they have the press secretary there to cool everything down and not throw a shit fit. And then she goes.
When did they start with press secretaries? Was that a Trump thing?
Oh, no. You remember like Scott McClellan and R.E. Fleischer and the people in Bush's administration. They started that like probably in the 1800s, I'd guess. Who was the first I'm sure it wasn't called press secretary. It was like the gentleman in charge of the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, press briefings, 1929. Damn.
Oh, okay. Who was the first press secretary?
George Ackerson.
Oh, yeah. The Roosevelt administration, Steve Early, and the first White House press secretary.
It was Roosevelt. Roosevelt's like, I'm not fucking dealing with these people. Fuck them.
This says Stephen Early became the first White House secretary charged with only press responsibility. Oh, but they didn't call him the press secretary.
This one says the first press secretary was March 19th, 1929. George Ackerson. He got paid the equivalent of $180,000 by today's.
That hasn't gone. Yeah, hasn't gone up much because I still think they make about $200,000 a year. So yeah, FDR didn't want to wheel.
Well, that's adjusted for inflation, so they probably made less than that. But like now, it's the same.
Well, they didn't want FDR didn't want to wheel his ass in there and deal with the media, so he's like, just send somebody in there to fucking talk to these people. That's relatively new. I mean, that's less than 100 years old. That position. Space Baby says Adam Kinzinger had a meltdown over a meme yesterday. Made some interesting threats to a cartoon cat. Why does that name sound familiar? Adam Kinzinger? Are you familiar?
No, I have no idea.
Adam Kinzinger cat. He's a CNN guy.
Oh, okay. That's why we don't know him.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Hey, who wrote that in? Space Baby, if you have a link to that, I would love to see that. What do I type in? Because I just typed in Adam Kinzinger cat, and nothing came up. Prediction about Mike McCarthy. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, problem. Hold on.
Would you like to watch a CNN guy meltdown over a cartoon cat?
Yeah, always.
I'd love a good CNN meltdown. Space Baby, if you can Twittery got ya. Well, either DM me or tag me in it. And
you'd think I was you this week, the amount of defending Kirk Cousins I did, by the way.
We'll get to the Vikings and that horrific loss that, for once you cannot blame Kirk Cousins for. I don't see the link you're talking about. Nope, I do not see it. I apologize. I don't want to wander around here on and Twitter and not give you guys a show. But Space Baby, if you could send that to me, I absolutely want to watch a CNN person meltdown over a cartoon cat. That sounds like a lot of fun. Johnny Knoxville says I watched it in real time yesterday. It's Cat Turd. The name is Cat Turd. Okay, that helps. Adam Kinzinger, cat turd. The Republicans have become a cult. Okay, we'll go on Twitter and we'll search it. Adam Kinzinger, cat turd. Outgoing Congressman Adam Kinzinger loses it, threatens violence against a cartoon cat. Okay, Gateway Pundit. So this happened on Twitter. This wasn't like a video. I would have loved for this to be a video thing. On Monday, popular Twitter user CatTurd2 posted this cartoon on the war in Ukraine, adding, dumb that I'm laughing way too hard at this. All right, let's put that up on the screen there. And it is a cartoon of a Ukrainian pissing themselves and crying on, and then the tears create the blue of the Ukrainian flag and the urine creates the yellow of the Ukrainian flag. All right. Seems like just kind of a dumb meme. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
That's like not even the funniest thing on Twitter right now.
Yeah, that seems easily.
Funniest thing is like if you go on Twitter right now, erection is trending because of Herschel Walker. Pretty funny.
Oh no,
shit.
What did he do?
There is video of that. He just says that this erection is about the people.
Oh, okay. Now is this the same time that he called himself? Was he a vampire or was he a werewolf? I heard about that.
No, this is him with like Ted Cruz and somebody else, and like that's the funny part. Like if you go to Twitter and just type in like trending erection, like it'll be there.
The Ukrainian tweet by CatTurd triggered outgoing Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who then threatened violence against the online cartoon cat. He said, "Literal evil. If I met you in person, it would not end well for you. Sicko trolls who have never done a thing in their life pretend to be patriots and laugh at real warriors." Yeah, never a good look to threaten the Twitter cat. Cat Turd then tweeted, sitting congressman threatens violence against a U.S. citizen over laughing at a meme they found funny. I can't stop laughing at this infant. Cat Turd did not let it go. Of course. Well, why would Cat Turd let it go? Adam Kinzinger is acting a bit unhinged these past few years. Shouldn't he be looking for a job? Isn't MSNBC hiring? Well, shoot. I thought that was going to be a video of him like yelling at the Twitter cat, but it's not bad. That's not bad. And by the way, is MSNBC hiring? Fucking, of course they are. And of course they'll probably pick up Adam Kinzinger. He's one of those representatives who like would always make the rounds and was always made time for CNN and MSNBC.
Yeah. Anytime he could get his ass on the spotlight.
Yeah.
There.
He'll find himself.
I found it for you. There.
Yeah.
I never gave you anything.
He'll be what is it? He'll be hired by what do they call those? He'll be a correspondent for CNN.
Yeah, for sure.
Or MSNBC. All right, here we go. YouTube, Herschel Walker erection.
Well, first of all, this election is more than Herschel Walker. This election is about the people. And I said this.
That's very generous of him.
Well, just his erection. With how many abortions he had, his erections are about the people.
I was just gonna say, for how many abortions?
My favorite in that clip isn't just his gaffe, but it's Ted Cruz immediately nodding after. Like, God, is there any fucking idiot that Ted Cruz won't just cuck for?
Or how about the fact that Lindsey Graham? How about the fact that Lindsey Graham heard the word erection and he got really excited?
Oh, is that Lindsey Graham?
Yeah,
okay,
Lindsey Graham on the other side.
Well, first of all, this election is more than Herschel Walker. This election is about the people.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham was looking at the camera and then he heard erection and went, huh? What?
I don't know.
There's an erection where? Is it my old dear lover John McCain's erection? Because I do so miss that boy.
But like Ted Cruz is on board. Like, yeah, people's erection.
Ted Cruz, if there's one thing about erections, it's that they don't get shared with the people enough. God bless you, Herschel Walker. Yeah, Virgie's useless rumble checkmark says Lindsey Graham can't hear erection without licking his lips. Yeah, I think old Lindsey has a hard time hiding it. There's a voice in his head every time he hears wiener, penis, erection, or anything on TV. He goes, all right, Lindsey, just calm yourself down. You can do this. You can.
Time to take the dick pills, Lindsey.
It's just, Lindsey, if you need a Xanax, remember, it's okay to take it. It's just a little tiny pill under your tongue. You'll be all right. All of a sudden, they're like, why is the table bending? And Lindsey Graham's, oh, sorry, I was gripping it a bit too hard. I'm sorry about that. So Herschel Walker. Look, man, they have to support him. They're married to him. It's 50-49 in the Senate right now. I mean, if they want to maintain their tie, they've got to. Oh
yeah, they gotta coddle him like forever.
They've got to run him right up to the goal line and have him punch it through. There's no way they can let him lose. They can't. After the election, if he loses, they can talk about how dumb he was and what a terrible candidate he was and all this other stuff. But as of right now, they've got to pretend he's the second coming of Ron DeSantis until that fucking runoff is over. When is that? It's like December 7th or something like that?
Yeah, early December.
Yeah.
And then what? Like if they don't win because they already got.
Yeah,
they just need his vote in. They're not going to win even if he wins, though, right?
Well, if they get to 50-50, they can always flip like a Joe Manchin or somebody.
Yeah.
So that it is kind of important because if you have like a Joe Manchin who's pretty moderate, you can use him as that 51st vote.
It's already, I mean, even if they lost that vote, it would be like 49. Oh, it says 49-48. Huh.
Oh, they haven't called all of them yet. It's what I've seen is it's 50-49 to the Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too. So if it goes 50-50, the vote is still there. But yeah, they can always swing a Manchin.
You know what they're not counting? They're not counting Bernie Sanders. Some places don't count Bernie Sanders because he's technically an independent. He just caucuses with the Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
So they might just not be counting Bernie. But I don't think Bernie is ever going to be a red vote anytime soon. And I don't know, unless maybe it's giving Ukraine more money. Usually, sometimes Bernie's a little iffy with that kind of stuff, but I wouldn't hold your breath. $240 away from our goal today. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chats all helps. Thank you guys very much. Let's see if we can knock that under 200 by the top of the next hour. You guys are doing great. Thank you very much for all your support. the Minnesota Vikings did lose 40-3 over the weekend. Don't worry. I know it's Wednesday. We got a game coming up tomorrow. We'll get through this quick to those of you who don't like football, all right? I promise. Vikings lose 43 to the Dallas Cowboys, and I said right away, I went, look, I don't think I'll have to do much Kirk Cousins simping because I think everyone who watches this game understands that there was fucking nothing he could do.
I'm a Kirk Cousins hater, and it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I mean,
literally, dude had like negative set. If anything, it's like that Pearson's guy on Dallas. Like, he just has a knack for overloading wherever there's an injury. He's done it to 3 teams now, and it's just he's having the best career, like season of his career. And he was in the backfield like he was on our offensive line. It was crazy.
Yeah. Micah Parsons is having like one of those Jared Allen, Michael Strahan years, and he's just going to run over everyone until they figure that out. The one thing that did bother me was there was just no adjustment made on our part. And I get it. There are very few adjustments you can make when you lose one of the best left tackles in football. I think you text me this on Sunday. You're like, we're learning just how fucking good Christian Darrisaw is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think there's Pro Football Focus has him and Brian O'Neill as the best tackle combination in football.
Well, if you look at Cousins, a lot of what he does is naked bootlegs, and you can only do that if your tackle's awesome.
Yeah, it's so that was just brutal. And then our defense couldn't stop the run at all.
That Pollard's real good. That guy is one of the best I've ever seen at getting to his top speed immediately. I feel like two steps and he's already full blast. It's crazy.
Yeah, he is. He's really good.
And then you have Ezekiel Elliott to like spell him. Like, fuck, dude. I know Ezekiel's not what he used to be, but still.
I was just gonna say, you can kind of tell he's breaking down. Running back.
Yeah, but he still can get you every fucking goal line touchdown in the whole planet.
He can still pound it. And set up.
He's turning into Leroy Horde in his late years.
He is. Yeah, he really is. But then, like Dak Prescott, I was getting so jealous of Dallas's offense because I was like, this is what we need to be doing. Dak was just getting the ball the fuck out of there. They were running quick routes, all that stuff. Like, guys, we clearly...
This is what, like, when early on, and you and I kind of, like, butted heads about it, this is what you're going to miss the most about Zim. The new defense scheme is going to give up those 5 underneaths all day long, and that's something that's going to be a really big problem in the playoffs. And that's what I was trying to, like, the entire time everybody's, like, fucking losing their mind. I'm like, we need to temper this. Because, again, if you look at that streak of wins, we had 2 wins that weren't basically handed to us. Not, win's a win, the NFL, all that. But, I mean, you look going forward, tomorrow's game's at 7 p.m. against New England.
Kirk Cousins ready to break the snide.
Uh-huh. Do you know what Bill Belichick's record is against us? It's crazy.
It's probably not very good, right?
Yeah, no, it's not very good at all, buddy.
No. Okay. No, I'm excited about that game. I don't understand, like, what... I think New England's, like, one or 2 games over 500. I don't understand how they are. I don't know who they have.
Because they have the best coach in football.
It's got to be that, because I don't know what the hell the Patriots have that keep them competitive. Like, they beat the Jets last week, and, the Jets are having a very good year. I don't know how they do it. I haven't watched much of them at all. But we're going to the game. We're going to do the last-minute, ticket bargain thing. Go to the bar, be on the Ticketmaster app on one phone, be on the Ticket Exchange on the other phone, and just... as it gets to 11:30, 11:45, be like, hey, I see you got those club seats listed at $300 a piece. Looks like you're going to have to eat those. What do you say about $125? $125 a piece, and we'll sit in club seating. What do you say? And, people like, I mean, I'm even willing to sit a little past kickoff to get the deal and just sit in club seats for like $100 because the people there are like, God, I don't want to fucking eat these tickets, but God, 100's kind of a bath. You're kind of, if you wait till like 11:55, you're kind of helping them out a little bit. So if that doesn't, the nice thing about that is if you want to do it that way and it doesn't work, you just buy one of the $10 standing room seats and you find a nice concourse and you stand there over the seats and you watch the game.
Or you just hang out in the bar. I mean, the bars are fine there too.
Bars are fun. I like being in US Bank though. It's so nice. I like
nice stadium for sure. So is Twin Cities. For all the bitching and moaning people did about the new stadiums, they're real fun to be in.
Yeah, they're really nice. 235 away from today's goal. Thank you very much to Raymond Bryant for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate that, buddy. 235 away from today's goal. Somebody says, imagine if that guy just told Aaron, nah, I'll eat them. It's only money. I can't. I mean, that would be a terrible, terrible idea to pursue. But to each their own.
It'll be really interesting. I'm excited for this game because this will tell me exactly what our coach is, which is what I like. Because you know me, I didn't want Zim gone, and like the defense, we're not getting blown out. That we probably still lose to the Cowboys. Don't get me wrong, but we're not getting blown out like that against the Cowboys. This soft underneath defense fucking is gonna kill us, and it's terrible to watch.
Also, I will say
what's really interesting is coming off a loss that bad into a game that, again, obviously the Kirk Cousins voodoo of a night game. Bill Belichick has only ever lost one game against the Vikings in his entire fucking career, and that was an overtime loss, if you care. But this will show us what this coach is, because anybody can ride high when the team's winning and you're getting every coin flip. How does he break the stick up in their ass when they just lay a turd like that?
Yeah, I think this will be a good bounce back game. If we lose, you've definitely got to not start ringing some alarm bells because we're looking real good for the division. But if you lose this one, you got to start thinking, all right, we've run into two good teams in a row now, and you've lost to them both. People forget.
I said going into the Bills, though, that stretch that we have coming up, if we can get through it 2-2, we'll be doing okay, because we had the Bills, the Cowboys, the Patriots, and the Jets.
Yeah.
And on paper, I know it's funny to say that about the Jets, but they're playing very good this year. But those are four very good teams.
Yeah.
And right now we're 1-1. So if we can eke out one against the Patriots or the Jets, I mean, then the Lions are playing out of their mind, but it eases up a little bit with the Colts. Obviously, the Giants are going to be hard, but then the Packers and the Bears, I mean, three of our, maybe even the Colts. I mean, we should have some very easy games. This is going to be the harder part of our schedule. And if we can get
Colts, Lions, Packers, Bears. Yeah.
So if we can just get one from the Patriots and one from the Jets, we'll be fine, because we're getting our division no matter what it looks like. I mean, the Lions might take it from us.
Unless Detroit doesn't stop winning. But they got Buffalo on Thanksgiving. We'll see how for real they are. But
I wouldn't even be mad. I know that should make me. I can't. As somebody that's been a lifelong Viking fan and watched the Lions suck my entire life, I couldn't even be mad if they took over the lead and they went to the playoffs, if they won out. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's what the fuck happened with the Lions? Do you remember they had 2 seasons where they didn't win a game?
I'm rooting for them. I like their coach. I hope they. And
how do you get rid of somebody like Hawkinson and then start winning more? They're on a 3-game win streak.
Yeah, dude, I am so that game was such a bummer because especially our first drive when we didn't get a touchdown. When we were driving down, I'm like, dude, we're going to fucking kill the Cowboys. We're going to crush these guys. And then it just never happened. But yeah, I think if we beat the Patriots, you're right. That 2-2 stretch would be big. And also, people don't look now, but the Minnesota Vikings have a winning record against winning teams this season. You've got the Commanders, the Dolphins, and the Bills. And your 2 losses are against the Eagles and the Cowboys. And I know 40-3 is not good, and you should never lose to anybody 40-3. But look out for that Cowboys team.
Yeah, but you're ready for this. You ready for this optimistic sunshine?
Okay.
You could get beat 80-3. It's still one fucking loss. Who cares?
That's just it. Yeah. I mean, you looked at it and you were like, "Oh God, this is so bad. This is so horrible." And then an hour after the game, you're like, we're 8-2.
And I don't think records matter like that, though. I've been saying that all year. To me, and again, because they're my other team, but the Niners are the best team in the NFC right now, and their record is only 6-4. But I don't think any team wants to play the Niners, especially since they got fucking McCarthy, or not McCarthy, fucking McCaffrey. McCarthy. Yeah, the coach is playing. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, coach, he's really fat, but somehow he's making it work.
Man, if the Vikings win tomorrow, is it tomorrow? It is tomorrow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
If the Vikings win tomorrow at night with the Patriots, I for one will be happy for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I'm a big critic of him because I just don't think he's the guy to win a Super Bowl. But I have loved how the entire team has galvanized around him. I love the chain shit. People get mad about the chain shit. I love that Kirk chain shit.
Yeah.
Kirk chains, that shit cracks me up.
I hate it when people say Kirk Cousins isn't the guy to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, 95% of quarterbacks aren't. Like when you
Just-
break it down, like
Yeah.
nobody's a Super Bowl quarterback until they are one. Like Matthew Stafford before he won last
I
year.
feel like we all knew Mahomes was going to be the moment.
Oh
we
yeah,
saw.
yeah. He's one of the 5%.
I think that Mahomes, when it's all said and done, might be the greatest quarterback in NFL history. It's just unreal. That guy, like, did you watch that game this week? Like, dude's like down. It's like shades of Joe Montana, where he just looks bored. And then he goes in there and scores a touchdown. No big deal. Who cares?
Patrick Mahomes is going to be the epitome of that. Like what I say about like Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Sanders. There's a difference between the greatest player I've ever seen and the best player I've ever seen. Like the most talented baseball player I've ever seen in my entire life is Ken Griffey Jr., hands down. But he's not the greatest. Like you look at the numbers and everything else, he got hurt a lot. But like talent-wise, I've never seen anybody better than him.
That guy's swing was perfect.
It was beautiful. If you're a big baseball fan, his swing almost makes you cry. As far as the greatest running back of all time, it's probably Emmitt Smith.
Almost. Sounds like you're not a baseball fan. I cried every fucking time I gazed upon it.
But like with running backs, the greatest of all time is Emmitt Smith. Like statistically, he holds all the records. He's got Super Bowls. But the best running back I've ever seen in my life is Barry Sanders, and probably number 2 is Adrian Peterson.
Barry Sanders, there's actually a really interesting thing with Barry Sanders, though, is that if you compare Emmitt Smith to Barry Sanders game for game, Barry Sanders still has him licked. Like Emmitt Smith had to pay something like 5 more seasons, is like 7. He played a shitload more than Barry Sanders did to beat those records.
Barry Sanders retired before 30.
Which again, to Emmitt Smith's credit, there's something to be said about that. But I also, people are going to hate on this. I've always thought that Emmitt Smith was super overrated, because I felt like I could run touchdowns through the holes that those Dallas Cowboy linemen were giving him. Like back in the day when those Cowboys won all those championships, like everybody talked about Troy Aikman, they talked about Emmitt Smith, they talked about Michael Irvin, but nobody really talked about that offensive line was blowing people up. I used to select them in Madden sometimes, and you could just run all around and then right up the middle, and the hole would still be there. It was unbelievable.
You had Leon Lett, you had Nate Newton. Leon Lett was defensive. I'm sorry. Nate Newton, Larry Allen, and then you had Moose Johnston lead blocking for him. It's fucking unfair.
Unfair.
What he had. Somebody saying, oh, we're only going to talk about football a couple minutes, 1 hour later. Hey, we started at 7:07. It's now 7:17. 10 minutes. What did I say? I said we're going to spend 5-10 minutes on this.
Chat interacting with us, but then one guy, oh, no football, blah, 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 blah.
I just wanted to point out, 10 minutes. There you go. I said 5 or 10. 10 minutes. There you go. Freedom's Lunch says, as an Eagles fan, Smith was legit. Don't look now, but the Eagles are starting to fall off a bit. I mean, they almost blew that one against Indianapolis.
Well, you know, the curse of the last, 3 years, right? Like, the teams that start out hot like that end up just kind of falling apart. You had Steelers 2 years ago. Or no, Steelers were last year. I think the Cardinals were 2 years before that. There was another team before that. But, if you get to that fucking, 8-0 mark, your chances of actually doing anything deep are not that good in the last, we did this on my show. In the last 20 years, there have been 3 teams that went on to be in the Super Bowl that went 7-0.
Well, I'm glad we're getting the shit kicked out of us then.
Well, that's the thing. Part of it is getting healthy at the right time. I still, again, you look at that Cowboys game, yeah, that's demoralizing. But again, just cause is one. And it's so funny because I'm the guy that has been pretty critical of the team all year. And I was in the trenches all fucking day on Sunday, fucking going at these people on the Viking fit. These motherfuckers are like, oh, season's over. It's one fucking loss. Yeah. Calm the fuck down. You still have the second best record in football.
Yeah, you get the shit kicked out of you once in a while. It happens.
And I just I think that's where I get kind of a little bit more shouting down about Cousins' limitations and stuff, because I think we're a playoff team. I don't know how far we're going to go in the playoffs. It'd be cool if everything ran through US Bank Stadium because we play better there.
Yeah.
If we're in the playoffs, there's a very good likelihood that we play in the evening. And I know that it's not a quarterback stat, wins and losses or whatever, but our quarterback doesn't play very good in prime time. He just doesn't.
Could make the argument that in primetime you're typically playing better teams too. I think that has a lot.
I think that's part of it for sure. It's and obviously you could make the argument that the team he had on the Redskins was absolute dog shit.
Yeah,
they lost most of their games because they were trash.
Yeah, and this one was a 325 game. There was no primetime here. It's you can shit the bed at any time.
I'm more talking about the one coming up because the thing that really scares me about the game with the Patriots is It's 7:20 p.m., which that is well past Kirko's fucking bedtime, right?
I've got it on good authority. He's going to take a nap.
Well, he better not fucking eat family turkey early. That's all I'm saying. Cryptomine or whatever. And then again, Belichick has only lost to us once. And it was in an overtime game that he should have won.
We're going to move on from football into football, but it's a news story. Let this be a cautionary tale to any of you who feel like you want to coach youth or high school sports. I have a way you should not be doing it. Here we go.
Also tonight, the former high school football coach at Peyto High is facing charges of being sexually inappropriate with students.
Uh-oh. The football coach was getting a little handsy.
Did you hear about what happened with the fucking Cardinals coaching staff?
No.
So big thing, and nobody knows what the fuck happened with it, but an offensive line coach and somebody else were fired off the Cardinals after that Monday night loss to the Niners, and footage on Hard Knocks is being taken out of the fucking show.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what the fuck they were doing in Mexico City, but shit got lit.
Something bad happened. If they're removing footage, that's never good.
Yeah, they fired an offensive line coordinator, and there was some other guy that got fired that was on the coaching staff, and then they edited out the Hard Knocks footage from it, and that's all we know right now.
That's usually felonious. That usually means you committed some kind of a crime. Because they say that.
If it's in Mexico City and you were drunk and caught, because the thing about that, I don't know if you watched Monday night's game, but there were a lot of there were a lot of Niners fans in attendance. So if you're a coach cocking off to I don't know, man. Sometimes the thing I learned in doing comedy shows down in Mexico is that a lot of Mexican men are not to be fucking trifled with.
Yeah, right.
There's just there's a more serious honor code than in America you can get away. I kind of learned that here in Texas too when I had that gun pulled on me in that bar fight, right?
Yeah.
You can do a little bit of cocking off most of the country, but there's areas that you just better mind your own fucking business. And an American in Mexico City is one of them.
Yeah, I think. Usually deleting footage and stuff like that is saved for Chris Benoit type shit. So it'll be interesting to see what happened there. But anyway, back to this story.
Appropriate with students. Lonnie Teagle abruptly resigned a month ago when he learned he was under investigation. Details.
By the way, never good. Whenever someone goes, "Hey, Lonnie, you're under investigation." Well, I quit. What?
What?
We didn't even tell you what you're under investigation for. Yep, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
Fucking off. Thanks, guys. Can I draw my pension? You know what? I don't need it. You guys keep it. I'm just going to skedaddle. I feel like I got to get a head start anyway.
I just looked real quick. It's their assistant coach, too, by the way. Their offensive line and their assistant coach.
Okay.
Their investigation. Details about what police say happened just now surfacing. And according to court documents, the allegations stem from reports from 2 female students that were made in October. They told investigators Teagle made inappropriate comments. They say it escalated into him spanking them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but did they fuck up the plays?
Right. Was it a congratulatory spank? Was it just, did they maybe help out? Did they suggest that he call a play and it worked out? And he went, "Hey, good game." Or was it more, "You've been naughty and you spilled in the lunchroom. Come get your punishment"? Was it like a good hustle slap on the ass? Right. I think the moral of the story here is when in doubt, don't spank the teenage co-ed's ass. If you're a coach.
I think that's terrible advice.
I'm just trying to save some jobs. That's all. Just trying to be a job creator over here.
Court documents also reveal 3 other students came forward with complaints. And we've also learned that Teagle faced complaints from his previous job in Denton ISD, where he allegedly made an inappropriate comment about a student's chest.
Oh, no. So this guy's
becoming increasingly hard to defend.
Yes, this guy is he's coaching football, but at the same time, he's looking at some fucking tits. This guy's got time to call plays and look at some titties.
An attorney
Check out the tits coming in on this one.
Yeah.
Don't we spank you?
Hey, you see the tits on the quarterback's new girlfriend? I think this is going to be good for morale.
Schools told us they found no red flags during the hiring process. We also reached out to Teagle and his attorney, and they declined to comment.
Well, yeah.
Weird.
Hey, you're accused
The
of
guy that's basically been fucking with kids 2 different places and then quit when you accused him of has nothing to say to the media. Weird.
Yeah, imagine that. He doesn't want to talk to anyone after they said, hey, you're being investigated for spanking teenage girls. Well, I quit.
He's too busy trying to find another job in a different school district.
Yeah, the school is shocked. They're like, nobody just quits that quickly.
Okay, but I have a question. How good of a coach is he? What's the record?
Right, yeah. I mean, if you're winning state championships, they might tell those girls, hey, how about you shut the fuck up until next semester?
Yeah.
No, but if you're
This was supposed to be a rebuilding year. Shut up and take your spankings.
Look, if you're 2-6, I mean, they're going to just cut you loose. Black Ornament says, none of us have any idea what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to football. Well, aren't you lucky we moved on then? Shane F. says, Vikings' remaining schedule is totally tougher than it looks. Pats ain't no joke. The losers ain't motivated to tank. Don't tell me that. Let's only say nice things and make me feel comfortable. Cordless says,
I think we're fine, and I've been very critical this whole time. I think we're fine, buddy.
Cordless says, female students, dumbass. He is a male coach. I know, dumbass. That's what we were talking about. Cordless. Come on. Do better, buddy. Frank Nutterbutter says, wait, he's an adult coach touching girls? That's gross. Yeah. Spanking them on the ass and talking about their titties. Oh, God. Mr. Approachable says, timeout, ref. The cheerleaders are about to do that jumpy thing they do. It's like, Coach, we cannot keep calling timeout.
He throws the review flag. I'm just trying to look at the cheerleaders' titties.
He throws the review flag out to the referee and he looks at the band.
We didn't even call a play. What?
Yeah. He throws the challenge flag and he looks at the band. He goes, all right, now play something upbeat, like kind of hip-hop-ish. Come on, something to twerk to. Girls, cheerleaders.
Hey, jump.
Cheerleaders, team's feeling down. We need some momentum. Let's go. Bounce up and down for them. They need it. 5-0 in the 320 says, you're saying there will be a coaching opening. Yeah, and apparently the bar's going to be set really low. So
you don't want that job. It's full of kid narcs.
Yeah, it's a bunch of rats on that team. Why would you want that gig?
Like the Singletary. Don't want them. Can't win with them. They're narcs.
$235 away from today's goal. If you feel like contributing, it is our final live morning show of the week. There is the Streamlabs and the PayPal. If you feel like chipping in, $235 away from today's goal. We're going to tack on an extra half hour of show. Should we knock that goal out? Speaking of sports, the World Cup is going on right now in Qatar, and I tell you what, I wish that in America, as sports crazy as we can be, I wish we would get as nuts as the rest of the world did over soccer, because they're shutting down countries.
Well, this is the biggest sport in the world. I mean, here's the reality for me, right? I'm not a big soccer guy. I never really have been. I love going to soccer games. Like, I am of the belief, and I'm sure you'll come along with me, sports, it doesn't really matter what the sport is. If you're there watching it live, it can be awesome.
Can be. Like, I can't stand hockey, but if I go to a hockey game, I'm entertained.
Like, hockey's a great one. I do not, I will catch 2 or 3 hockey games during the playoffs if the Wild are in. That's my extent of hockey fandom. But if I can go to a hockey game, I'll go to a hockey game. It's a lot of fun.
It is.
And even in Minnesota, the Minnesota United Football Club is very, very good this last year. In Austin, they have Austin FC, and I went to a couple of games this year, and it's so much fun to be there in person.
Yeah.
And the World Cup is, that's the Olympics for soccer. This sport that the entire world is into, on a level that we are into American football. Like, that's what this is, and it's so hard to even give a shit about it.
Well, Saudi Arabia, this is what I mean with the World Cup, like all these countries. I want to do this in Minnesota. If we have a governor with some balls, I want the governor of Minnesota, if the Vikings end up going to or winning, if the Vikings win the Super Bowl, I want it to be declared a state holiday. Everybody gets the day off. We get to have a parade, the whole deal. I don't think it's too much to ask, because Saudi Arabia has actually declared today a public holiday so that everyone can celebrate their World Cup win over Argentina. They won against Argentina, and now today is going to be a national public holiday in Saudi Arabia. People just get the day off, don't do anything, shut off the whole country, and fuck off and celebrate.
As it should be, because again, I don't expect you to know this or not, but like Argentina has maybe the greatest soccer player who's ever played on their team. The fact that they're losing it all is ridiculous.
Is it still Ronaldo?
No, it's Messi.
Oh, okay. See, I don't.
Ronaldo's the other one that's very, very good, but like Messi is that like Argentina has Messi, and like the fact that they're losing at all is crazy. And America might actually get out of the first group again for only like the second time in fucking whatever.
How little does this country give a shit about soccer that we're sitting here, the World Cup's on. Countries are taking the entire day off, and America's like, we might make it out of pool play this time.
I mean, America's like, oh, that's cool. We get 3 football games on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, how about you suck my dick with that World Cup shit? We got football to watch.
And hockey's back, so fuck you.
Yeah,
and NBA. Like, we're all full on sports here, guys.
Yeah. Caligula with $10 says, I can't get into soccer and football. Oh, they'd better pull up their soccer/football. I think they mean the soccer version. Anyway. Oh, they'd better pull up their socks now. They're down by a goal and there's only 74 minutes left to play. No thanks. Yeah, look, man, it's hard to watch.
Soccer is like the flopping is what I like just get turned off on. Like soccer is another one of those sports too where it plays well in highlights. You can watch a highlight of a soccer game. It's fine.
Right.
Well, the amount of flopping, I mean, it's like LeBron James just watched soccer because it looks like a bunch of LeBron Jameses.
It is. They're really bad. Like it's step on the toe, act like you got hit by a landmine. And then it works though. They do it because they'll go, oh, Jesus Christ. And then the referee will go, oh, that's a yellow card. I saw that. That was terrible. It's they've got some compilations though where like the players will do it right in front of the referees and the referees just stop and stand there with their arms out and going, bro, what are you doing? Like this, that one I've seen. I understand it's a part of the game, but this is embarrassing for you. Worst soccer flops, most hilarious bad flops and dives in sports. Nah, let's just do soccer. Let's see now that guy. The guy in the red didn't even get touched, and he went down.
And it's like that all the time, where nobody gets touched and then it's on the ground flopping. It's so hard to watch because like that. To me, I can get down with soccer, and like when I lived in Germany, I went to a lot of soccer games because Bundesliga, like the German league Munich, is very, very good, and the live events of it are amazing. But the flops, and one of the things that's kind of cool is in Germany, if a player flops like that, the crowd boos them.
Yeah.
So like they did like it was kind of a thing where they made fun of anybody that came in and flopped. And the home team never really did it. And I got spoiled because then every other time I went to a fucking soccer game, it was this bullshit. Like, look at that.
Yeah. I think goals are so rare in soccer that if you can sprint towards the goal and a guy puts a hand on you, you flop like crazy to see if you can get that penalty kick and get yourself a goal. I mean,
that's the thing. If you can score 1 goal off a penalty kick, that could be the game.
Right. So, yeah, try to sell it if you can. But, I mean, there's... In most of these highlights we're seeing, there is either a referee or a player standing over the guy going, dude, have some fucking dignity. What are you doing?
And these are all from probably like the same 3 games. I mean, that
guy could have kicked that ball into the goal. Instead, he decided to flop because the goalie touched his foot. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, I can't get into a sport where this is happening all the time. It's kind of destroyed basketball for me, too.
Yeah, I would say this. It's absolutely destroyed basketball for me. And that's why I won't hear any more of that bullshit with like, oh, LeBron James is one of the best. Like, could you imagine LeBron James doing half of what he does with like the bad boy Pistons or like Patrick Ewing era shit? Like they would fucking elbow the fuck out of him. Could you imagine him trying to catch a flop while Charles Barkley was in the paint?
Yeah. Or like, Charles Oakley and shit like that. Like, I don't know. That, like, those guys back then didn't have the athleticism that players do now, but these guys do not have the toughness.
Hockey, I'll tell you, hockey is not far behind with the flopping too, by the way.
Oh, is that getting bad
like
too?
If you Google like worst hockey flops, I bet you'll see, because like I have noticed distinctly in the last like 2 or 3 years, more and more flops have come to hockey. Basketball, it's been bad for about, I want to say like 5 to 6 years, maybe longer. But it's starting to come into hockey, and it's like, God, will you just fucking play the goddamn game? And that's one thing that I will say about football is that American football, like, we have flops, but I don't blame the football players, because I'm convinced nobody knows what the fuck pass interference even is anymore.
I'll say this about pass interference. I feel like we're now getting into an era where the refs are starting. I don't know if it's a agreed upon thing or a silent coincidence, but it seems like they're really letting them play on the pass interference stuff a little more this year.
I don't know. I just see it not consistent at all. It seems like they'll pick a team and let that team play. Like I mean, even that fucking last game against the fucking Cowboys, like there were 2 early calls that like were ticky tacky, and then we get hit with a call that was even like nothing.
See, like I
thought they also had that fucking that catch that wasn't a catch.
Oh yeah. Then you had like the Buffalo game where they just let us play all day.
Yeah, the Buffalo game, they were like, we're not calling anything. Get out there.
Yeah, there needs to be a more uniform.
But again,
standard.
there's another game where like 2 catches they didn't even call.
Yeah, at least one. At least that one on the sidelines. Yeah. 225 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Poop is lube. You and Corey probably agreed that Ed Donatel needs to go. I like the defense we run. I get it. I understand it. I just know that it's high risk. It's a high risk defense.
In a perfect world, like if I could just paint a perfect world, I would have had Zim step down to be defensive coordinator. Now I understand that would never have happened because I think the offense is clearly way better with him gone, right? I don't think anybody's arguing that. I do. And I even like 2 weeks ago, I told you that like I've come around on this coach. I'm very interested to see though, because this will be the medal of the new coach. What does a new coach do with a really bad loss? Because even our other loss again, like is the Eagles, but it wasn't. Yeah, we lost, but it wasn't like this. I mean, this we got our fucking noses rubbed in it.
But didn't we lose like 38-13 to the Eagles?
This last game against Dallas is the second worst loss in franchise history.
What was the worst? Come on.
I think it was against the Packers, right?
No. The 2000 NFC Championship game, 41-0 to the New York Giants. Most brutal loss in Vikings history. I don't know if it's the biggest.
I'm pretty sure the Niners beat us by a bigger differential though. We did score, but they got like 57 on us.
I remember 41-0 in my lifetime. That was the worst one. But
yeah, that one was fucking garbage. When we're just like, oh yeah, it's this.
Well, and we were making a run. We're like, we're going to the Super Bowl. We got Randy Moss, Dante Culp. We're gonna fuck these Giants up. They're not any good. That was the guarantee. This team is going to the playoffs, Giants, and they ate our shit. The Eagles only beat us 24-7. They let up off the gas.
I mean, that's not like. It's still bad. It's all bad.
Yeah. I think anything over 2 scores is bad. That's for sure. Let's continue on here. Speaking of former athletes, Herschel Walker. We mentioned him earlier.
The erection is for the people.
With the erection is for the people thing. Well, he maybe had this on the mind. A new accuser has come forward with fresh relationship claims.
Oh, my God.
This guy could not stop putting his dick in people. Herschel Walker loves 2 things, running for Senate and sticking his dick in some strange.
1984, San Francisco, 51-7.
44 points. Okay, so that's climbing the ladder.
St. Louis, 56-14 and 63, and then 41-0 Giants. But those are playoff games. In regular season, I think is what they were saying.
Okay.
It's the second worst.
The second woman to allege that she was, this isn't just a relationship either. Guess what? It's the go-to Herschel Walker move. Guess what else she's accusing him of?
Getting an abortion?
The abortion. Oh, no. Could this election be more about abortion? The second woman to allege that she was pressured into having an abortion by Herschel Walker, the Republican nominee in Georgia's hotly contested U.S. Senate race. On Tuesday.
Do you think the Debs were like sitting on this one?
Yes.
Like, well, you know what? We should wait for one of them just in case there's a runoff.
I do think that. I 100%, after everything that's happened the last few years, I 1,000% that I believe that nothing happens in politics unless it's like planned and plotted and they want it to happen. And in this case, I think
they just literally saved a bullet for this.
Yes. They had a woman come to them and go, oh, Herschel Walker asked me to get an abortion too. And shut up. What do you mean?
We'll get to you.
Don't you want us to go public? No, we got enough to beat him. And even if we don't, there's going to be a runoff. If we don't get 50%, we have to save you for the runoff election. I mean, at some point, even though this is like personal stuff, it's got to hurt you with the voters, because it does just kind of like, you're like, oh, I would vote for this guy because I'm a Republican, but he really is just a giant piece of shit. And like, even I got to draw the line somewhere.
They were saying too, like, what's really interesting is this runoff election. They're saying is like nobody has any idea what's going to happen.
Right.
Because they were saying a bunch of people just showed up to vote. What's her name? Stacey Abrams out.
Yeah.
So those people won't show up. And then Chase Oliver, the Libertarian Party, they were asking him who he endorses. And he says, nobody. That's why I fucking ran.
Oh, so he's not throwing his weight behind. Because
they go, who do you think your people should vote for on election day? He goes, I think they shouldn't. He literally said that as a guy that was in the election. It's fucking amazing.
Because if he throws his weight behind Herschel Walker, Herschel's got enough to win.
Well, he took 2.1%. He is the literal margin of why they're having the runoff.
Yes.
So if people aren't showing up to get Stacey Abrams up because she's gone, and then that 2% doesn't show up, who knows how many of those votes were there only to get, like people that were like, oh, we got to get Stacey Abrams out. All right, I guess I'll vote for Herschel Walker anyways. Like, this could be like a super low turning out runoff election that nobody has any idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just, hey, why did Brian Kemp get so many more votes than Herschel Walker? Because he wasn't paying for bitches' abortions. That's why.
That's right.
In the Bible Belt. It's the fucking Bible Belt, and you were paying for abortions. They don't let that shit go.
Pro-abortion. It's not even that. It's the guy who is like pro-life is paying for abortion.
Right. The Republican nominee in Georgia's hotly contested U.S. Senate race on Tuesday presented previously unseen letters. Oh, no. We have letters, we have audio recordings, and pages of her personal diary.
Yeah, they for sure were sitting on those audio recordings.
Yeah, that she said were evidence of their relationship, which he has denied. At a press conference in Los Angeles organized by her lawyer, you guys going to get this one? A woman accusing a man of a sexual improprieties. Her lawyer is... Corey, you can play too if you want to, but I want to see if anyone in the chat gets it. This is like...
Trans.
What's that?
Trans.
No, not trade. No, the name of the lawyer, a very famous lawyer, and especially for women who are having issues with men in the workplace and stuff like 50 and the 320 just yells Jew. No, guys, I mean,
that was going to be my second guess.
I meant a specific person. There we go. Dave S. Gloria Allred. Yeah. Gloria Allred is her lawyer. Why wouldn't you get Gloria Allred?
Wait, Gloria Allred's a Jew?
Okay, you know what? You're just proving I have a sickness now because now I have to Google it.
You're going to anyways.
Although she is Jewish, Allred does not consider herself particularly religious. It could have been this. Her employer, her law firm, Allred, Morocco, and Goldberg. Oh, I guess I probably could have skipped the Google search.
Is it My Cousin Vinny?
Yeah, it's Joey Callow, actually.
There are tire tracks on Herschel's face.
And anybody who's been stuck in the mud down here in Georgia knows. At a press conference in Los Angeles organized by her lawyer, Gloria Allred, the anonymous woman known only as Jane Doe. That's weird. That's the last woman he got an abortion for. That was her name, too. What are the odds?
You'd think you were protection after the first abortion with her.
Yeah. Came forward anew with a raft of fresh materials. She said she was doing so because she first aired her allegations last month and told the truth. He denied that he knew that I existed. Oh, so she has come forward before, and he said, I don't know that bitch. And then she's like, oh, yeah? Here's some recordings. The alleged new evidence, this is really bad. The alleged new evidence of the relationship between the woman and the former college football star. How fucking dare you? Former college football star, former superstar. He won the Cowboys multiple Super Bowls, and he didn't even have to play for the team.
He also tanked our franchise for years.
Pretty much until we drafted Randy Moss, right? I mean, we were going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like who was. Yeah, no, that's probably God. Is that accurate? God, that might be fucking accurate.
We were going to the playoffs before that, but never out of the first round. Like we go 9.
We weren't doing it with because I guess Chris Carter. Did we draft him? Yeah.
No, he was a waiver wire pickup because he was a drunk when he was in Philadelphia with the Eagles. Buddy Ryan cut him loose.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, because who else did we draft? Nobody. I guess.
I mean, you got
Culpepper.
John Randall was undrafted, I think. Culpepper? No, Culpepper was after
Moss.
Yeah, I mean, Randy Moss was like the guy who brought us back out of like 9-7, 8-8. Like we were signing like Warren Moon and Jim McMahon past their prime.
Yeah,
like, we were
yeah.
bad.
Eddie George, remember that?
No, we didn't have Eddie George.
Yeah, we did.
Thinking
didn't
of
we?
Jeff George.
Jeff
Yeah.
George. Jeff George.
If we would have
We
had
had
Eddie
George.
George. It would be fucking sweet.
Boy George.
No, yeah, you're right. It was Boy George. So anyway, the Herschel Walker thing, the alleged new evidence of the relationship between the woman and Herschel Walker include a voicemail, that's never good, recording in which Walker was purported to say to her, quote, guys, before I read this quote, I just want to congratulate Raphael Warnock on his runoff election victory. I'm sure he will make a fine senator for the state of Georgia. Herschel Walker on the voicemail said, quote, "This is your stud farm calling, you big sex puppy, you."
I mean, now he's got my vote.
Yes, maybe that's what's going to turn it around. Jane Doe,
Georgia, dude. Who the fuck's gonna, dude? That's relatable.
Jane Doe also read out a letter which she said had been written by Walker to her parents. Oh, fuck. "I do love your daughter, and I'm not out to
Also,
hurt."
when he was in college.
No, this is former college. They're just calling him former college football star. This isn't when he was in college.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Jane Doe also read out a letter in which she said was written by Walker to her parents. Quote, "I do love your daughter, and I'm not out to hurt her. She has been a strong backbone for me through all of this," the letter said. Oh, boy. The new allegations surfaced just as early voting is set to begin in the runoff election for a Georgia seat in the U.S. Senate between Walker and incumbent Raphael Warnock. Asked whether she was coming forward with a new round of allegations in order to influence the election, she said, "Voters can make their own decision. All I can do is tell the truth." It's a very political way of saying yes. Are you doing this to influence the election? Fucking of course I am. He wanted me to have an abortion. You think I want this guy to be the... What's wrong with saying that, by the way? Why do you have to act like that's such a scummy thing to say? Like, yes.
Because you're walking around screaming pro-life shit.
Well, I mean, like, if you're her and people are like, "Oh, are you just doing this to influence the election?" She'd be like, "Yeah, what the fuck if I am?" But yeah, he's a piece of shit. I don't want him to be U.S. Senator, and I'm telling you guys what he did to me. That feels fair. I don't see why that's a bad thing. The unnamed woman initially raised her claims on October 26th that she was pressured into an abortion. She alleged that she had an intimate relationship with Walker for 6 years while he was playing for the Dallas Cowboys, and that he paid her to have an abortion in 1993, driving her to the clinic. Do you want a senator that handles his fucking business?
He drove her to the clinic.
Oh, he was going to make sure that she didn't keep that Herschel Walker seed in her. Boy, I tell you, Herschel does not like wearing a condom or pulling out, boy. He likes to just bury it deep and give you a ride to Planned Parenthood. His punch card was full. Margaret Sanger would come to his birthday parties. Just, "Herschel, we want to thank you for all the support you've given us over the years." Walker rebutted the claim, saying, "I'm done with this foolishness. I've already told people this is a lie, and I'm not going to entertain it." "Oh, yeah, really? Hey, Herschel, there's a call for you. It's the stud farm, you big sex puppy, you."
Yeah, hey, sex puppy. Line 2.
Hey, sex puppy, I know you're done with it, but this girl wants to talk to you. At Tuesday's press conference, Jane Doe read passages of what she said were her personal diaries from 1993 in the days immediately after she learned she was pregnant. In one extract, I think it should be excerpt, but whatever, Walker is alleged to have told her that the pregnancy was probably his fault since he had very high levels of testosterone. Oh, old humble brag Herschel. "Oh, baby, that's probably my baby. You know, I shoot crazy shotgun loads. I got high testosterone."
How many more bullets do you think they have on him? Like, do you think we'll get another one before it happens?
Dude, it's going to be like a fucking advent calendar with this guy. It's just every day. Every day.
Every piece of chocolate is the morning after pill?
Yeah, every piece of chocolate is either the morning after pill or another recording of him getting someone in a board. The next one's just going to be, they're going to open the advent calendar and go, "It's just a sucking sound that he recorded from the abortion."
This one says "do it yourself" and it has a coat hanger.
In a second, that's how you know it was after Roe v. Wade was overturned. In a second passage, she wrote that Walker, quote, has about gone off the deep end over this whole thing. He thinks that by not having the baby, we do have a future chance for happiness, that we can grow strong again together. Yeah, really, nothing tells a woman that you're in it for the long haul like slaughtering their child.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you guys, I really don't think, Herschel, that this is working out the way you think it is. Baby, I love you so much, I want to murder our offspring together. I tell you what, Herschel, you're a real charmer. Just like on the football field, you zig when everyone thought you were going to zag. Allred read out what she said was a signed declaration from a friend of Jane Doe's, in which she recalled her confiding to her in 1993 that she was pregnant and that Walker had been the partner. Several years later, the friend said in her declaration, quote, she confessed to me that she had in fact had an abortion in 1993 and that Walker had personally driven her to the clinic. Now, the first woman you remember who accused him of this, she had the fucking the check. Like, she had the actual check that Herschel had written.
I mean, that's the whole problem, right? No hard evidence here.
Yeah, right. You big sex puppy, you.
This is your sex puppy.
Caligula with $5 says, what's worse, the Dems don't actually give a fuck about this. It's political posturing to them, and they don't care about her. Well, yeah, I mean, Republicans don't give a fuck about Joe Biden's mental health or Hunter Biden's addiction either.
Yeah, why is that worse? That's politics. Nobody gives a shit about any of this stuff.
Yeah. Nobody cares that anyone's okay. It's all concern trolling so they can get that person out and their person in.
Yeah.
Like all of them.
Nobody gives a fuck about any of it.
They're all soulless sociopaths. You know, it's just the Democrats just have. It's funny. They're like, oh, the Democrats don't actually give a shit. Yeah. And when a Republican has a Democrat bent over a barrel next time, they're not going to give a shit either. They don't care about the women or like, even if you told Gloria Allred, like, you don't really care about that woman, Allred would probably go, yeah, no shit. But hey, money's money. I'm a lawyer. What the fuck do you want from me? I'm not a priest. Jive Turkey says he paid for it and he drove her. Aw, what a gentleman. Guy Sartell says, seems like a nice guy. Backfiring on him now. Ride and even paid for it. Fucking Herschel. You know, some people open doors for women. Some buy him nice dinners. He's going to put a baby in you and pay to have it ripped out of there. What a charmer. Old Herschel Walker. You guys may have heard Todd Crisley, the Crisley Knows Best guy. If you watch pro wrestling in the last 20 years, you've seen commercials for this fucking idiot's show. The first time I saw a commercial for Crisley Knows Best, and he had this wife and these kids, I'm watching the previews. I've never watched an episode of the show, but watching the previews, I would always just shout at my TV, why doesn't his family know he's gay? How does his family not know that this man is clearly a homosexual? And it would drive me nuts. The show would be on year after year, and he's on there going, I just love my family, and they're just the most wonderful peaches I know this side of Georgia, and my wife is a wonderful person. I'm like, he's sucking a guy's dick. There's no doubt he's
wanted to say peaches with that accent.
I really did. Like, you don't need to out me. I'm not ashamed. But this guy, I'm just
one more time.
I'm just telling you guys right now that I'm looking at this man ass like it's just a big old juicy Georgia peach.
That's some good old back pussy.
That's just, I tell you what, there's nothing like a sweaty man ass crack to just get me all fired up to do my reality show. So anyway, Todd Crisley and his wife have now been sentenced to prison for some loan scams they were running, some bank fraud, tax evasion, things like that. But my favorite part of the story is that Todd Crisley was caught because he was butt fucking the guy partner in this whole scam, and he ended up outing Crisley to the authorities, not just financially, but sexually as well.
You gotta love when that shit happens.
Oh, it's so nice. I like it when a guy who's trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes gets caught. Like, to me, a gay guy pretending to have a family so he can have a multi-millionaire reality show and then getting caught balls deep in a guy's asshole is just as great to me as like those politicians who vote anti-gay on everything. And then they're
the more anti-gay you are, the more likely you are to be gay, right?
Oh yeah, and then he had himself out there as, a family man and just my wife and the kids, and his wife and him basically just had a business relationship where they just defrauded a bunch of banks. Like, here, I'm going to play this clip for you guys. You tell me if you could have seen Crisley's gay man-ass affair as part of his bank fraud. You tell me if you could have seen it coming, because if I hear one person hear about Todd Crisley's gay lover exposing him and leading to his prison time, if I hear them respond with, oh my God, that surprises me, I'm going to backhand them with a mackerel. We just got a 30-second ad running here, Corey. Then we'll unmute the thing. Then we'll fire up this story. All right, here we go. Todd Crisley. This is a clip from their show. Oh, Daily Mail being Bucky today.
This is my closet. Things
looks like a big one you can hide in there, Todd. Just
Yeah, it's weird that you came out of it.
yeah.
are organized by season. Something that's not right here, and this should not be here. In a year,
So he's got a Gucci a box there that he's taken out. He's got his clothes in a giant closet organized by season, and nobody on USA ever during that show's filming went, cut. Todd, you got us here celebrating your family and everything else? Yeah, why? You're gay. What do you mean I'm gay?
He's got a wife and kids. He's not gay. Come on.
Just say you're gay.
That's all we wanted from Todd Crisley.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I just organize. What do you mean I'm gay? I've just got some Gucci shoes and I've got a giant walk-in closet and I've separated all my suits by season. Right.
That's pretty hetero, though.
Yeah, there's nothing more hetero than that.
probably spend $300,000, sometimes more, just on clothing. I approve every piece of clothing that our children wear.
Her shorts are too big. They need to be smaller.
Smaller or larger, they still look like ass.
Okay, Daddy. Thank you very much.
And if there's anyone in this family who knows what ass looks like, it's your dad. What, Dad? Nothing. They kept having to cut scenes on Crisley Knows Best because he kept saying gay shit. And they're like, Todd, this is going to give it away. You have to stop. Oh, I'm sorry.
He actually looks a lot like you.
No, he does not. I look nothing like Todd Crisley.
Well, you sound like him and you act like him.
Well, that's just because my accent.
You fold your stuff the same way.
Yeah, yeah. I'm known for how I dress, 100%.
Crisley & Company is a department store that we're branding after our family. It's not just...
Right, because all straight men open their own clothing stores. It's totally not...
Don't forget to go to Steel Toe Entertainment and get your clothes.
Yeah, your T-shirts and your hoodies. I'm a real gay fashion maven.
Apparel. It's a lifestyle brand. There's a lot of ego involved with Crisley & Company.
So there's the 30-second clip from Crisley Knows Best. See, now, if we were in court and this was like a Saudi Arabian "Are you gay" court, I would play that clip. And
look at how unhappy that woman looks to be next to him, too.
Oh, yeah. Like, she always has to take it in the shitter. That's not fun. Once in a while, sure. But like,
we have, like, the kids are only from anniversary when he actually, like, fucked her pussy.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, that one was a mistake. Oh, you weren't trying to have kids? No, I was trying to stick it in her asshole, and I was too drunk. That was my fault. But the Todd Crisley thing, if I was having like one of those trials in Saudi Arabia to determine if someone's gay, I'd play that 30-second clip after my opening statement, and they'd go, what's your next item, counselor? I'd go, what? What do you mean my neck? That's it. Like, I rest.
That's it. That's all I got.
You needed more? Like, I have a lot more. I have every season downloaded, but I thought that you would just need... I mean, I was half expecting you to interrupt me halfway through the video to just yell guilty. I don't even know why we're still here. Caligulov says, I forgot this dude existed until this case happened. Yeah, he I think is going to jail for 12 years, and his wife is going for 7.
Damn.
Yeah. Marriage.
That's got to be really good for him, right? I mean, think of how much like fucking back pussy he'll pick up in the brink.
Oh God, yeah, he'll be fine. He'll get taken care of. Yo, man, I hear you like to organize your clothes by season. Like, oh shit. He just bends over. He's like Andy Dufresne. He's like, let's get this over with.
No, he's not even like that. They're like, we're going to rape you. Please, I haven't had action in years. And just like bends over for him. It's not even, let's get this over with. It's let's get it on. It's like, he's like fucking Bruce Buffer. He just pulls down his pants and go, it's time.
Yo, Crisley, we going to rape you in prison. Rape? What do you mean? I've already taken anal nitrates.
Yeah. My safe word is ketamine.
My mouth is hanging open like a tired dog. I was waiting for you boys to get here.
I unhinged my ass's jaw for this.
I mean, if you guys are into like the whole rape fantasy thing, I can look back at you and go, no, don't. Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop.
He's in prison. He's like, oh, no, don't. This is definitely not exactly what I wanted.
This is not consensual. Please knock it off. No, don't you stop.
Beltrain says,
I said rape me harder, bitch.
Yeah, he starts slapping them. Beltrain goes, I need to pregnant you, my wife. Wear this football helmet backwards. King Cold says he's definitely on the receiving end. Yeah, and not complaining whatsoever. Enjoy your 12 years, Todd Crisley. His lawyer told him, we can get you out in 7. He's like, make it 11, please. I'm just like to stay here a little bit longer. Yeah.
Can I get some ketamine and some rubbers for Gen Pop?
Could you get that? Could you sneak that into the cantina for me? Thanks. The lawyer shows up to pick him up at jail, and it's like a kid who really likes school. They're like, all right, your term is up. I'm here to pick you up. Crisley's hanging onto the bars. No, I don't want to go. Yeah. No, don't make me leave. I want to stay.
There's like 5 guys. No, my wife.
Don't y'all take Crisley. It's going to be a cold, dark day in here. There's going to be less sunshine in the joint without Crisley's ass. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, am I getting a refund on my cigarettes? I paid for this motherfucker through the end of the month.
Who are we supposed to gang rape on movie night now?
Oh, God. Hey, former Senator Walker, you pipe down in there.
You're next.
And he's like, I fucking dare you. Oh, shit. 220 away from today's goal. We are halfway through today's show. 220 away from the goal. If you feel like chipping into Steel Toe, only $220 away from knocking out our goal for the entire week. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, it's very simple. We'll pull up steeltoeentertainment.com/shop. $250 contributed to this show in 1 week's time gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, our Steel Toe Morning Show hoodie, which is the thing everybody raves about when they get their VIP packages. But you also get automatic entry into a $100 drawing every single month, and you get 2 tickets to every live event we do, as well as when new merch items come out, you get a free copy that you get to claim sent right to your door for free. All part of being a VIP for Steel Toe. But at the moment, 220 away from our goal today. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal in the chat, as well as pinned to the top of the page. Super Chats and becoming a member counts as well. Also, if you have the membership, you're also in a $100 drawing at the end of the month. Oh, I got to take myself off the screen there once Corey's gone. Chico, welcome to the show, buddy. He says, you want a war? Hey, guys, let's take ourselves a little survey. Did y'all come here to see Chico? Or did y'all come here to see the Steel Toe Morning Show? Hey, Chico, one more for the bad guy. See? Chico and I are buddies. We're buddies. Citizen M says Stuttering John is live. I don't believe you. Stuttering John is taking off until January. Stuttering John is not live. There's no way. I'm going to look it up, but I'm sure you're wrong. Stuttering John, not live. You son of a bitch. You knew what you were doing. All right, let's continue on here. Interesting poll out of Iowa. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis got a 20-point boost with voters in the crucial primary state, while support for Donald Trump dropped by 26 points. In the newest poll in Iowa, Ron DeSantis is ahead of Donald Trump 32-30. Now, I don't think that this means that Ron DeSantis should run for president and he should primary against Donald Trump. I like Ron DeSantis. I think he would be a really good
0% chance.
Yeah, I think he would be a really good president. I think he'd do a good job. But I just think that running in a primary against Donald Trump, even if you win, you lose, because he's going to sandbag you. He's going to threaten to run third party. Even if he doesn't do that, the people who like him are going to think he got fucked over and it was stolen from him. They're going to turn on you. It's going to split the ticket, and the Democrats are going to win.
More importantly, you can sit back and be loved by Florida for another 4 years, and then come back and be the savior of the Republican Party.
Right. Donald Trump will Donald Trump's on a weird cycle to completely cripple and destroy the Republican Party. And the 2024 presidential election, I think, is going to be the last leg of that journey. And then it'll be Ron DeSantis will basically be buying a foreclosed house at a greatly reduced price and fixing it up. That's about it. Why Do I Podcast says, I just recorded John's radio appearance in Cedar Rapids. Well, send that shit over, Why Do I Podcast? I'd love to hear from Stuttering John Melendez. That would be great. But I don't think it matters that DeSantis has pulled ahead of Trump in these Iowa polls. If he runs against Trump, it's going to be a fucking
I don't think he's gonna.
No.
Again, I just don't see it happen. You can, for 4 years, you can stay in the state that worships you like the Messiah. You can let Trump do Trump things. And if Trump wins, fine. If he doesn't, fine. Because even if Trump wins, he can only do one more term, right? Because that's the limit.
Yeah. He can.
So you could sit back, and if Trump loses, you can come back in 2028 and be the guy that saves the Republican Party. Because DeSantis is young, too.
46 or something like that, 44. He's a really young guy.
That's 40 years too young to be president by current metrics.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're going to get to choose between two 80-year-olds if Biden runs again.
I'll tell you, man, I know pipe dream, whatever, but Justin Amash with Tulsi Gabbard libertarian ticket, just the fuck you vote that America will be ready to cast if it's Biden and Trump again.
Yeah, I think they'll get their usual 2 to 3%. I'm pretty black-pilled on America pulling the lever for a third party because I think
that they can get 5%. The 5% is the goal. It doesn't matter if they win or not. And I think Minnesota electing Ventura shows you that the fuck you vote, it's still there. It's there.
Yeah, that was 24 years ago, and Americans have just been scared shitless into if you don't vote for either of these two, you're throwing it away. And I look. Forgive me. I'm glad that you're optimistic. I don't believe in these people anymore. I just don't believe in them and their ability to pull the lever in that way. I hope you're right. I really do. I just don't. I've lost my belief in people to do those things. Oh, Ski Mask Collective says, hey, I'm doing a Thanksgiving version of the Sad Chad show from 2 to 4 p.m. If you join, that's great. I will send a link. Yeah, can't do it. Going to the Vikings game, but I do appreciate it. All right, here we go. Stut Joe Depot. John is live, and it is going about as well as you'd expect. Uh-oh. Did Stuttering John... Oh, this is the live stream, though. He's not going to be on still. I think he's done. Yeah. Fuck. I hate radio. So they're playing music on that station, which means Stuttering John's probably done. What the fuck? Where's this music coming from? I thought I muted it. There we go. Now I've muted it. All right. Sorry about that, guys. There we are. Carlos with 199 says Trump winning the primary equals Biden's second term. I'm not convinced they're going to run Biden because now even CBS...
Absolutely will.
But CBS is reporting on the laptop now, and they're starting to talk about all the terrible shit that's on the laptop. I have a feeling the Democrats are going to use that laptop to bury him so he doesn't run again.
No way. Never happened. He
Yeah.
just had a historic win for a president in the midterm, and they get to gaslight people into attaching his name to Obama, and they still have a guy that they believe moderate conservatives will come across the aisle to vote for, which kind of happened. And they have literally nobody fucking else. Who are they going to run with? Newsbomb? Newsbomb isn't doing shit.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're right about the libertarian ticket because that sounds Biden Trump 2 sounds like the most depressing election ever.
Sounds like the worst rematch in history.
Yeah. Cordless says, just got my Christmas bonus, still not donating to a free YouTube show. You make enough without my money. Well, you know what, Cordless, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that, buddy. Hey, just thank you for spreading the word and being a fan. 220 away from our goal. We have not earned Cordless's contribution yet, but hey.
Remember when him and I had that beef? The dude is always a prick.
We'll keep working to get your support, Cordless. I promise you, buddy. You're keeping me honest. That's what you're doing. Thank you very much to Gina with $15 over on PayPal. 205 away from our goal today. Thank you. Why do I podcast? He says, Chad is live streaming. I am recording. Very cool. He's been doing a lot of that lately. He's definitely, Gino Bisconte broke him yesterday. It was fucking, was that rough to watch? I mean, he flew off the handle. Oh, old Chad is, he's not handling being the new Stuttering John very well. And, they're saying Chad is live and he's talking about Gino. Oh, so he hasn't let that go. He went on a tear for like 15 minutes yesterday on because he doesn't do a show. He just goes live and reads his chat, and he's got like 15 people in it. And they're either writing Steel Toe rules, you should go on Steel Toe, this and that, or it's Gino Bisconte and they're fucking with him. And he just starts yelling and raging, and there's like no comedy in it. The guy's in the middle of kind of a breakdown, but it's a very funny breakdown. So I've kind of been enjoying it. And I know I know that you've been on good terms with him, so I'm not going to like do a big shit on Chad segment.
I mean, whatever. You can shit on him however you want. I don't really care. Like, he's just a friend of mine. I'm like, friends of mine can be crazy. Like, whatever.
Well, let's see. Okay, he's got 14 people watching. Let's check it out. Let's see what his chat's saying. His chat is usually very entertaining.
That's right, because I'm fighting the good war. I don't conform. I'm not a bitch like Gino, who ran over to Chrissy's side when he would talk nothing but nonstop shit about her and Frank. He's a fucking loser. I fight the war. I don't listen. I call out.
Oh,
they just don't like it, and I understand. It hurts. It hurts. So they send all their little minions.
Oh no. Dude, Citizen M, you fucking dick. He's in his chat. He goes, love you, Chad. How can we support you, brother? Citizen M, you're a fucking asshole. Dabbling Dope says, what war? You're a one-man team. This is actually making me like you more. Compound is trash, one guy says. Okay, so there are... one of the guys is at least, not giving him shit. There is that.
Thought you might be getting,
but you got to write shit in his chat, otherwise he doesn't have anything. You're more like Forrest Gump. That's not very nice. Yeah, well, look, we'll take a look at that later. It is what it is, Chad's having.
I will say having yourself on your own wall is always a warning sign, right?
That is always a warning sign. Yeah, it's Chico says send in Hipstar, man. Look, yeah, if what's his name? If Hipstar wanted to like get a reaction out of someone, he'd make a Chad video. I mean, we kind of giggled at Hipstar. And then Royce from Revenge of the Sis, he tried to go after them. He didn't even acknowledge it. You want to get a reaction out of someone? There you go. Yeah, the Chad stuff. Look, it's one thing to have a clip of someone where it's like a pre-recorded thing and you can timestamp it and go to the spots that are good. Watching someone's live stream on a live show is it's a fucking crapshoot. And it sounds like he's kind of melting down about the same thing. Why do I podcast?
What is the meltdown about? Like, I haven't really been paying attention.
Well, he stole.
Fuck you, Citizen M.
Citizen M says, Corey Adams, we love you, man. How can we support you, brother? It's the same fucking thing. All right.
The guy, he keeps inviting me, like he keeps acting like I won't be on his show or be interviewed, and then like never follows up either. He's just such a highbrow troll. I love it.
I don't think he has a show.
No, he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. That's why it's so funny.
That's why I love it.
He's like, oh, you still won't come on the show. And I'm like, I'll come on. And then he's just nothing.
Yeah, it's there is this this thing with Chad where a year and a half, 2 years ago, he stole a 77-year-old man's credit card from the gym he goes to. And he went to
Chad?
Yeah, and he went on like a white trash shopping spree with it. Like the internet had all of the. And then like he keeps.
I mean, that's objectively kind of funny.
It's very funny. It's very funny. Yeah. So then he started like shitting on other comics, and he's like, yeah, fuck you guys. Like he just started getting angry. So then they started making fun of his credit card arrest, and he's got some stalking charges and some DUIs and stuff, like just some really bad stuff on his record. So like he was mad that Compound Media and Anthony Cumia's people didn't book him, didn't use him, anything like that. So he started lashing out, and then Kevin Brennan kicked him off his podcast. So then Kevin and Anthony spent like an hour on Anthony's show just beating the shit out of Chad over the credit card thing, and Chad tried calling in. And you know, like when you're in an internet spiral and you don't handle it well and you just open yourself up for more mockery?
Yeah.
He kind of went that way. And like
weird, because like it's just again, and this is where I suspect like people are just acting different. Like he might have just been acting different because fucking Nick's around when I meet him, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, he was totally. I met him like 4 or 5 times. Totally cool, awesome, pretty fun guy to hang out with. Like nothing of curmudgeon-y. But you know, also that's years ago now at this point.
That's true. It's before all the credit card stuff and things like that. And you know, I mean, it's things happen. It changes someone, and we found him on our cringe, and we made fun of him one day. And he just and he did the worst thing you can do when someone just makes fun of you on the internet. He reacted, and he was really mad about it. And I went, and you know me, like I don't see any of these people as human beings even. They're just all kind of content. And I go, well, shit, if he's going to keep melting down and being funny, I'm going to watch it and giggle. And that's kind of where we're at with him now. But now it's like, and Chrissy Mayer's husband, Frank Pellegrino, credits this show with kind of starting the Chad thing. I can't say that because, like I said, I just found it on our cringe like anyone else could have. And now other people have watched our channel kind of do well with the Chad stuff. It's kind of like the Stuttering John thing. You know, I did a video on Stuttering John. It did really well. And then I realized, oh my God, all these other people have been making fun of Stuttering John. Holy shit, I jumped on some kind of bandwagon thing. And so I kind of moved on to Chad and tried to find other people because the Stuttering John thing was getting crowded. But now like a bunch of people are shitting on Chad because the word is
shitting on people on the internet will always get crowded. That's just the reality.
Right. And like the word is out that Chad reacts to it and he responds to it. And he does these live streams where he just yells about Gino for 25 minutes. And Corey, if you go watch him, it's just like he forgets to be funny. Like the problem with having a war with another personality is you have to remember to be funny. If you just start melting down and being angry, it gets old.
Yeah, and then you lose. That's the only way you lose.
Right, that's the only way you lose. So he's been going on. This is his second day in a row now. He usually doesn't live stream this often. This is the second day in a row where he's gone on and just been shouting about Gino. And Gino seems to be enjoying it.
So weird to me. I don't know. It's so weird when, like, again, because like I said, all the times I've met Chad, he's been nothing but awesome.
Yeah. And he's definitely on his best behavior when he's around bigger comics, because when he's on Kevin Brennan's show, he's not behaving this way. Like you said, when he's around Nick Swartzen, he's probably not behaving that way.
But I mean, the guy was like an opener for like Attell, Tosh, Swartzen, Ross, Silverman. Like, they wouldn't have him as their opener if he wasn't like fun to be around and funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not just being on his best behavior. Like, I think maybe COVID just changed him or something. I don't know.
We're stealing a 77-year-old man's credit card. I don't know.
I think that's hilarious. I think that's objectively, not only do I think that's funny, I think he probably got an extra 10 minutes in his act out of it.
No, he doesn't like anyone bringing it up.
Oh.
That's the other thing. Like, if you would own these things, if you would own the shortcomings and stuff, and like you said, no, you're absolutely right. He should have made a set about it. You know, he should have developed a whole thing in his act for it, but he just instead, the worst thing you can do as a public figure is go, nope, never happened, sweep it under the rug, never addressing it. Because again, then the book gets out on you. But here,
I'll them out. They don't like it.
He's doing the same thing.
They don't like it. I'm not playing ball. I'm not like.
Uh-oh, Corey, this isn't good. I see at least 2 steel toe people in the chat. Scott Staska is in there. Oh no, guys.
Scott's a good guy to have in there though, because Scott is objectively pretty funny.
Yeah, Citizen M is in there. Dabbling Dope is in there. That's another one that's. Oh, and then that's all the chat that's going. Oop. That's what we saw before when we were on there. All right. Yeah. So, Why Do I Podcast is recording it. I don't want to, get in a, rely on Chad live stream loop for content. That's not a winning strategy. Thank you very much to Tee Up for your day off. Thank you, Brad. And thank you, Daniel, for $20 a piece. Appreciate that. 185 away from today's goal. All right. That knocked me that knocked me off balance for a little bit, finding out that poor Chad's going live and shouting about Gino again. Oh, best of luck. This was the one we were going to get to next. Benjamin Watson. Remember Benjamin Watson, the old Patriots tight end?
Yeah.
He was a guy you could always pick up in the late rounds of a fantasy draft, and he would,
Yeah, he was always there with like Frank Wycheck for like ever.
Right. You get like 5-6 points out of him. He was dependable.
He was a good alternate for like till you could figure out who the star rookies were going to be.
Exactly. Well, Benjamin Watson does a show for we have the Big Ten network here for the Gophers. They have an SEC network. And Benjamin Watson is one of the analysts for the SEC network. And we kind of had a Will Smith, Chris Rock moment on the SEC halftime report of the Vanderbilt, Florida game. It wasn't full on slap the shit out of the guy on the air, but it was pretty bad. This is Benjamin Watson is right.
No, I know all about the SEC now because every time I'm walking around and I put my glasses up on my head, I get people here telling me "fuck LSU." I'm like, okay.
The purple and gold.
Purple and gold. So they think it's an LSU hat. And I'm like, it's not.
Aren't they Big 12 in Texas? What do they give a fuck?
There's a big rivalry between them and Texas for some reason because they're not even in the same. I don't understand either. I think it's because Louisiana is right next to Texas.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I see that.
Like it's like Louisiana and Texas are kind of similar to like Wisconsin and Minnesota. If Wisconsin and Minnesota is like a tongue-in-cheek rivalry because we all kind of know it's the same fucking place. Right. Like, yeah, Minneapolis, Milwaukee are different, but you get into like rural Wisconsin, rural Minnesota, kind of the same place. But in Texas and Louisiana, they just fucking hate each other for some reason. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's so funny. Everybody's always like, fuck LSU. And I'm like, yeah, all right. And then they're just like, what? I don't fucking care.
It is
Talk
funny.
shit about the Gophers, see what happens.
Yeah, it is funny to think about, like, even in the NFL, like, Louisiana and Texas aren't in the same division. Why is that? Like, New Orleans is in a different division than San Francisco, or not San Francisco. Fucking, like, they're in Houston, then Dallas. Like, none of them are close to each other. Like, they're not in the same division. That's weird. You'd think they would be. But anyway, Benjamin Watson in the blue, right there. Focus on him. They're just having a little friendly banter about their suits, about the clothes they're wearing. One of the analysts decided to take it to street level. And you get one of those famous television instant commercial breaks, which are never good. And then when they come back from the commercial break, we get a bit of an explanation. Here we go. This is Benjamin Watson on the SEC halftime report.
Wait, did you not get the memo on the suits? We all went dark today. You're like Easter service.
Y'all kind of leave me out. But man, as long as I get the text from my wife that says I look good.
Oh, really?
So send me the text, babe. Send me the text.
That's not the one she sent me.
So the white guy on the far left, as he says, as long as I get the text from my wife that says I look good, and then he says,
it's not the text you sent me.
That's not the text that she sent me. Here we go. Cut to highlights.
Outdoors.
Commercial live TV.
15 to 6.
Live TV.
And then they go to commercial. Now we're cutting back. Uh-oh. And now there are 2 of them sitting there. So before there were 4, the one guy made the comment about his wife sending him a different text. And now all of a sudden, Benjamin Watson and that guy are off screen. Ruh-roh.
Oh.
Do you think somebody got a little more than a talking to during the commercial break?
Probably got his ears boxed.
Well, let's see if they come back and they're good friends. Let's see if there's a return here or if these 2 have to finish it out.
Welcome back to the Farm Rich halftime report. Just you and I here, Taki. I'm not sure what happened to Peter Burns, or did you?
Then Benjamin Watson comes walking in by himself.
Adjusting his suit
and walking in. Still haven't seen the other guy. By the way, did you hear what this guy called the other guy? Takeo. Is that fucking Takeo Spikes? He looks great.
That is him, huh?
I think that's Takeo Spikes.
Time report. Just you and I here, Taki. I'm not sure what happened to Peter Burns, or did you have him keep your wife's name out of his mouth?
Huh?
We'll see how Peter Burns is with.
He comes back and he goes, you made a little Will Smith joke, and Benjamin Watson goes, huh?
Oh, and they're like, don't do that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go check on Peter Burns in the local hospital right after this commercial break. I mean, look, a guy says, I just want the text from my wife that says I look good. You don't say, that's not the text she sent me. I know, look, I don't think that other guy meant, like, I'm fucking your wife and she's texting me. I think he was just kind of trying to have some fun with his co-host. It's one of those moments where you find out just how close you are with somebody, if you're familiar enough to do that or not. And judging by the empty chair on set and the angry former tight end walking in and going, huh? I would say that they're not that close.
Well, and Peter Burns publicly apologized for it the next day, too. That's the funny part.
Oh, did he? Do we have, is that an article, or do we have, like, actual video of Peter Burns' apology? Because I'd love to say that. Peter Burns' apology. Yeah.
I think it was on Twitter, so I don't think there's video.
Okay, here we go. Peter Burns publicly apologizes to Benjamin Watson and wife for joke made on the SEC network. You're right, it was on Twitter. While it wasn't a joke, the truth is that I crossed the line. You should never joke about family. So that I owe a public apology to Ben and Kirsten 100%. Benjamin Watson couldn't have handled it better with his humor and class. We all good and proud to call him a friend and coworker. I didn't see good humor there.
Well, they're saying it was a bit now.
What the fuck? Was that you?
So they're all saying, I was looking at the tweet.
Oh, okay. So they're saying it was a bit.
So word on the inside is that the way that he handled it like that was a bit. So like they were specifically trying to parody Will Smith. Is their official story? I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying.
Do you think it was a bit, or do you think they just did that after the fact?
I think from now on they will tell people it's a bit.
Right. I believe that they're saying it was a bit. 100%. But yeah. I don't like, it's the SEC halftime show. It's not a show known for doing comedy bits. They're not a sketch comedy show.
Yeah, that's what Watson came to bring them, bro.
Oh, he came to bring them more of an SNL vibe to the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't you see his last season? That shit was hilarious.
Okay, maybe that's it. Yeah. I mean, look, as long as they don't break from the line that it was a bit and they were just goofing around having fun. Well, wait a minute. If they're just goofing around having fun, why did he have to apologize?
I think he apologized. Like the story is that he apologized, and that when he walked him over, it was a bit.
Oh,
so he apologized for crossing the line, and then Watson, being the comedic hero that he was, just decided, here's a chance to make this a fun bit.
You know, because what Benjamin Watson is known for more than anything is his comedic timing.
Oh, yeah, he was a locker room cut-up. Everybody knows that.
He was always setting people's shoelaces on fire like Tom Selleck and Mr. Baseball.
Yeah. You know? He was like the Chad Zuma of the NFL. Just a real cut-up.
Oh, no. You're cutting up stolen credit cards. JJ says that was a bit the same way the Vikings putting Johnny Sins on the scoreboard last Sunday was a bit. Yeah, if you want to...
That was just funny.
You talk about rubbing salt on the wound of it for an embarrassing day for the Vikings. They took a guy's Twitter tribute to a veteran, quote unquote, and the guy had a picture of porn star Johnny Sins dressed in military fatigues. And the Vikings.
I mean, who cares? The sentiment's still this. Like this is where the internet gets like up its own ass, right? Like it's kind of funny, but it doesn't matter because everybody that saw it during, like nobody during the game going, oh, holy shit, that's a porn star. Like that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they showed.
Because I guarantee you, if anybody was at that game and they recognized that as a porn star, they did not say that out loud.
Right.
It's a tribute of like my friend who's in the military, this and that. It's just like it honestly just makes the guy who fucking sent the tweet look like a dickbag.
Yeah, or it's just harmless fun.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Yeah. Just harmless fun. The guy put up it's not like he put a picture of the guy's cock on the screen. It's just
right. That's exactly like it was so funny because like I saw everybody like it's just one of the things I'm telling you. You would be proud of me, man. I spent so much fucking time in the goddamn trenches over your fucking quarterback.
Love him
because I couldn't fucking deal with these people fucking piling on. I'm like, no, I've been hating him for the right reason. You guys are being pricks.
Yeah. God, hate him because of this. Don't hate him because Micah Parsons was on his dick all day long.
And then like the same fucking people were like posting that SINS thing over and over again. And they're like, well, what do you expect? They can't even fucking find a real military guy to tribute. I'm like, that could have happened to any fucking franchise.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like do you think they vet? I mean, they probably will going forward now, but nobody fucking vets that shit because guess what? There's not fucking psychos out there giving fake military tributes on fucking Twitter.
Right. I just, I just love that they did it, and
it's a great prank, and I just hope in my heart of hearts, I hope it was a bunch of shitty college kids laughing their ass off about it because they did it, you know,
and totally harmless. You don't see the Vikings losing their shit over it, so that's all good. 185 away from today's goal. The links are there in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our program. I think if we knock it down to 100 by 9 o'clock, we are well on our way. But if you feel like chipping in, that is the goal for the rest of the week. If you're just joining us, this is our last show of the week, but we will have programming on live during our normal hours. So we've got a 7-hour interview special that starts at 7 o'clock tonight. We have a 4.5-hour morning show for Thanksgiving.
Wait, did you say a 7-hour interview?
I put the interviews up. I just put them all in one big chunk, and I'm letting it ride. That way you got something to watch if you're staying up late preparing your Thanksgiving stuff. Then you have the Black Friday show is going to be 5.5 hours long, I believe. 5.5 hours long for the Friday Black Friday show. Yeah, guys, if you see anybody like that guy in the chat right there, just make sure you ban him. That's the guy from Kermit and Friends who sent that stuff to my phone. And he fucked himself really hard by doing that because it ain't like, basically when that happens, the cops come to your house, you go, here, take this, get it the fuck out of here. And they go, all right, yeah, now it's notated, it's everything else. So, nobody can fuck you on that deal. So yeah, you see that guy, just ban him. He's already dug his grave. It's over for that guy. Sad to see someone throw their entire life away for something so stupid. And for an Elisa Jordana who doesn't give a shit about you. That's the saddest part. All right, guys. Dick Van Dyke.
The hills that people will die on is unbelievable to
Isn't that amazing? Like an aging 50-year-old 6 tells you that you're special and you're fun. So you'll send horrible shit to people and like rape and death threats because you think it defends them. I got news for you. You just put her in a whole lot of trouble, and you're fucked. Like April says, how doesn't this guy understand he's already buried himself? What does because I can tell you this, I don't get in trouble for it. You go right to the authorities and you go, hey, that nothing to do with me. And they go, yeah, I have, obviously. It's got everything to do with this guy. We've traced him down. We'll take care of it for you. That's just a really sad deal that you would die on that hill.
Sounds like it has everything to do with you, Aaron.
Yeah, it sounds like it has everything to do with you. It is nice.
It's actually Aaron this whole time.
I
would give you all the standing ovations. You have no idea.
I've not that clever. I was about to say I wish I were that clever. No, I'm glad I'm not that clever, but I am not. Howard Stern's trending on Twitter. What did Howard do?
I bet he complained about some shit.
He was on Morning Joe?
No, he was not.
Oh God! Howard Stern would have never gone on.
Do you feel legitimately like I do, embarrassed when you tell people you used to be a Howard Stern fan?
No, because
it's getting to the point now where I just get embarrassed about it.
I compartmentalize it. Like my fandom is then, and because I always preface with it, I always preface it by saying, hey, whatever has happened to him now, you got to admit he ran the greatest radio show of all time, and I was a big fan of it. There. That's kind of how I justify it. But yeah, he went on Morning Joe. I don't know who I feel worse for in that situation. Morning Joe had to sit and listen to Howard bitch, and then Howard lowered himself to go on a fucking cable news show. Ugh. I mean, he has been a good little brainwashed puppet during the COVID stuff, though, so maybe he's earned his...
he was the worst puppet. Like, oh, my God.
Yeah, he still is one.
Speaking of brainwashed, well, let's do it. Is he on? Are we going to do a clip?
No, I don't have any video of it yet. I think it must have just happened.
So... I didn't get a list from you about today's thing, so I don't know if it's in the document.
I'm sorry. I was up really late and whatnot.
No, it's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying I don't know if we were going to get to this or not, but did you see the latest news on the Colorado shooter?
Oh, that that his lawyer says he identifies as non-binary?
Right. So that means for like a day and a half, the media was just fucking setting this up with all these hate crime narratives.
Yeah.
And now they're sitting with a non-binary, probably gay person who's also a Trump voter. So like, remedy that. But the moment that came out, just fucking everything's radio silent. It's like, it's become so fucking transparent. It's a fucking drama. It's hilarious.
May I play I'm going to play devil's advocate for 1 second. Cause when I saw this, I kind of, this snuck into my head.
I already got you covered on I know what you're going to say, and I've already got the counter to it.
Do you think that maybe the lawyer's doing that to try and garner sympathy or deflect some of the charges in some way?
No, because some of the eyewitnesses are talking about how they hooked up with person and this and that.
Oh.
It is confirmed by the people around him, not just his lawyers. And that was my initial thing too. It was like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, fucking say that to fucking, because if you're gay, then immediately hate crimes off the table. You've gotten rid of half what they can sentence you for.
So as long as you take a few dicks. Isn't that just so weird how dumb our criminal, like the hate crime system is? Oh, as long as
hate crimes are maybe the most unconstitutional thing on the book. Yeah. Right? Because at the heart of it, right? Like, hate is just the motivation.
Right.
Motivation is not the crime.
Exactly.
So in a really weird and actual legal sense, all hate crimes are by definition double jeopardy.
But how odd.
If I kill somebody and it's because they're gay and I'm a straight dude, I can get charged an extra crime for that, even though one murder just took place, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if it's a straight dude on straight dude, it's a really weird thing because it's the stupidest law maybe ever, and that's saying a lot out of our stupid fucking government, because saying you're going to hit somebody is not the same thing as actually hitting someone. And I am so shocked that more Republicans, I think it's the Republicans just don't want to challenge it, but I'm shocked that we have just let this go for so long, because again, it is maybe the most unconstitutional thing I've ever fucking seen.
I think the reason nobody wants to challenge it is because then you're the person who's like, they'll paint you as you're putting black people in danger, Jews, Mexicans, gays, stuff like that in danger. But how weird is it that in America, like, again, our laws are so fucked up that as long as you took a dick in the ass before you shot all these gay people, you get 10 years less on your sentence.
Right, but like, I would argue that if you're murdering somebody, you hate them regardless, right?
Yeah, I don't think you love them.
Right, like you don't just wake up and shoot somebody because you love them, right? But again, the motivation, like motivation is not the crime. It never has been, and it never will be. What you think, and this is where it gets to like 1984 shit, because hate crimes are basically thought crimes.
Yeah.
What you are thinking in your head is completely irrelevant to the crime that took place. And it's just not, you're absolutely right. It's not something that somebody just wants to weather that battle. It's a lot like corporate personalhood, right? You remember like Citizens United and all that shit?
Yeah.
So everybody was celebrating when Citizens United happened. But the reality is that there's a Supreme Court ruling on like the 14th Amendment. It was two railroad companies in the 1800s, like Santa Clara and like North Pacific. I'm pretty sure I nailed that, but I whatever.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's like the 1800s, and it was a Supreme Court case in which they ruled that corporations could act like people if they wanted to, giving them the same rights as a person in like a land dispute or whatever the fuck it was, right? Sure. But the problem is that, so like Citizens United doesn't mean anything because corporate personalhood is still in there. But this is where it gets really funny. Do you know what the 14th Amendment is, like as an amendment?
Didn't it give black people the right to vote?
Yes. It's a fucking slave amendment that gave black people and women the right to vote. So good luck amending that at all.
Women was the 19th.
The 14th is where corporate personalhood is. Let me look it up.
Okay, black people is the 14th, women is the 19th. I mean, at least the country got that right. We gave black men the right to vote before women. I mean, look, this country's gotten a lot of things wrong over the years, but they corrected that wrong first before they thought a lot longer and harder about women voting than they did black people voting. I do want to get...
Oh, yeah, if all persons born natural United citizens are subject to the jurisdiction of citizens. So it is slaves having the right to be citizens and women as well. Double duty there.
You know, we've talked about him a few times on this show, and I have a deep affection for covering this particular person. Dick Van Dyke's birthday is this week, and he's 97 years old. And he celebrated his birthday's on December 13th. I'm sorry, he's going to be... Hey, Daily Mail, easy on the fucking happy birthdays. You don't wish a 96-year-old a happy early birthday, all right? No day is guaranteed. I know that to you and I, November 23rd to December 13th is a fait accompli, and it's just, hey, we'll get there eventually. When you're 96, November 23rd to December 13th is a fucking lifetime from now. So easy on the early happy birthday.
Like, how spry does he look in every video we see him in?
Look at this. This is him at the gym, and you can make fun of his... I'm going to put it up here in a second. You can make fun of Dick Van Dyke's left eye and all of that shit, whatever. He's 90. He's about to be 90.
Fuck, you can't make fun of anything. He's 90 and can still drive himself.
Yeah, there's Dick Van Dyke, and how fucking baller is he? He's wearing a goddamn Grim Reaper skeleton hoodie.
He's the man. He's always been the man, and he'll always be the man.
Dick Van...
his eye is super fucked up.
Yeah, that left eye. But watch, he got it like in like a bare knuckle boxing match.
Yeah, he probably had like a barbell fall on him at the gym or something.
Yeah. It's like Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 9, right? He had that weird eye injury that nobody knew anything about. But Dick Van Dyke, 97 years old. This is him outside his yoga studio. This was after he did yoga. Fucking Dick Van Dyke still showing up at the gym, still showing up to his yoga classes, 97 years old. And again, getting into a fucking vehicle. He's married. His wife, by the way, 51 years old. Old cradle robber Dick Van Dyke. Makeup artist and producer Arlene.
Apparently it's an eye infection.
Oh, no. God damn it. When someone's 96 and they've got any kind of infection, you got to get on that shit right away.
That's a pretty severe fucking eye infection.
I know. It looks like he's got like the worst case of pink eye anyone's ever seen. Don't let it be an eye infection that gets Dick Van Dyke. He's fucking driving himself around. He's going to yoga classes. He's in the gym. He's keeping himself in shape.
This article literally starts with, an eye infection didn't allow Dick Van Dyke from getting him down. He enjoyed a round of golf. This is him on a golf cart. Oh, hold on. I'm sending you this. Also Daily Mail, but like, you've got to see this fucking picture. Like, he's a fucking pimp, dude.
I loved it. I love that he's wearing a Grim Reaper La Muerte hoodie at 96 years old. If that isn't a fuck you to death and just going, where you at, bitch? Where you at?
Check this out. Look at that. Like, that looks like an old man fucking gangster being like, that might as well be fucking Suge Knight and Tupac in whiteface.
No offense to everyone, but fuck Betty White and her old dead ass. Dick Van Dyke is the greatest old celebrity. I don't know why we spent so much time fawning over Betty White. All she did was sit there. Dick Van Dyke,
she had those hot nudes from when she was a kid.
That's true. But
like,
Dick,
like 18 to 20-year-old pinup shit. She was pretty hot.
Dick Van Dyke is in a bright neon purple
Look at that
cart.
pimp, dude.
He's just the baddest man on the planet.
Smoking a cigar, dude.
Yeah. That eye infection is fucked up, though.
Right, but like, check that out. He's got somebody drive. Like, doesn't that look like a fucking old like powerhouse like fucking maneuver?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I gotta mute this. There's an ad here. You want to watch Dick Van Dyke have lunch? I can't think of anything.
No, you know I fucking did.
I can't think of anything I'd like to do more in life than watch Dick Van Dyke have lunch. If Dick Van Dyke said, hey, would you like to have lunch with me? I'm like, yeah, only if I can hang myself afterwards, because it's just, I'll never accomplish anything more than having lunch with Dick Van Dyke. That'll be the greatest moment of my life. It's all downhill after that. So yes, I will have lunch with you, Mr. Van Dyke. This is Dick having some lunch with his 45-year younger bride. There he is. Look at him. Just rapping, just talk. Look at him. He's a spry motherfucker. He's not like sitting there shaking and like and barely there. He's just having a conversation like anybody
he's
else.
like, yeah, he's fucking there. He's not shaking. I mean, like, he's
a pip.
A pip?
He's a pip. He's got zest and energy.
Are you saying pimp, bro?
No, he's a pip. He's a
pimp, bro.
He's a spitfire and a pimp. He can be all of these
Somebody
things.
there was mad that his like wife was like 40 years younger than. Dude, he's 90. Well, you want him fucking 90-year-old? Shut up.
What do you want? Fucking chim chim chiroo is still kicking. How about that? This is him going to his car after his workout at the gym.
Dude's only like 16 years older than our president. Just let that sink in.
Oh my God, you're right. He's only 16.
Biden is greatest generation.
He is, isn't he?
Uh-huh. He's not even a fucking baby boomer.
No. Yeah, he's either greatest generation or silent generation.
No, he's greatest generation for sure.
Okay. But Dick Van Dyke, this is, as soon as this ad's over, I can play Dick Van Dyke leaving the gym here. I just want to watch wholesome Dick Van Dyke being a cool old man videos the rest of the day. Here he is. Here's Dick. Listen to all those shutter. They just ripping pictures of Dick Van Dyke. There he goes, just getting into that car, opening the door real nice. That does not look like a 97-year-old man. Jesus. God bless him. Yeah, 16 years older than our president and far more put together and with it than our president is. Dick Van Dyke. If he doesn't make it to 97, I'm going to be very upset. That's my last straw with God, is if Dick Van Dyke doesn't get to see his 97th birthday. Jeff Reed says, I wish Biden was silent generation. I wish he was just silent. Oh, that's now why? Why would you say something about such a wonderful world leader? I can't believe it. 185 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can knock that out today and do 30 minutes of overtime. I do have Brendan Schaub today, and Corey, I think you'll like this one. It is, and I don't dislike Brendan. I think Brendan is fucking adorable. He didn't know that he wanted to know what the difference between Rhode Island and New England was.
I'm friends with Brendan Schaub too. I wish you would stop picking on my friends.
You are not friends with Brendan Schaub.
I know, it's true. I'm not.
Okay, thank God.
I worked with Brian Callen once. He was kind of a prick. Does that count?
I've heard that from multiple people.
He was. I worked with him at House of Comedy, and he was a giant. Like, he was a huge like diva prick. Like he wouldn't let the opening acts be back in the green room with him at all. And he came late to the shows. Like he would. So it's generally like you get there about a half hour like before the show, right?
Sure.
But for headliners who like want to, they'll show up like, a half hour before their set. That's also okay, but it's kind of a dick move.
Right.
And he showed up half hour before his set and then didn't give anybody his intro and then bitched about people fucking it up multiple times. This wasn't even during my week as well, like my week and then the other week. And then on top of that, he was just medium funny.
Yeah. I've heard from people.
Just a giant prick. And I'll give you a giant like reversal for that. When I worked with Mick Foley was there almost an hour before the show, let everybody in the green room, and he was having basically Make-A-Wish kids in for like the first half hour, like of the hour before the show he was there.
As far as comics go, I've heard Mick Foley is remarkably nice. I've met Steve-O. Steve-O's insanely nice.
Steve-O was like a prick. So I worked with Steve-O twice.
Okay.
The first time I worked with him, he was kind of a prick, but he had just gotten sober.
Oh, okay.
And then the second time I worked with him, he was awesome. And he wasn't even a prick to me. He was actually very nice to me, but I saw him be a prick to some other people because I was just like, I just shut up and fucking let him blow up on people. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's whatever. You're a fucking circus clown that filmed yourself getting hit in the balls. It's not a big deal to me.
Unfortunately, and I hate to say it like this because I don't mean to disrespect, but there's that line in Rounders where he's like, genuinely, the rule is the better the guy, the worse the poker player. It's kind of like that in comedy, too. Like, the nicer the guy, the not as good of a comic he is.
I will say this about Mick Foley, though. Mick Foley takes comedy seriously and was noticeably better the 3 times I worked with him.
Oh, and I think Steve-O takes comedy seriously, too. I think he tries to write jokes and out of his stories and everything else. But
Steve-O could teach a master class in selling merch. That's what I will say about him. But I will say that weekend I worked with him, one of the weekends I worked with him, it was the second time I worked with him. It was me, Chris Maddock, and Steve-O, and I don't know that I've laughed harder in the back room than that week. Like it was like I was cry laughing before we went on stage.
I will tell you, I always got that when I started and I was emceeing at Benton Station. One of the funniest people to hang out with before or after a show. I could if I looked at the lineup and I saw who was on it, I always knew if Tommy or his brother Shannon Thompson were on the card, the Thompson brothers, that it was going to be a really fun night because those guys were just fun.
Shannon and I used to do Tribble. Like he's the guy I went on Tribble runs with, which means we were in a car driving to Washington and back, and then hitting shows the whole way there.
Yeah, that's
he's a hilarious guy to be trapped in a car for hours with.
Yeah. We watched this last night on the evening show. Speaking of Steve-O and hawking merch, he got yelled at by Joe Rogan on Joe's show for hawking too much shit.
He could like. He had so many brilliant fucking like merch things that if I ever get to that level, I'm stealing all of them.
Well, he went on Rogan, dude, and he brought a army canvas bag full of shit to hawk, and Rogan was getting kind of tired of it. He brought out some butt wipes. He goes, "You want to talk about my Steve-O butt wipes for your butthole?" And Joe Rogan's like, "You can't flush those. Don't flush those, even though they say flushable. That's bullshit. That doesn't work. They clog up your pipes. A plumber will tell you."
That's hilarious. Rogan thinks that because he's out in the middle of nowhere without a septic tank.
Well, and then Rogan or Steve-O kept reaching into his, he pulled out some hot sauce that he was hawking. Then he pulled out some his book to promote, and he was reaching into his bag for more shit. And Rogan just cut off the podcast. He's like, "All right, hey man, Steve-O, thanks, great for you coming in. I appreciate it." Rogan was not having Steve-O's plugging. I'll play you a little bit.
When was this? I got to find that episode. That's hilarious.
I think this was this week. This is from Too Lazy to Try, by the way, who's awesome on YouTube. Too Lazy to Try is really good. We played this on last night's show, but there's more people here in the morning. This is Joe Rogan. Imagine you get to be on Rogan and you're promoting your item, and all you need is Joe to go, "Oh, that's pretty cool." And you'll make tens of thousands, if not, probably make tens of thousands of dollars on butt wipes alone. And so all you need is that Joe Rogan just "Oh, hey, man, that's cool. Get Steve-O's butt wipes." And then this happens.
In Monsanto.
Dude, let me tell you about what I'm selling for cheddar.
You're selling things?
Yeah,
what are you selling? You got a bag of stuff you're selling?
Steve-O's butt wipes for your butthole.
Well, that's where generally you'd use a butt wipe.
Yeah, flushable butt wipes.
You wouldn't use it for your cheeks. They're flushable? Right. Not really. Let me tell you something about those flushable butt wipes.
Uh-oh. This is the part where you went, "All right, if these are the butt wipes for your butthole, Joe," and you're like, "Oh, all Joe's got to do is laugh and say, 'Oh, that's cute.'" And instead he goes, "No, bullshit. Let me tell you something about those fucking butt wipes." And you're like, "Oh,
yeah, let me tell you something about fucking." I bet Joe has had a lot of experience with having to wipe his ass with butt wipes.
Joe Rogan goes, "Let me tell you something about those butt wipes." That's the minute Steve-O goes, "Oh fuck, maybe I should have brought out the hot sauce or the book first. Damn it." But this kind of serves Steve-O
kind of a dick move on Rogan's end, though, right? Like, you think that Steve-O knows that, or do you think he just told somebody make him flushable?
Well, and I think with Rogan, it's this. I understand it. He's the host of maybe the biggest show that ever was, audience-wise. He might have more than Stern did in his prime. I'm not sure.
There's no way to tell because of the way Spotify hides all their shit.
Right. But you have...
I would say, though, honestly, more society impact than Howard in his prime. I feel like I absolutely hear more about Joe Rogan than I ever did about Howard in his prime.
That's
just because the way the internet is.
Right, and Howard was limited to the markets he was in.
Right, I didn't even really know who Howard was till he fucking came to Minneapolis and promptly got kicked out by Bernard.
Yeah.
Bernard had been running his show for 3 years.
I get Joe Rogan being annoyed at this shit, because think of how many people just come on his show and don't clear it with them first, and they just start plugging products, and Rogan's like, okay, now this is on my show. Now I have to say something because I'm not going to be caught. If this product ends up being a piece of shit, I'm not going to make it look like I endorsed it. Like, I think the right thing to do if you're going on Rogan, the polite thing to do, you talk to him in advance or you talk to Jamie in advance. You go, hey, I was thinking I would like to promote this. Could you ask Joe if it's okay if I promote this particular product? And if they say, hey, we talked to Joe, Joe said it's fine, plug away, I think that's fine. I think to bring a bag of shit and just surprise Joe Rogan with it and start pulling shit out of there, I feel like that's kind of imposing. I feel like you're one of those dinner guests.
I feel like, though, Joe probably knows Steve-O, and if you know Steve-O, you have to expect this.
You have to expect tchotchkes?
Yeah, like how many things was he selling when you saw him?
Oh, everything that wasn't nailed down. Yeah, had a Steve-O face on it or some kind of thing on it. Lots of merch. And really, does he need to be doing that?
Yes.
Oh, does he? I thought
I'm sure.
I thought he had plenty of money.
Do you understand how many drugs those fucking guys were probably doing in their prime?
I get it. And I get it that, the ones who cleaned up the earliest kept the most money. Like Knoxville's doing very well.
Like, I would be shocked if Steve-O was worth over $5 million. I would be shocked.
All right, let's let me I'll do a quick search here.
I want to say my gut says like 1, but I bet it's more than that, so I'll go like 4 or 3.
Well,
I would be shocked if it's 5.
Bam Margera is still worth like 15, so there is that.
Yeah, but Bam actually gets all the creator right for Jackass. Even though they didn't let him in there, he still gets a cut of all that shit because he was the creator.
You're right. He's down to 4 million.
Oh, what? What did I say? 4 or 3?
Yeah.
Bam.
Holy shit. So Steve-O's were, and didn't Bam have
Knoxville? Look up like Knoxville though. Like I'm saying, like a lot of these guys weren't into drugs like fucking Steve-O was. Like I bet Knoxville and Bam are all worth over 10.
I'm gonna say Steve-O because he's got like production companies and stuff now. I'm gonna say Knoxville's worth 75 million.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm just saying over 10.
50. Okay. Split the difference.
Yeah. So like 50 is where Steve-O should have been had he not just done all of the fucking drugs. And then like, you know how that net worth shit goes too. Like how much of that is tied up in property?
Right.
How much taxes is he paying on this? So he legitimately probably does have to huck all this fucking shit as just his walking around spending cash.
You know what? You're probably right. Oh, wait. Bam's, they've got articles about it. Bam's wealth has been whittled down by $12 million in the last 5 years. He's worth $5 million.
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me either. Like, if you think about it, like, Johnny Knoxville's the only guy that wasn't really into the drugs and fucking kept working a bunch.
Oof. Wow. You know what? I take it back on not having to sell the butt wipes. Sell those fucking butt wipes, Steve-O. Jesus. Just, here's Rogan ready to lecture him on the butt wipes.
Don't flush them.
Oh, yeah?
No, they all fucking clog. Talk to a plumber. Those fucking things all clog up. They don't break down. They all get stuck. They get stuck in pipes. Yeah.
I picked the wrong place to
Listen,
fucking...
Yeah. See, I told you that as soon as Rogan goes, let me tell you something about those butt wipes, Steve-O's like, fuck. Looks like it's McDonald's for lunch today. All my money's tied. Like you said, it's all tied up in real estate. If I want to get some cash here quick, looks like I'm not selling. It'd be funny if you went, so you don't want to buy any of my butt wipes, Joe? No, I'm good, buddy.
Google, are butt wipes flushable? Flushable butt wipes. Are they flushable? They're not. They tell you don't flush them. If you flush, talk to a plumber. They fucking have people's pipes clogged up all the time with those things.
You cut to Steve-O, it's just him setting the butt wipes on fire. Like, all right, sorry, I'll go fuck myself.
Like, do you have a plunger?
Yeah, I really want to apologize about your bathroom, Joe. They say flushable on them. I'm sorry.
Wow.
It's like essentially a cloth.
They do Joe's actually wrong about this though. There are flushable butt wipes.
I've always heard about the butt wipes
100%.
I've always heard about the butt wipes.
No, this is like new in the last like 5 years. They have a flushable logo on the ones you can flush, and they actually break apart. That's why they're flushable now.
Okay, because
what's really funny is Joe might have just been being a prick, and like those butt wipes may very well have been. Like, I bet if you Google "are butt wipes flushable," they'll even say some are, because there's literally a kind that I think like Continella sends them, and fucking what's Charmin, like one of the like big brands of like toilet paper sells them.
Yeah, I will say.
And that's their big gimmick, is that they're flushable.
Joe has been known to get a little testy and just be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. But I in his defense, I will say I've only heard that about flushable butt wipes too, that you're not supposed to flush them. So I didn't know any better. So maybe he owes Steve-O an apology.
Oh, Garrett says, Corey, they get there on the show if Aaron will just play the clip. Oh, all right.
Oh, see, I fast forwarded the clip to him knocking him for the book thing. But all right, here you go.
No. Hold on. Go back to that video.
One of them was toilet paper. The other was the flushable
Right,
wipe.
but the flushable wipe wasn't breaking down. The toilet paper was breaking down.
Yeah, so then they look into it for a little.
So, yeah, that's basically, here, we'll just play the fun.
You know, I'm not a plumber. I don't know. Some plumbers in the comments said that, yeah, you shouldn't be flushing these things. So I just wouldn't be flushing this stuff. And, of course, the company that's selling them is going to claim they're flushable, which, yeah, I guess you could flush them, but it's probably
too
just
lazy
not good
to try on YouTube.
or whatever.
Subscribe
so, of
to
course, Steve-O had some other stuff to promote, too. He had some hot sauce, and he had a book. And at least Joe was cool with that stuff. But Steve, I think he was reaching for more at the end. Like, it looks like he's digging into his bag again. And then Joe's just like, all right, thanks for coming on, dude.
It's
yeah, here.
It's so rad.
All right. Yeah. Well, hey, brother, it was great to see you. It was fun.
Likewise,
fun conversation.
Dude.
I enjoyed it.
And, you know, I think this
Well, I mean, look. Yeah, that's the end. And look, Joe's got a show to do. He knows that, like, 5 minutes of Steve-O pulling plugs out of his bag is not interesting to listen to.
No.
So,
I just Googled it, too. I was correct. There are wet wipes that are flushable. They carry the Fly and Flush logo. It tells you that the wipes are plastic free, and that's what it is. They have to not have plastics in them. Okay. And there are 4 brands of free ones that break down immediately, just like toilet paper. So suck it, everybody, and suck it, Joe Rogan.
I will be deep dicked by an orangutan. Then I was wrong. D. Luke with $10. See, that's why, guys, we always say on the show, never get too married to your opinions you don't know much about, because it makes it easier to backtrack.
I just remember, so I have a friend of mine who like fucking just always uses butt wipes. I think that he's probably sodomizing himself for fun, if I'm being honest.
Uses it as
but
a
I remember when they came out with this, he was super excited about fucking the fact that they could now flush these, like, because he was a guy that was not flushing them, so he was taking his fucking butt wipes and throwing them in the little trash thing next to the toilet.
Sure.
D.
Luke with
Jericho, Google it. I'm fucking fucking Sue Continello or Charmin over it. They're the ones saying it, Jericho. Get fucked.
Thank you to D. Luke, and thank you to Why Do I Podcast, both with $10. Why Do I Podcast says, happy Thanksgiving, guys, and April. Well, what about Oz? What about Johnny? Not just us three. Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much.
I think guys encompasses everybody.
Oh, okay. That's very sweet of you then, Kevin. 160 away from today's goal.
Just buy a bidet, cheap asses. Into that. Have you ever used a bidet, Aaron?
I think one time. I think I have used a bidet.
They're pretty great.
I didn't feel comfortable. I was like, because maybe it was because it was different. That I was like, am I getting fully clean here? Like, am I legit? Or I feel like when I was done with the bidet, I was like, am I free to go? Like, I can just leave now? I don't know. Tommy McNulty says, Steel Toe, thanks for brokering the peace last night. Are you and Gino good now? Is there no more fighting? I want nothing but peace amongst my friends and fans. Just want to make sure everybody's good. He said, you provided a safe haven where Gino and I could joke and laugh and have a cessation of our fight. He was nice to me. We talked, and I deleted my Twitter. Well, Tommy, I didn't tell you to delete your Twitter. I just said that I wished you two would get along because I like you both. I didn't say that it had to end in you deleting your Twitter. Corey, you ever give someone advice and they take it and you're really happy that they're happier, but then they tell you what they did and you're like, whoa, that is not what I said.
Yeah, all the time.
You just go.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that those same people, when shit goes wrong, they're like, I did what you told me to. Like, I never fucking told you to do that.
Yeah. I did what you told me to do, and they show you a puppy with a broken neck, and you're like, that is not there. You know what? Where did you break a puppy's neck out of what I said? Jesus.
You clearly said break this puppy's neck, and here we are.
Tommy says it was used for evil. It had to die. Ah, come on. Like I said, like I was telling Gino yesterday, I was like, you got to give people on Twitter a little bit of a break, because you have a microphone. We have a show. They don't have a show. So the only way that they can kind of be even is by giving their feedback on Twitter. So if what we say on the microphone is fair, I feel like whatever they say in a chat or on Twitter is fair. You know, as long
I
as
just don't see when everybody started taking the internet so personally.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, hey, everybody gets to say whatever. It's the ultimate test in tolerating free speech. Sir Dumps a Lot K says, I took Aaron's advice, and I don't want my family back from the cellar. I swear to God, I don't have your family in my cellar for the last time. Thank you guys.
It's in that little weird room under the stairs.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's not technically a cellar.
Yeah, it's not a cellar. It's more of a storage pantry.
Right. Thank you. It's waiting for somebody to say that other than me.
Speaking of cellar, have you seen the movie Barbarian?
No, I've heard of it, though. I've been hearing about it.
Dude, I watched that this weekend. That is one of my favorite movies I've seen all year. Can recommend.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's little thriller horror movie. Pretty fucking good though. Like it does some bobbing and weaving that you don't expect. Not too scary, but it's pretty good. I really liked it.
I tell you this: when it comes to new comedies I've seen, that Weird Al movie is I really fucking liked it.
I've seen that's on my docket. I haven't watched that yet, but I'm getting really excited for it because I love me some Weird Al, and like I don't know, it's always funny to see Harry Potter doing something not Harry Potter.
You'll enjoy it because it just totally leans in on ridiculousness and doesn't let go.
He wrote it, and like this is the first film. I mean, now he wrote that movie and he wrote UHF. Those are the two movies Weird Al has made.
This is a little better than UHF.
That's saying a lot. I love UHF.
Did you really?
Yeah, I love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies ever. I love that movie.
That must be a time thing because, like, I wasn't alive. I don't think I was alive when that movie was made, so I caught it later.
You should watch it after watching the Al movie, though. I wonder if after watching the Al movie, you'll have, like, a little bit more respect for it because it's
Okay.
fucking... There's so many just, like, crazy, hilarious moments in that movie.
Okay.
And you get fucking... the dude from fucking Kramer. What the fuck's his name?
Kramer. Michael Richards.
Yeah, Michael Richards, like basically
N-word guy.
pre-testing Kramer. Like he's basically what Kramer becomes in that movie. Like he's doing it before Kramer. Kramer before Kramer, baby.
It's I was listening back to some Weird Al because of that movie. Like 2 days ago, I was listening to the Pretty Fly for a White Guy, Pretty Fly for a Rabbi, that parody.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to it and I'm like, fucking Weird Al, kind of based by today's standards. Like the way he was talking about like Jews and rabbis and shit and like the stereotypes he was using. It was like, and then I thought about it and I went, oh man, that's because back then we knew it was a fucking joke.
Yeah, you could get away with shit like that because nobody was up their ass over jokes.
Right. It was just a joke and people
like that song probably doesn't get made. There's a few songs by him that like Trigger Happy, like you wouldn't be able to make that today.
I was listening to there was the Bare Naked Ladies parody he did, the Jerry Springer song. Never would make that today with all the trans references and shit like that.
Yeah.
Never would make it today. It's a good song too. But it's Caligula says white and nerdy. I feel like you could still get away with white and nerdy because he's mocking white people in that, and you're allowed to.
Yeah,
do
you
that.
get away with white and nerdy for sure.
Yeah, you make fun of white people all fucking day, unless they're Jewish. And
yeah, Ryan, who wants to drink from the fire hose? That's like, oh god, UHF is great. I honestly, I think you should give it another chance after watching the Weird Al movie. I think like you're a little bit older now. You just like watch Weird Al. You've been listening to it. Just watch that movie again, and I think you'll really enjoy it.
Ozymandias says UHF was released in '89. Okay, so I was about 2 years old when UHF came out.
That was what's funny about that is that movie. What was it? It was like Raiders of the Lost Ark and like Batman. It was one of the fucking.
It was Raiders, yeah.
Indiana Jones movie. No, it wasn't because Raiders was one of the parodies. So I think it was like Last Crusade or whatever it was.
Okay,
but it was literally he opened up against an Indiana Jones movie, Batman, the original with Michael Keaton, and then another movie, and it just got buried in the summer like releases. It failed hugely in the box office, and then found its like audience in VHS, but it's just like so funny because it was like people were like, why did this movie fail? And like there's an interview where Weird Al's like, well, it opened up against these other movies, so I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah, that was his Behind the Music where he talked about that, where he's like, yeah, it opened up against Batman and like Indiana Jones, and I got my dick kicked in. 160 away from today's goal, and we got a little ways until the offering plate segment here where we shamelessly shake the pans at you a little bit to see if we can knock out overtime. But really, got about almost an hour left, and we're only 160 away from knocking it out for the entire week. Again, if you're just joining us, we've got an interview special tonight, 7 hours long, starting at 7 o'clock, so you can jump in whenever you want. Thursday, we've got a 4.5 hour Thanksgiving morning best of. Friday, we've got a 5.5 hour best of, and Saturday and Sunday we'll play some playlists, and we've also got some clips from this week that we're going to throw up as well. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Corey?
So it was Lethal Weapon 2, Batman, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, fuck. There was no money left.
And the week before that was Ghostbusters 2.
Oh,
and the week before that was Dead Poets Society.
Jesus. Was the
and
studio-
then also the week after was Turner and Hooch and Uncle Buck.
Was the studio trying to fuck Weird Al? So they were like, oh, hopefully nobody will ask for him to make another movie ever again.
And earlier in the year, God, these are fucking, dude, 1989 had some fucking bangers. Uncle Buck, Pet Sematary, The Abyss, Jesus.
1989 top box office movie. Uncle Buck, Dead Poets Society, Steel Magnolias, When Harry Met Sally, Harlem Nights.
Yeah.
Just comedies alone. Holy shit. Yeah. We've got Rain Man.
Oh, yeah, Rain Man, too. Rain Man was in December, though, so I didn't count that. But, yeah, that's on the list.
These are all of the number one films in 1989. Yeah. Rain Man, Three Fugitives, The Fly 2. What the fuck? The Burbs, Lean on Me, Fletch Lives. Rain Man came back in April. Oh, must have been an Oscar thing. Major League, Pet Sematary, See No Evil, Hear No Evil. Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, Star Trek V, Ghostbusters 2, Batman, Lethal Weapon 2, Turner and Hooch, Parenthood, Uncle Buck, Sea of Love, Black Rain, Look Who's Talking, Harlem Nights, Back to the Future Part 2, The War of the Roses, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Also in there, probably not at the top, but Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Karate Kid Part 3,
Jesus.
And Lean on Me all came out. And The Bear, which is a classic kids movie. I remember seeing that when I was a kid.
1989 could fucking.
And a re-release of 89's fucking Peter Pan was the re-release. So Disney brought back the cartoon Peter Pan to the theaters.
Now, is it...
Which, again, they would never get away with because of that fucking, like, What Makes the Red Man Red song. Like, you remember how racist Peter Pan was specifically?
It was really racist. By the way, in case you're thinking, oh, you're just taking the best films of that year, any year looks that good. Let me show you 1990. Born on the 4th of July, Driving Miss Daisy, Hard to Kill, The Hunt for Red October, Pretty Woman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Bird on a Wire, Back to the Future Part 3, Total Recall, Another 48 Hours, Dick Tracy, Days of Thunder, Die Hard 2, Ghost, Presumed Innocent, Flatliners, The Exorcist 3, Dark Man, Ghost, again, Postcards from the Edge. Then you had Goodfellas, Pacific Heights, Marked for Death, Graveyard Shift, Jacob's Ladder, Child's Play 2, and
Jacob's Ladder was a fucked up movie. I remember that movie. That movie was fucking weird.
And then Home Alone at the end of the year. So, like, solid films in there, but not the fucking murderers.
We also didn't even get to like all of 89 because there's still All Dogs Go to Heaven. There's Say Anything. Like fucking the list keeps going on 89.
What was the other one? Like the year Forrest Gump came out, there were a shitload of them. Was it 94? I think 94 was the year Forrest Gump came out, and there was like Shawshank came out that same year, and it was just a loaded.
Yeah, that was 94.
Yeah, it was just a
also the year There Will Be Blood, because that like No Country for Old Men came out that year. Like there's like 3 just crazy best of all time movies.
Was that 07, 08, 09, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, There Will Be Blood, No Country for Old Men, and there were like 2 other ones, just killer. 2 of my favorite movies of all time came out the same year. And then in 94, 2 of my favorite movies of all time came out the same year. Look at 94, The Lion King, Forrest Gump, True Lies, The Santa Claus, The Flintstones, Clear and Present Danger.
Santa Claus is one of your favorite movies ever?
No, of course not. Clear and Present Danger, Speed, The Mask, Mrs. Doubtfire, Interview with the Vampire, Maverick, Schindler's List, The Client, Philadelphia. Yeah, Philadelphia came out in 94 too. Another one of my favorites. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, Pulp Fiction, Grumpy Old Men, Dumb and Dumber, The Crow, The Pelican Brief, Natural Born Killers, D2 The Mighty Ducks, City Slickers 2, Beverly Hills Cop 3, Tombstone, fucking Major League 2, In the Army Now. 94 was a fucking brilliant year for movies too. Jesus.
I remember the year, 99 was really good too, if I remember right.
Was it? Yeah, there's a lot of those years. Just fucking kill. Yeah, 94. Pulp Fiction, Shawshank, Ed Wood, Bullets Over Broadway, Forrest Gump, Tombstone.
Fuck.
Just a killer year, 94.
Murderers fucking row.
155 away from today's goal. Thank you, Alexis, for the $5 and for those movie listings as well.
6 Sense, Matrix, Fight Club are 99.
Really?
Being John Malkovich, Iron Giant, American Beauty, Toy Story 2, Green Mile, Man on the Moon.
Oh.
Yeah. Office Space. Talented Mr. Ripley, which I never saw, but people like that movie a lot. Dogma.
I never saw Being John Malkovich.
And really, it's a good movie. Any Given Sunday, Three Kings, South Park, Bigger, Longer, Uncut, Girl Interrupted, 10 Things I Hate About You, Star Wars Episode 1. These are all 99.
Best movies of 2007. That's when There Will Be Blood came out. What do we have? Popular. 2007, we've got Superbad. Not a lot. These are popular 2007 movies.
Was it 2007?
Juno came out in 07. There Will Be Blood. Boy, outside of There Will Be Blood and No Country for Old Men, Norbit. Okay, that brings 2007 down.
Norbit, I revoked.
American Gangster, 28 Weeks Later. I Am Legend, Knocked Up. Not that great. Okay, not that great of a year. Shooter with Mark Wahlberg. I like that movie, but it's not like an.
Yeah, you got me on that movie. That movie's really good.
That's a solid one. That's one of those.
Are you gonna hate on Ratatouille, bro?
Yeah, sorry for hating on Ratatouille.
Hot Fuzz came out that year. That movie's great.
Okay, so sorry. 2007 was more of a couple of great all-time greats and then a lot of shit. There you go. Fuzzy says, happy Thanksgiving to the Steel Toe crew and the Steel Toe yay-yays. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Someone says, makes sense. The movies got worse as America kept dying. Thanks, buddy. The reason
I don't like Jeep Z's thing. Name all the movies ever, guys. Great content.
Yeah, sorry, Jeep CJ. I apologize. I can understand. I can understand if we don't knock it out today, if we don't turn things around here pretty soon. Elias, I have to post our interview, buddy. I'm really sorry about that. The link to your show, I haven't even been in my email the last couple of days. I'll grab that. 150 away from today's goal. Thank you, buddy. If I don't put it up today, harass me tonight and tell me, put it up, you fucking guy. That is okay with me. So sorry, to keep it on movies, I got some really bad news. You guys are going to be really mad. They're rebooting Indiana Jones.
I'm not that upset with that, I guess. I don't know. After Crystal Skull, does it really matter?
I'm not finished.
Okay. Uh-oh.
They're going.
Wait, no, do not say what I think you're about to say.
What? Go ahead and guess. Let's see.
Do not.
What?
Do not. Is it a woman?
Okay, it's not that bad, but they are going to reboot Indiana Jones by de-aging Harrison Ford.
I'm not opposed to that.
What? Really? Dude.
Oh, yeah, dude. Maybe we'll get a sweet fucking Irishman flower.
I was just going to say, they're going to Irishman Indiana Jones.
You're telling me you wouldn't want to see like a fucking aged Harrison Ford do the fucking Irishman, like swap the weights for the fucking thing? I think that could be fun.
Yeah, I do too, for the wrong reasons.
Yes, for exactly the wrong reasons. But again, you can't get me to care about that franchise after Crystal Skull. You just can't.
Shia LaBeouf, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Is it going to be worse than Shia LaBeouf running away from giant fucking anthills? They're ants. Oh, God. That movie is fucking dog shit.
April ratting me out going, Aaron's never seen the originals. Who gives a shit?
Is that real?
Yeah, I've never seen the Indiana Jones movies.
None of them?
No.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's like the desert and he's got a whip and it's kind of gay and I don't want to watch
it.
Dude,
the first one, at least, like watch Raiders of the Lost Ark. Like, fuck the rest of them. I think you'll end up watching them after watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, but Raiders of the Lost Ark is a great movie.
Raiders of the Lost Ark is the first one?
Dude, you're a terrible human being. Fuck you.
Wait, so it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. Last Crusade is the last one. What's the middle one? Temple of Doom. Okay.
Temple of Doom is the one that people like don't really like, but I always kind of liked it. It's like, it's not the best, but it's like schlocky in all the right ways.
Is Temple of Doom the guy who grabs your heart?
Yes.
That's the heart guy. I've seen that scene.
Yeah.
Indy, cover your
Yeah.
heart. That's all I've seen of the Indiana Jones movies.
That movie is great, but like the fourth one, Crystal Skull, is fucking terrible. Like I would say watch them all though, but I just can't believe, like, man, one, you can just shut the fuck up about your Indiana Jones take. You have no room to stand. Two, maybe you never talk about movies again, you piece of trash.
I just never got around to watching them. Lemmy says Crystal Skull was great.
Well, yeah, but she also thinks Granny's worth being with. So what do we care what she thinks?
Dr. Silverwolf says, how the actual fuck have you never seen Indiana Jones? There's Nazis in it. Oh,
yeah, it's like a Nazi love story. It's like right in your wheelhouse.
Oh, well then excuse me. We're not doing overtime today. I have to go watch Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I'd be okay with that. Like, fucking go. Jesus Christ, dude.
We got some good overtime today. We got Brendan Schaub not understanding that Rhode Island and New England are not the same.
I bet he's seen Indiana Jones, you fucking twit.
Yeah, but I bet you can't pronounce it.
Bro.
In fairness.
Bro.
Oh, now he's Vince Russo. Now Brendan Schaub is Vince Russo.
What do you mean now?
Reboots and sequels. Indiana Jones. Harrison Ford will be de-aged to fight Nazis in Indy 5 is what they're calling it so far. Indy 5.
Indy 5. That's they really stretched themselves for that name, didn't they?
I think it's a working title. For the upcoming 5th Indiana Jones
Is it going to be as good as this fucking remake of Christmas Story? And every single one of you better be watching this for the holiday season, guys.
Dude, I saw a commercial for that the other day again. It reminded me of us watching it on the show, and I'm like, that is just going to be really fucking
I will watch it the moment it comes out. I'm going to watch it. I have to. Like, I can't. It's like a train wreck. I can't look away.
At least they got the same actor.
Yeah, like they got the same actor, and they're doing the classic sequel bullshit. Like, here's the thing. I bet it won't be as good as the first one, but it'll be better than what I'm expecting. Like every fucking sequel ever.
Dude, if you want to do any kind of like reboot sequel type of thing, you kind of have to follow like the Force Awakens model where you just beat for beat remake the original. Just like beat for beat it with new characters. Yeah. Play it safe. It's like, kicking the field goal.
I wish they would have just let Abrams direct all those fucking movies. Like it would have been really interesting if he directed the second one and then didn't have to spend half of the third one fixing what that other dude fucked up.
Half? You're being very generous. He spent.
I was being generous. Yeah. Well, but like the opening sequence was so baller. I'm fine with that.
He had to spend 3/4 of that fucking movie cleaning up the mess, and even at the end, he just went, "Fuck it. Here's what I've got for you. This is the best I can do with what Rian Johnson did." For the upcoming 5th Indiana Jones film, director James Mangold, who took over helming the franchise from Spielberg, has concocted a sequence where viewers will be able to experience Ford and
Does
Indy
that mean he's the Crystal Skull guy? Unacceptable.
I think he is the Crystal Skull guy.
Okay, fuck this movie.
According to an upcoming issue of Empire, the film's opening will be set in 1944, about 8 years after the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark. De-aging technology will have Ford going up against Nazis in a castle, as you do. Old footage of the actor was utilized to help create the illusion, along with the actor's original jacket from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, that's cute. Okay, hold on.
So they're going to de-age Harrison
Ford.
Ford.
Spielberg directed Crystal. Okay.
Oh, did he really?
Wow. Yeah. Wow. What's this guy's name?
Mangold.
Yeah, okay. He had nothing to do with Crystal Skull, so I'll hear him out.
I respect E-Rock's opinion on movies. He says, I had a bit for years of movies I've never seen. I've caught up on some, but still never saw Terminator or T2. I'll plead guilty on T2, but you got to see Terminator.
Hot take. I think both those movies are kind of low-key trash.
Really? Because I always thought about Terminator, what made him such a good, terrifying villain is you legit were like, how the fuck do you stop that thing? It was like watching a 1992 Undertaker match. You were like, what are you going to do to this thing that's going to stop the fucker?
I just like every time in that first one, every time like they were getting the suspense like really going, it was like weird, awkward romance moments.
Yeah, and they also...
Like, it was like, I hate when it's like, it actually felt a lot like the fucking Star Wars movies with fucking Anakin and Padme. They're like, oh, look at all these plot holes. By the way, I love you. Like, I just fucking shut the fuck up. Like, it got to the point where halfway through the movie, I'm rooting for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, the one thing I will criticize Terminator for, there's a lot of Deus Ex Machina escape type shit where you're like, oh, she's fucked. Like, she's nobody. She's not a superhero. She's not a thing. And then all of a sudden, she just runs away, scamper until he runs himself into a fucking metal press thing and...
No, I think T2 is all right. T2 is better than T1 is what I would say. Like, I like Terminator 2 better than Terminator 1. They're both all right. All of them after that are absolute trash, though.
I've actually heard a lot of people say they like the second one better. I don't know.
I think the second one's a better movie. I think actually Terminator 2 might be a case of one of the better sequels.
People shit on me for my comedy movie takes. April turned it on again last night because it's easy to fall asleep to. I fucking hate Step Brothers. It is not a good movie.
Step Brothers is very, very funny the first couple times you watch it. It doesn't have a lot of replayability to me.
It's just like, it's the classic a little, and I love John C. Reilly, and I liked Will Ferrell in his prime, but god damn, it just ended up with him being a little bit, goes a really long way.
Yeah, I think that like Will Ferrell just kind of became his own trope through. He actually went the way of fucking what's his name, Mike Myers.
Well, I was gonna say Adam Sandler, kind of. Yeah, well, Mike Myers, Adam Sandler.
Same as all of them. It's like the movies he makes now aren't funny because of how overused he was. But I think in a bubble, if you look back at Step Brothers, it's actually one of his better movies.
I watched
it really is. I mean, like there's so many fucking hilarious moments in that. And it, I don't know. It's also like a little bit too anti-comedy at times. So I can see people that don't like it.
The premise just annoyed the shit out of me. But anyway, she turned on Pulp Fiction last night, so that made it all better. Low key, as far as Tarantino movies go, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is moving up my list every time I watch it.
I've only watched it the once, and I came away from it painfully indifferent. Is that weird? Like, I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. It was okay. I loved the Bruce Lee shit was fun. It seemed like a disjointed movie with a lot of fun moments.
Yeah, I think you and I, though, whenever we talk about movies, we find out you and I are definitely looking for different things.
Sure.
In movies. I'm just kind of like, oh, I like that. I can't explain why. Like, I do this a lot with movies. Oh, I really like that movie. I can't tell you why. I
have really that too. We just have it with different movies.
Yeah. E-Rock says April and Aaron have bunk beds, so they have so much more room for activities.
Yeah,
I get it. It's so funny. Yeah, don't touch my drum set. Oh, I put my balls on it. Got it? Oh, that's for balls on a drum set.
I mean, that part is like ridiculously unfunny. I'll give you that. Oh, my balls were on it. Ah.
The guy from The Office is funny in it.
The guy from The Office is funny in most things.
Yeah, well, except Ghostbusters 2016.
That movie fucking sucked.
But then again, nobody could have rescued Ghostbusters 2016. I want Oz to live long enough for him to admit to me that Afterlife was fucking garbage.
Wait, Oz likes that movie?
Oh God, he's such a Ghostbusters mark. He loves it.
That's like my buddy Roy. He was like super into the 2016 one, and I'm like, he's one of those guys that was like, he was in like one of the fucking like cosplay. There's like a Minneapolis League of Ghostbusters or whatever, and they all just fucking, I don't know, they get their fucking tips out and rub them together or some shit like that.
I'd rather be a Civil War reenactor.
Yeah, dude, I actually made the same joke. I said I'd rather be in a Civil War reenactment where I'm a slave.
Jesus. That is.
Let me see if I can find it. It's so funny because they do like all the like nerd conventions and shit, and they've got I want to say it's a chapter. I just want you to see this. I want you to see this fucking website. Yeah, Ghostbusters in Minnesota.
Somebody says The Punisher is a great movie. I agree, and there's a lot of people who just say that movie's meh. I love
Punisher.
The Thomas Jane Punisher. Hashtag,
the first one?
Yeah, hashtag my Punisher.
The first one's good. That's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's weird.
Kevin Nash getting his face boiled off. What's not to love?
Well, and that's also based on the Garth Ennis comics who did the Preacher stuff, who's like one of my favorite comic book guys ever. He also did Preacher. He did The Boys is him too. He did The Boys.
I haven't given up on The Boys, by the way. I'm still digging in. I think I
can't believe you don't like that show more. That's so weird to me. Like that just seems like it would be so in your wheelhouse. Like, especially, what season are you on?
I think I just started season 2.
See, I think you'll like season 2 better than season 1.
Like, I'm dealing with the fallout from like the deep kill, those dolphins dying or whatever and shit like that. I think that's the beginning of season 2. Oh,
season 2.
They did the race. They did the race with A-Train and stuff like that. I'm on the episode after that. They had the stare down between Butcher and Homelander, and I think that was the end of season 1.
Well, Butcher is like one of the better characters ever. And like, so Garth Ennis, right? The comic book guy that created
if I can
this.
tell you about, before we move on from The Boys, real quick. The one scene where I went, this is kind of turning around for me a little. was when Billy Butcher had that scene on the park bench with the kid, and he's explaining what happened. You're like, finally, some fucking depth to this character instead of him being a walking cunt reference every 5 seconds. Like, it actually gave him some motivation, some explanation.
Yeah, I mean, the explanation and stuff is in there. Like I think it's just different for me because I read the comics before the show came out.
Yeah.
It's like I think I know a little bit more of the depth, but like what I was gonna say is with Garth Ennis, like every fucking main character he writes is that character. Like Butcher, like Preacher is Butcher, his fucking Punisher is Butcher. Every character he writes is that character. So it has a lot of crossover. I sent it to your Facebook if you want to look at the Ghostbusters North bullshit.
Oh Jesus!
It'll make you sad. They bought the like Ghostbuster ambulance thing and then they cosplay and there's like chapters of them. They have like tryouts and shit. Like, I mean, my buddy was like deep into this. It's like a weird cult.
Oh, Ghostbusters North is a group of people who enjoy the 1984. Yeah, we know what Ghostbusters is. And use it to fuel positive endeavors in the area communities of the Midwest. The group started in northern Minnesota in 2015. We attend various events such as parades, community gatherings, birthday parties, whether they're invited or not.
Yeah, they'll just show up.
To entertain and allow kids to dream big. They remind me of like Winston and Ray when they did the birthday dance and they all started chanting He-Man.
They remind me of if the Shriners had no money.
In these adventures, we do our best to blur the lines of reality and Hollywood movie magic by use of our uniforms, props, vehicles, and charismatic affluence. So you play with your toys.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But they play with their toys for a cause.
God damn it.
And they were on like CBS and like these guys are just like they're honestly they're some of the biggest cunts I've ever met in my life.
I can't tell you in this picture which one is the Make-A-Wish.
I think the guy in the Ghostbuster costume, not the kid, the guy.
Not really sure whose wish we're fulfilling here.
No, but I'm telling you, these guys are just cunts.
They're just
like
cunts.
I've met them a couple times and they are like they are able to be elitist about their LARPing.
Oof.
And it's man.
Oh wait, so they're up their own ass about it too?
Yes, dude, they have tryouts. Like there are people that come to help them out at like parades and stuff that aren't allowed because they're not officially in. They like vet the motherfuckers.
Dude, you would think a group like that, you'd be taking anybody you could get.
Right. No, I'm telling you, my buddy Roy, like he fucking spent I don't even know how much money. He built his backpack from scratch and the traps and all that fucking bullshit, right? Like I'm not the hugest Ghostbuster guy. I've always liked the movies. I thought 1 and 2 were pretty good. That's kind of where me and Ghostbusters parted ways, but I never saw it as this like life-changing fucking thing for me. You know what I mean? It was never like on an impact scale of my childhood. It was like, yeah, I saw it, but like whatever.
Impact scale, bigger impact. Ghostbusters, Back to the Future.
Back to the Future, 100%.
Okay. All right. Speaking of franchises, they mercy killed The Walking Dead this weekend, I think.
Fucking finally.
They did the end.
Oh, but I was saying that Roy is just like Oz, though. Like, he will not admit to me that the 2016 Ghostbuster is bad. Not only that, but he fucking flexes saying it's his favorite one. And I'm like, no, it's fucking not.
No, the 2016 or Afterlife?
Yes, the 2016.
Fuck off.
No, he does. And he tells me all the time, but he's like kind of like a woke guy now, you know?
Oh, okay.
So he's like, no, I just like they change it up. It's completely different. It's got a different tempo. I like this. I'm like, you don't fucking like it. Shut the fuck up. And then he's like, no, it's really good. I go, this is why they didn't let you in their club. This take right here.
Wait, so he can't even be a Ghostbuster LARPer.
Dude, he went through, I'm telling you, he built this shit from scratch. He showed up and they basically said, yeah, you're not really what we're looking for.
Caligula's.
Like, how do you get turned away from a bunch of ghost-busting LARPers?
Caligula says Afterlife wasn't bad. I disagree. It was a movie that just 100%
that movie is
did
trash.
Here's the tragedy of Afterlife. There was no reason to make it.
It was like member berries for a bunch of people who didn't give a fuck less.
And then how do you fuck this up? Hey, let's reboot Ghostbusters. Oh, cool. Who do we have in the movie? One of the biggest movie stars in the world right now, coming fresh off all the Endgame Marvel stuff. We got Paul Rudd. Oh, cool. So he's obviously going to head up the next round of Ghostbusters. Now we're going to make him the Louis Tully.
We're going to make him a doofus.
Fuck. Don't make him
But
Louis
more importantly,
Tully.
never forget in Afterlife that a giant field of ghost traps cannot catch all the ghosts.
You really hate
I will
that.
I will take that one to my grave.
Egon
that
should have been
pissed
sucked
me
up.
off so much.
Egon should have been sucked up by his traps, right?
Yeah, I don't need these like hugely sentimental moments. You hit the field of traps, and honestly, that'd be a better ending. Like Egon sacrificed his afterlife to save everybody. Done. Fucking done.
That would be awesome. But nope, they had to get the big.
Or the fact that like the kid from Stranger Things didn't even need to fucking be there.
No reason. He was pointless.
No reason.
Yeah, that whole movie was dog shit. Now I'm just getting mad. I had thoughts, and then I'm just like, nah, you know what? But like, you could have remade that movie. Talking about remakes beat for beat. Ready? I'll throw you Louis Tully right now, and whether you like the guy or not, I think he would have done well. Patton Oswalt. There you go, Louis Tully.
Yes, 100%.
Patton Oswalt, Louis Tully.
You know what else you could have done? Jason Alexander. He's not doing anything.
Right. You could have definitely done Jason Alexander.
Oh, no, I got it. Are you ready? Okay. Oh, shit. It just hit my brain. Stephen Root.
Stephen Root could have been Louis. Oh, God, that would have been too good.
That would have had the star power. He would have done a better job. You could have done everything.
That would have almost been too good, Louis. All right,
there's
fine.
There's no way he says yes to that script, though.
Neil Hamburger is the Louis Tully.
I would watch. Why are all these fucking ghosts in my vagina? Well, that's so I can puke in hell.
Neil, you're a weirdo. Anyway, all right.
Hold on, I got to do it. Why does KFC come in a bucket?
Why is that, Neil?
Well, that's so you can have something to puke after you're done eating it.
Dude, Brittany with a brutal Patton Oswalt Louis Tully reference. Patton's wife would have come back from the dead and outed him.
Dude, his wife comes back. He just screams, hits the ghost trap, and sucks her up again.
All right. Who do you want as your Louis Tully? We got a few nominations here. We got Patton Oswalt, Jack Black, Stephen Root. Jack Black's too charismatic and flamboyant.
I mean, I kind of want Patton as long as we can fuck with his dead wife.
Jesus.
What?
Maybe you could do Patton then and, work his wife into the movie somehow.
No, I'm telling you, she comes back, he freaks out, sucks her up in the ghost trap.
All right. She's got a cameo. So Patton's wife has a cameo.
Yeah.
In the new Ghostbusters. All right. Who's your 4 Ghostbusters? Do we just start with Paul Rudd so we have a frame of reference?
I mean, obviously, like, Bill Murray's not going anywhere, right?
No. We got to have a whole new Ghostbuster. We got to reboot this thing.
Oh, you're doing the whole thing. We're not bringing back any guys?
No, I want to. No, Winston can be the financier. I get that part. I don't mind that part. Where Winston.
Yeah, I would go fucking dark on it, right? Like, I think that's what they need. They need like.
Are you going Nolan? Okay, are you making a Nolan?
That's what I was just gonna say. You get Christopher Nolan to fucking direct it, right? And you make like the dark Ghostbusters, right?
Okay. I was gonna say Chris Pratt would be a good Ghostbuster.
Yeah, Chris Pratt would be all right. Tom Hardy would be a good Ghostbuster.
You want to just throw the cast of Black Hawk Down in there?
Yes. I do.
Actually, you know what? Ty Burrell might not be a terrible Ghostbuster.
As I'm thinking, I know you were joking, but like that's not your worst idea.
Orlando Bloom, Ghostbuster, works for me.
Nah, he's out.
Jason Isaacs, throw him the fucking. No, all those guys are like 60 now.
Ewan McGregor would be an awesome Ghostbuster.
Ewan McGregor's a fucking killer Ghostbuster.
Yeah.
Give me Ewan McGregor.
Who's the other guy that's
Tom Hardy's in there. Ewan McGregor's in there. Orlando Bloom. Eric Bana.
Australian. Eric Bana.
Yeah.
Eric Bana.
You got Eric Bana, Ewan McGregor.
Dude, literally, just, okay. Black Hawk Ghostbusters. Done.
There you go.
Fucking print it.
Someone wants Bill Burr as a Ghostbuster. That'd be obnoxious. I like Bill Burr, but
Jack Black as Slimer, though.
Yes, perfect. There we go. Pete Davidson.
That was another thing with that Afterlife. Why not just have fucking Slimer in there?
Oh, no, he had to be Spitter or whatever the fuck is
right, like, it's like, oh, here's the same thing, but it's a completely different thing, so we can sell a different fucking toy. Like, you could sell new Slimer toys, you stupid fucks. That's what I hate. I get so fucking mad when they remake something and then just change it for no fucking reason at all. Like, in the Spider-Man reboot, I can't remember if it was like the original one or if it was the one with Garfield, but like one of them they changed to like, with great power comes great responsibility, but the line they changed it to meant the exact same thing. So why the fuck would you do that?
Just say the line. People mark out for that shit.
Say the fucking line, right?
Like, you know what? Here, this is one thing I actually liked about the phase 1 through 3 Marvel movies is they weren't afraid to give you corny mark out shit. That's what superhero movies
That's
are
what we were here for. We were there to mark out.
One of the coolest tearjerker moments in the Endgame fucking Captain America with Mjolnir. That was fucking cool. It was just a dumb, stupid mark out moment. We were like, oh, that is
even in Endgame when he just says Avengers Assemble. That was pretty sweet.
When he gets what is it, Sam with the on your left. It's like, that's just cool. It's schlocky. It's cool. Superhero movies are supposed to be schlocky and easy. They're supposed to be simple. Nolan did such a good job with The Dark Knight that it kind of fucked comic book movies for a while.
Well, fuck DC as a company for still.
Right, because they're like, no, we can do it dark. It's like, no, Nolan's a genius. That shouldn't have worked. There's no reason that should have worked. In fact, when they said Heath Ledger's going to be the Joker, people went, oh, fucking gay. That's going to suck. And then it ended up working.
That's the thing that I think's the biggest, with Nolan, the thing that was always the biggest flex to me about that is that he was setting that up to be The Dark Knight Returns, which is one of the greatest comic books ever. Everybody loves that. But he talks about it all the time. Like, they were going to bring, like, the second movie was going to be this down note Joker kind of winning thing, and then it was going to go to Dark Knight Returns, which everybody wants, right?
Yeah.
They when fucking
Ledger died.
What's his name died, Ledger. When Heath Ledger died, they rewrote that script on the fly, shoehorned it into what they were doing, and then still got Tom Hardy to be Bane and do a great job. But that entire fucking script was basically written in like 2 or 3 months because they already had the shooting schedule done, and they had everything they had planned was to bring the Joker back, but they just couldn't do it after Heath Ledger died. He's like, we can't recast that.
Dark Knight Rises may have been a step down from The Dark Knight, but like the fact that they pulled it off and made a pretty good movie is a fucking miracle.
It's still one of the better Batman movies. It's if you look at that trilogy, is it the weak link in that trilogy? It might be. The more I watch Batman Begins, the more I enjoy it.
Yeah, me too.
I always thought Batman Begins was the weak link, but again, the more I watch that, the more I enjoy it.
And The Dark Knight Rises is almost more of a Batman Begins sequel than a Dark Knight sequel.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Knight is in a different stratosphere. I mean, that's legit one of, if not the best comic book movie ever made.
All right, guys, I will stop being nerds now and stop being dorks. We'll get to some stuff, I promise. I started this with all my goddamn Indiana Jones talk. 140 away from this morning's goal, actually away from this week's goal. We're done. We knock it out of the park if we knock out that 140. About 15 minutes away from that offering plate can rattle segment. If you feel like chipping in, there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal. Super chats count as well. We got a couple of Florida stories to check in with here, and then in overtime, we've got some Brendan Schaub. This guy, I like him. I don't feel it's one of these crimes where not really anybody was hurt, and the criminal is entertaining, so I can guilt-free enjoy this one. This is pretty classic Florida right here.
A man is in jail after stealing from a multi-billion-dollar company that he claims he owns. According to Gainesville police.
Now, wait a minute. This man stole from a company, a multi-billion-dollar company.
That's the best defense ever. We caught you stealing, Steve. Nah, I fucking own it.
Yeah. Speaking of Batman Begins, he kind of pulled a Bruce Wayne in China, didn't he?
That's the best thing ever. Like, fucking, no, I own it.
Now, usually
I'm gonna do that every time I'm in trouble. Did you do that? Yeah, I own it.
Yeah,
I can do something about it.
Caught him stealing from a multi-billion-dollar company, and he says, "I own it." The believability is already strained. But Corey, what company did he claim to own?
God, please let it be like OnlyFans or something.
Oh, you're thinking way too hard. You're gonna like it better. Here we go.
Walmart.
Police department.
What's that?
Walmart.
Did you see this one?
No.
He claims he owns. According to Gainesville Police Department reports, no, not Sam Walton, but 51-year-old Stephen Francis was caught stealing clothes from the Walmart behind Butler Plaza. Officers contacted Francis, who says he was an owner of the grocery store chain after.
What? The grocery store chain?
He claims that he's the owner of the grocery store portion of Walmart. So he can steal the clothes. Wait a minute. If you're going to say that I own the Walmart grocery store part, why are you stealing the clothes then, dickhead?
Yeah, you could just be like, hey, give me this.
Yeah. And also, if you're going to steal clothes, dude, Walmart? Poor people don't even
That reminds me of
Walmart
the,
clothes.
I think it's Dimitri Martin had a joke about that, Where he's like, whenever I'm in a store and somebody calls me boss, I go, all right, you're fired. Give me what's in the register and go away.
After a, quote, hostile takeover. He said...
Wait a minute. This guy's got a backstory for his
behind
ownership?
Butler Plaza, officers contacted Francis, who says he was an owner of the grocery store chain after a, quote, hostile takeover.
And I was just testing our shoplifting security, and you guys passed. It was a hostile takeover. Well, you see, there were stock options, and I bought 51%, and I snuck it in on those dirty fucking
on Walmart.
He said he had no remorse for taking the clothes because he owned the store already. Francis is being held at the Alachua County Jail. The total cost of the items taken are estimated to be over $200. A man.
What? How do you get over $200? Like, how big was this guy's fucking arms?
You know how many clothes you have to steal from Walmart to get up to that's 20 pairs of jeans.
Especially, check this out. He's in Florida, so he wasn't even grabbing like a winter jacket. Right? Like if you're in Minnesota, like you could probably get to 200 with 3 winter jackets.
Jesus. The guy stole 30 t-shirts from a Walmart. He was loaded up. Oh my God, you guys are right. I didn't realize the name. His name was Steve Francis, the point guard from the Houston Rockets. He looks a lot different nowadays, I have to say.
The franchise?
Stevie Franchise. Yeah, somebody said in the chat, Stevie Franchise did
Well, he
not
wasn't
age
originally
well.
with Orlando, so he just went back home.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he just went back to her. Wait, Oh, you're right.
Yeah, dude, he was on that team
Francis
with like Grant Hill and like it was right after Shaq left, and they were never that good, but they were like Francis and Grant Hill were supposed to be remember when Grant Hill was supposed to be the next Michael Jordan?
It was Francis,
There's like
Tracy
17
McGrady,
people
and Grant
before
Hill.
LeBron James that were supposed to be the next Jordan.
That's right. Yeah, Orlando was supposed to have a super team, and it never shook out. They snuck one title in with Dwight Howard, though, didn't they? Didn't they beat LeBron in an NBA? Or no, that would have had to be an Eastern Conference.
Shaq went there, but he lost to the Bulls.
Okay. 140. I'm sorry. Yeah, 140 away from today's goal. There you go, guys. There's the links in the chat if you'd like to chip in. About 10 minutes away from rattling those old cans. A man was brought out of Florida's Miami-Dade courtroom on a stretcher this week after he tried to harm himself while awaiting a verdict on an armed robbery charge against him. Jermaine Bell has been in custody at Miami-Dade County Corrections for over 3 years, fighting the charges. He reportedly had just been found guilty of armed robbery when in the courtroom he drank bleach. Bell's cousin was able to capture the
fucking idiot.
Yeah, the entire event on video.
Like I think I'm just over helping these people, like the Tide Pod challenges and the bleaches. Like, get it.
Right, especially
like
when
I walk in and somebody's drinking bleach. From now on, I'm just gonna go chug, 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 chug.
Yeah, like he looks around at security. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, taking bets on how it shakes out. We wish you the best, man. It's like, wait, what? Caligula,
you want this Comet bleach chaser, bro?
Caligula Love says $2 respecting the grift, Aaron Hale. Not a grift if you're honest. We're a listener-supported show. We're filthy, dirty beggars. There's a big, big difference. So when it comes to people like this, though, yeah, just take bets on how it shakes out. Like, it's not like he's an innocent, good guy who accidentally ingested some bleach. He's a fucking criminal, and he's like, oh, I'm going to take an easy way out. All right, fine. Save us the money. Don't sweat off my back. We actually have video of it. Here we go. This is from Channel 10
now
News
to a story you'll only see on Local 10 News. Chaos in court when a man on trial suddenly drank a cup of bleach. But how did he get a hold of it?
That would be my first question. Like, how much?
That's amazing. That is so cool.
How much trouble are the bailiffs in that they didn't catch the cup of bleach? I mean, a cup of bleach is
funny if you like. It's funny if you like slammed it, or the judge is like, "All right, you know what? Not guilty."
Yeah. The jury finds you guilty, and he starts drinking it. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Not guilty. And he's
like that book where that dude like drinks the poison because he's the last person on Earth, and then right as he's about to die, the phone rings.
Yeah. Was that a Twilight Zone episode?
I think it was.
Yeah.
10's Rosh Lowe is live in Miami with this exclusive. Rosh.
So let's begin tonight with this question. How in the world can this happen? You have somebody who is in custody of Miami-Dade Corrections You have them at their
He's like
guilty.
a bodybuilder. Look at him.
I was gonna say old Captain tight-fitting sweater over here. Jesus.
Look at the like power pose too. He's like, I'm here on the street with the news.
Somebody's angling for his own show, I think. But he looks like he could be the new host of like Unsolved Mysteries or something.
I think he needs to be one of our Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that guy is Ghostbuster material. Maybe we just get the cast of The Longest Yard. There you go.
Verdict, and then somehow they are able to get some cup of a chemical, bleach most likely, and not only that.
Are we sure it wasn't cum and that it just smelled like bleach? He could have just drank a cup of cum like.
Then it would be a comical, Aaron.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was way too quick. Way too quick.
They begin to drink it.
Watch what happened in a Miami-Dade County courtroom.
Why are they presenting this like it's a murder mystery? Tell us the fucking news, you twits.
What fucking happened to the guy? Come on, show me his insides turning white.
Bell just found guilty of armed robbery, facing life behind bars, and he drinks something from this cup.
Spit it up, man.
He's been in custody for more than 3 years fighting the charges, and on verdict day sips what his family says was a bleach-type chemical from the cup.
Hey, y'all call the rescue.
Immediately, he becomes sick.
I just told you, ate a nap. Y'all ain't gonna help.
Yeah, your body's gonna try and kick that shit out right away.
Yeah.
You drink bleach, you're gonna just start involuntarily vomiting all over the place.
So sick, he's taken out of the courtroom on a stretcher and taken to the hospital.
If you don't believe us about that bleach, you should try it at home.
No, of course not. No, it's terrible. You're not gonna like it.
Survive, but serious questions. How could this have happened?
I see him drinking something that's not right, and that his attorneys are letting him drink it.
Wait, can I get that again?
I want to hear this guy I want the rest of the story to just be him.
Taken to the hospital. He would survive, but serious questions. How could this have happened?
I see him drinking something that's not right, and that his attorneys are letting him drink it, the corrections are letting him drink it, and all of a sudden, I see him collapse. And I'm like, what just happened?
Wow, thank you for that eyewitness account. That's perfect. I saw him drink a thing, and I'm like, what? And he's like, huh? And I'm like, what? He's like Zach Galifianakis telling that story in the movie The Campaign about his dogs.
He went downstairs to get him a bleach pop.
Reverend Jerome.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Starling is a distant relative of Bell and says there needs to be accountability.
This guy with this fucking, look at this fucking clown, dude, with his fucking dress blazer and his Miami Heat hat. Oh, I wore my dress hat here.
I wore my court hat. This ain't my normal hat. This is my going to meetings hat. I'm in my Sunday go to meeting clothes.
This ain't my painting the house hat.
Yeah.
Happening to people that's in custody at all.
Jerome's cousin took the video. She couldn't believe what was happening. How does an inmate get a chemical into a courtroom like this and then sit there and drink it?
If I was the only one, like, jumped up and tried to get him help.
His family wants answers.
Very emotional for the whole family.
Yeah, my family member who was an armed robber who assaulted people during a robbery with a firearm. Yeah, would you guys please have sympathy for this man? It's like, I'm sorry, I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, nobody cares, buddy.
Nobody gives a shit about your relative. He's a piece of shit. I hope the bleach gets him.
Yeah, sorry, the bleach didn't work faster.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
We thought we was going to lose Jermaine that day.
Were.
There are so many questions about this case.
You know, that's what I like about being on the show. You're just such a beacon of sensitivity.
Well, she said we was. I mean, come on.
It were.
She's
going through a traumatic event. Knock it off.
I want to do that. I want to be a news person for one day. And
just correct everybody.
A little kid gets hit by a car and killed, and the mom's like, we was out here. Cut, ma'am.
Were.
Like, what? Were. I know you're grieving, but that's not an excuse for poor grammar.
They are unanswered.
I say I want to be a reporter for one day because I'm pretty sure I'd be fired after that.
Oh, yeah, for
Did
sure.
you tell a grieving mother that she should say were instead of was? We're a Democratic outfit. We don't believe in educating black people. Oh, sorry.
But it's important to stress this is not only about this one particular inmate, it's about all the other inmates. And security protocols.
Because they all drink bleach? This guy's a fucking toolbox.
We're just worried about all the inmates. If you've got a jail full of inmates who are itching to drink bleach, I got a jail full of inmates that just need to die. I'm sorry.
Seriously, this guy needs to spend less time fucking in the tanning booth, and maybe he can give a story with He's like doing that fucking weird ass fucking seating where he's just like breadcrumbing you in with his like weird voice. I fucking hate when local news does that shit.
You're gonna have sex with this guy, aren't you?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Even if I were gay, I'd still have standards.
Todd Crisley would.
That dude's not gay. I don't know why you're
right. You know what? I'm out of line, and I apologize.
Tell you this evening that this entire matter
I bet this guy like Ghostbusters 2016.
Investigation both by Miami-Dade Corrections and Miami-Dade Police.
And My Chemical Bronzer.
Yeah, just fucking. Why do we need to waste the authorities' time? Just like a guy got some bleach through there, fire the guys who were supposed to check him, and call it a day. And then hope that guy doesn't make it out of the situation. That's all. It's just my own personal take on the whole deal.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, he's going to life for prison, right? Like prison for life. So he's taking care of the issue.
Guy Sartell says distant relative must be his dad.
Ooh.
JJ yelling for the reporter, somebody get this guy a protein shake.
Yeah, that's right. Fuck yeah.
All
Bro, you got to see what we have in the news, bro.
Oh, man, bro, you wouldn't believe it. He comes in slamming a protein shake. He's like, all right, what stories do you have for me today? I want the courtroom one. I'm fucking jacked. I'm on a cycle and a half. I'm ripping tea. I'm feeling good. All right, guys, we got to let's fire up the music, see if we can knock out this goal and go into Thanksgiving on a high note today. 140 away from today's goal. Fire up the music. Let's pass around the offering plate, rattle the cans, and see if we can't knock it out and do an extra half hour for you. Remember, if that goal goes under 50, we do an extra half hour, and we knock out the rest of it today. And we got some Brendan Schaub and some other stuff coming up for you. Hope you're enjoying the program. Remember, we got all the best of stuff coming up tonight through Friday. Keep it to Steel Toe for the Thanksgiving weekend entertainment. There's the links to the Streamlabs, the PayPal, Super Chats count as well if you want to become a VIP. Great time to do it. 140 away from the goal. Links in the chat. Links pinned to the top of the page. Whatever you'd like to do. Lots of things to go over still. Unless we don't hit that goal, then we'll just wrap up the show in a couple of minutes here. 140 away. We'll keep refreshing things, see where it goes. We'll keep playing around with the chat, and then pick up the rest of the show, perhaps on the other side of this offering plate segment here. 140 away. Squared Circle Square says Chad Zumak is a bum. I'm excited to watch that live stream and see how it went. It sounded like he was yelling at a lot of people. So that could be
14 people.
Yeah, he was yelling at 14 people. Okay, fair enough. 140 away. There's Lip Ripper with $20. He says, happy Thanksgiving, toe boys and girls. Thank you, sir. 125 away from the goal. Ozymandias with $5 says, go Bucks. Thank you, sir. 120 away from today's goal. Thank you so much for your generosity. 120 away, and I think looks like 3 minutes away from the end of the program. 120 left to go. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. Super Chats count as well. Remember that Stoney's is opening late in the afternoon, about 5 o'clock for Thanksgiving on Thursday. Old Capitol is opening at 4 on Thursday. So if you're looking to go get some good drinks and have some fun after the Thanksgiving festivities have ended, of course, Old Capitol and Stoney's are available for you. 120 away from today's goal. Looking to knock that out before we call it a week. Still about 120 short. And 2 and change left in today's program. We got Brendan Schaub coming up in the overtime period. A lot. Actually, we got quite a few clips. He's going to explain New England to us. He and Mike Perry had a conversation, and I've got to say, a lot of CTE, rich in CTE. A Mike Perry, Brendan Schaub conversation. Jeep ZJ with 101 says, keep talking about movies. I loved it. Thank you, buddy. 105 away from today's goal. So we are getting a little bit closer, and we've got about a minute and a half left to go. Trucker 18-wheeler with throwing in a 10 spot. Thank you, buddy. 100 away. Actually, 95. The last one we counted as 5. They're each 7. Got to make sure we're doing it fair. 95 away. Happy Gilfmore says, do you think this show was worth $400? Well, luckily the goal today was like $240 or so. So, no. It was never supposed to be worth $400. So it was.
I think it was worth 500.
Could have been worth 5. Trucker 18-wheeler says, happy Thanksgiving to all the Jews on the show. Elias says, asked for an I drink your milkshake in Randy Macho Man Savage voice. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Drinking your milkshake. Dig it. There you go. I hope that was everything you asked for. I hope I didn't fuck it up for you. All right, 49 seconds left to go. Scott Richard Staska with $5. Thank you, buddy. $90 away from the Thanksgiving week goal there. Just a little bit short here. Looks like in the last 30 seconds we might miss by just a little bit. PayPal and Streamlabs in the chat. The links are in there. Somebody says the goal should have been 800 so Aaron can get season tickets for the Vikings. No, our goal only goes down from here. There is no going up. Got to treat the people nice. Marble Arms with $5, 85 away from today's goal. A few seconds left in today's program. It is 10 seconds. Oh, sorry. I clicked a little.
Dr. Silverwolf just said I donated in PayPal.
20 seconds left. Let's see what we've got here. Wrapping things up. Donald with 50. Bridget with 20. That's going to put us at 15. We are doing overtime today as the clock runs out. That's going to... Oh, and then Orange Boy with 10 says for Aaron's Casey's Pizza. $10 away from the goal. Let's call it good. Thank you guys very much. Oh, right there, just as time expires. Goal knocked out. Overtime commencing. Thank you guys very, very much for putting us there at the end of the program there. Appreciate that, guys. All right, let's open up all this Brendan Schaub stuff. This is just fun, lighthearted shit going into Thanksgiving. Again, there is absolutely no malice in my heart when it comes to making fun of Brendan Schaub. I think Brendan is... I don't think Brendan knows why he's funny, but Brendan is funny.
Like, what's up, man?
Uh-oh.
I was like, oh.
Oh, sorry. That's going to be the, Corey, that's going to be the Mike Perry, Brendan Schaub conversation. And
I'm excited.
Look, those two talking to each other might be... I don't know if I was entertained by it or horrified by it, but
can be both.
We'll get to all of it. Our first one. Brendan Schaub discovers that Rhode Island and New England can be the same thing. Brendan Schaub is 40 years old. Brendan Schaub is just learning the mysteries of New England this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the very own thick boy, Brendan Schaub.
19, which takes place in New England. Says Rough and Rowdy 19 New England, but says Summer 9th Providence, Rhode Island. You're from the East Coast. Describe that to me, Casey.
Look, you have to be from the East Coast to be able to explain why Rhode Island can be in New England. Like if you're from the Midwest, that confuses the shit out of you.
Does it though?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you remember when you didn't understand why something could be Massachusetts, but also New England? Do you remember when you used to think, we used to wonder that?
No.
Oh, really? Because I do. I remember. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was 5.
The only thing I've ever wondered is why New Hampshire and Vermont aren't the same state. That's the only thing I've ever wondered.
The shape even goes
together.
And
why Rhode Island exists. That should just be Connecticut.
It just make it Connecticut. Who's getting all fancy? You got to remember, back when they founded those things, they were on horses, so that all seemed like a really long distance.
There's no way that even on horses, Rhode Island felt like a long distance.
What did they say? It takes like 45 minutes to drive through Rhode Island?
If that.
No.
If that.
See, Rhode Island's New England. Explain that to me, dude.
He just did. There's nothing else to explain. It just is. Rhode Island.
And like not only that, but it's like New England, like they love to call stuff new back in that era, right?
Yeah.
So New England is all the parts of the country that's touching what, Aaron?
I would say it was all the property that was New England would be all of the territory that was owned by the
Nope, no, what's it touching though? What's its border?
New England?
Yeah.
I don't know. What would its border be?
New York.
No, I thought you were going to say it was like New England was touching England. I'm like, that's fucking impossible.
No. Like all the New England states touch New York.
Are named after other English stuff like New York, which, of course, before it was New York, was New Amsterdam. And they changed it to New York because fuck the Dutch. The Dutch don't get to name New York. The English get to rename New York.
So Rhode Island.
We're not speaking fucking Dutch here, bro.
Yeah, Brendan.
To me, dude. Because I thought Rhode Island was its own thing.
It is. You're good.
How did you think it was its own thing though? Because it like
Brendan. No, he's got it. He'll get it. It is its own thing. It's also.
It is a state, so the New England is made up of a few states.
Oh, word.
Word.
That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Wait, I thought Rhode Island was its own thing. It is, but it's also a region. Oh, word. Cool. He's like a real life Spicoli. Like Brendan is Spicoli. Like, oh.
Yeah, Spicoli was even more retarded.
It's crazy, man. But it's kind of like Minnesota and the Midwest. I mean, would that shock the shit out of him to find out that we are in fact both?
And Chris Blades.
We are Minnesota and we are also indeed the Midwest.
Minnesota's kind of not the Midwest though. Like we're like the North.
We get counted.
I mean that's fine. I'm not gonna get mad about it, but like the mid North. I think we need to normalize not being associated with Iowa or Missouri.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
This next clip is titled "This One Melted My Brain a Little Bit." This is Brendan Schaub, "Melting Brains."
And Curtis Blades is only getting better. Because Curtis Blades, he's starting to put together the striking with the wrestling.
You're familiar with Curtis Blades, Corey, big MMA fan, right? Heavyweight, Curtis Blades. Get ready. Brendan's going to explain to you everything about Curtis Blades.
Put together the striking with the wrestling. Now, Curtis Blades, his nickname is Blades for a reason because his elbow is his ground and pound, and also he rhymes with his last name.
You see, Corey.
I hate him. No, I can't even.
Corey. Curtis Blades'
second.
nickname is Blades, and the reason is because his elbows cut you open, but it also rhymes with his last name. Corey, I'm going to let you handle this one. Why is that a brain-meltingly retarded thing to say?
Your elbows aren't blades. They don't rhyme. Those aren't the same words.
Right, but is Curtis Blades' nickname Blades?
No.
What would you call the Blades part of Curtis Blades' name? What would that be considered?
His name.
That's his name. You see, Curtis Blades' nickname is not Blades. It is.
Do you know what his nickname is for extra credit?
Curtis. I do know this one, and I just threw a pen out of nervousness.
It's a pun. It's a pun on Blades.
It's Razor, isn't it?
Yes.
Curtis Razor Blades. Yeah.
And also everybody like in the chat is blowing me up. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, while part of the original 13 colonies, are not New England, guys. Sorry. Look it up. Look at a map.
No, I never. No, New York's not part of New England.
Six states are New England. Six.
Yeah. Now you guys are making us look dumber than Brendan Schaub potentially here.
Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island.
Yeah, I didn't think New York was ever part of New England.
No, there are 13. Right, there are 13 colonies, but they're not New England. The colonies: Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Hampshire, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland.
This is stupid that I even had to look.
Carolinas and the Georgias. That's the original colonies, and not all of those are New England. New England is where the base is. So
I feel like an idiot for even having to look this up. Yeah, it's bordered.
Go for it. I know I'm right 100%.
Yeah, it's bordered by the state of New York to the west and the Canadian provinces of New Brunswick to the northeast and Quebec to the north.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. It always confused me as to whether or not Maine was part of New England too.
Maine is part of New England.
Was that a guy? So Curtis Blades, we can confirm, not indeed nicknamed Blades, but rather just his last name. And it is not because it rhymes with his last name and because his elbows cut people open. That is not the reason.
No, that's why they call him that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought they called him that because
middle name is like hilarious too. It's like, I forget, it's like Eugene or like Lionel. It's something like really weird.
Well, so Brendan so far today 0 for 2. Did not know that Rhode Island and did not know that could also be part of New England. And also
I feel like I'm gonna give him a pass on that one because I feel like New England is kind of like, if you're not from New England, what the fuck do you care about a weird colloquialism about a fucking region? Nobody cares.
Yeah, right. I
you know what I mean? It's like if somebody wants to correct you, like, well, this part, like Minnesota, if somebody wants to be like, well, it's not really the Midwest, it's the Mid-North, blah, blah, nobody gives a shit, right?
But isn't there a difference between not caring and not knowing?
Well, no, what I'm saying, though, is that it's just more damning the second part where he doesn't know what a name is. Like, that one's pretty fucking dumb.
Yeah. Keith Sartell says simply, New England is an opinion.
Kind of.
It is kind of an opinion. John J said, yeah, it's Curtis Lionel Blades.
Lionel. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. So now, if you're Brendan Schaub and you're 0 for 2 and you fuck up the Rhode Island thing and you fuck up the Curtis Blades thing that badly, you know what a smart thing to do is?
Double down and go for 3, baby.
I was going to say, bring in a guy a lot dumber than you. And
yeah, but where's Callan? He's not there.
I got Mike Perry. Would you like to listen?
Do you have Mike Perry?
Well, as much as Mike Perry has himself. Mike Perry wants back in the UFC, Corey. And he's
Wait, time out.
Yeah.
This is Brandon Schaub and Mike Perry in the same room.
Oh, yeah.
This is like 3 brain cells between the two of these guys.
It's funny.
And for the record, I would not say that to either of their faces.
Yeah, it's funny because on the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, Corey, it's titled, "The amount of CTE in this room is astonishing."
Yeah. Oh, I agreed.
Would you like to see Mike Perry?
You ever see that show Hot Ones?
Yeah.
This show would be called Dumb Ones.
Would you like to see Mike Perry tell Brendan Schaub a story?
God, no and yes at the same time.
Here we go.
I think with bare knuckle, you need a big fight.
I saw Dana, man. I was at a fight in Vegas, and I was like, yeah, I walked up.
No, he saw Dana at a fucking... I saw Dana at a fight. Oh, UFC fight? No, it's just some bum fight. They were just doing a thing.
God, Mike Perry is so fucking dumb. Like, he started street fights. That's like the best.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was happy to see me. I was like, man, you know how that makes me feel? And then I saw Dana, and he was like, what's up, man? I was like, oh, I want to come back.
What was he like?
And he was like, I was like, what, bro? Like, what is that?
What'd he say?
He just made a look. I was like, I want to come back, man.
And this is after the Michael Venom Page fight?
No, this was before.
See? Different
no. He ain't coming back after that Page fight.
First of all, the fact that Mike Perry is telling this story and nobody's going, dude, this guy's in trouble. And the fact that Brendan's listening to him like Walter Cronkite is interviewing the fucking defense secretary about Vietnam. He's like, oh, and this was, to get the timeline correct here, this was before or after the Michael Venom Page fight?
All game. Now you're in a different stratosphere.
I was still winning.
I know, but not Michael Venom Page.
Yeah, come on.
Now Michael Venom Page.
Or Bellator. What's up? I'll fight Venom Page in Bellator and MMA. Why hasn't this been talked about?
Because we're hearing you speak and we don't think you should be hitting the head anymore. You should not. You are definitely on the Thomas Hearns highway, as it were.
Well, Perry was a weird one because he only lost a couple fights, but like they routed him out. Like, he's a guy where I think they just don't like him. I think he's just annoying.
Well, I mean, it might not be his fault. This does seem to be a little bit of onset, brain punishment.
Oh, I'm not just talking about this set.
Not just this 54 seconds, but
no,
the whole package.
Yeah, strangle him.
Well, hopefully you get your big.
That's UFC, Bellator, bring me back. I'll fight a guy and I'll choke him to death. So, yeah, sign that guy to a contract. That doesn't sound like a liability at all.
Yeah, no, it seems just good business.
Yeah, I mean, Mike is Mike. It sounds like a great idea, Mike. We'll sign you up right away. The next thing I have with good old Brendan Schaub today is Unique from Unique Entertainment. Kyle from Unique Entertainment. Brendan is suing him for, making fun of him on the internet and playing his stuff and making fun of it. Now, everybody makes fun of Brendan Schaub. None of us are originals at this. He's just kind of a funny guy to goof on a little bit. So why did Kyle from Unique Entertainment get singled out for a lawsuit? Well, the reason is simple. The video that Kyle played and cocked off about that nobody else had a chance to play was a video of Brendan Schaub seemingly handing a phone number to a woman at an event he was at and whisper in her ear. Meanwhile, Brendan Schaub married, and it was right after that clip that Brendan Schaub filed the lawsuit and got Kyle's original channel taken down. Well, when you do something like that, you tend to breed an enemy for life. And Kyle, not exactly the type to just let shit go, decided he would spend pretty much the rest of his time these last couple years fucking with Brendan Schaub. Well, Kyle has a new gimmick that he's going to try with Brendan. Brendan's a traveling stand-up comic. He's got a show coming up in Rhode Island, not too far from where Kyle lives. So Kyle decided, I got an idea.
This dumb motherfucker.
Nailed it.
This is how dumb Brendan Schaub is, by the way.
How dumb is he?
19, which takes place in New England.
So this is the
says Rough and Rowdy 19 New England, but says December 9th, Providence, Rhode Island. You're from the East Coast. Describe that to me, Casey.
I bought all those tickets.
Oh, here we go.
Rough and Rowdy 19 New England, but says December 9th, Providence, Rhode Island. You're from the East Coast. Describe that to me, Casey. Rhode Island's New England. Yeah. Explain that to me, dude. Because I thought Rhode Island was its own thing.
Dummy has no idea.
First of all, Kyle's calling you dummy. You fucked up.
He only sold tickets in Rhode Island because of me. And do I got something planned when this faggot actually comes here. And the reason why I bought all those tickets, this nigga has no idea. He can't sell tickets anywhere. They're giving away free tickets. And he's already canceled half the things on his little tour thing.
Yeah, he just canceled.
You only sold tickets in Rhode Island, stupid. Where you're suing me. And do you have any idea what I have planned? No, you don't. And I know you're watching.
So for those of you who don't speak Kyleese, I will break it down for you. Kyle from Unique Entertainment has bought a large chunk, if not, some are saying all. Kyle has bought a large chunk of the tickets to his Rhode Island gig and is planning to show up. Which is just, like, you talk about going out of your way to be fucking mean to somebody. He's bought all the tickets to Brendan's shows. He's going to show up, or as he says, pull up on Brendan Schaub at his Rhode Island thing. Now, part of me wants to feel bad for Brendan that this is happening. But you fucked with the guy and you sued him.
Is there ever somebody that you can feel like on their side less than Brandon Schaub? Like ever?
The only person would be like Kyle from Unique, and he's the one being fucked with. So no, I can't feel worse for him in this one. So no, there's nobody I can feel. I mean, maybe like John and Chad and those guys. Like Brendan to me seems a little more innocent. I think Brendan's crime is he's dumb. He speaks poorly. He jumped to the front of the line because of his connections with Joe Rogan. I think the thing people hate Brendan for is he's the classic example of landed on third base and thinks he hit a triple.
Yeah, I mean, or he's the guy who is only working because of his connections, right?
Right.
I mean, that's who he is.
But he's not. But I think people's problem with him is he's not humble about it.
But my problem is that he was never really good at anything. I mean, he was not a good fighter either. Like, he was good enough to make it to the UFC and respect, you know. I mean, that's that in and of itself is an accomplishment, but he was a nobody in the UFC. Like, it's not like he was a fucking world beater. And so it's like when you have expertise, like, I don't know. It's hard for me when somebody is acting like they're more than they are. You know?
Yes.
And then he's going to take that same mentality and go to what? To fucking comedy?
Yeah, that's just it. Like, that kind of attitude in comedy, like, you got to have something with it. You got to have talent with it. You know? And then he had and then the worst thing that happened to him is Rogan gave him the boost.
Yes.
Rogan gave him the bump, and then when Rogan gave him the bump, it was like he didn't have to earn it anymore.
Well, and he acted like he earned it. That's the thing. It's one thing if you're getting the rub, but then he's acting like he was the reason that he was there, and he just wasn't.
Yeah, right. I think Brendan maybe would have had a fighting chance. Maybe, I don't know, if he would have started in clubs, open mics, emceeing, things like that. But
probably not.
Probably not. But he wouldn't. He wouldn't get. I think we can agree.
You don't just get funny. I mean, that's the thing about comics, right? Is that you're either funny or you're not. If you're funny, you still can't necessarily be a comic. I mean, you have to learn how to do it.
And you also can't be cool, quote unquote. Like, he tries for this cool, like, thick boy, and I wear nice clothes, and I'm this, that, and the other thing. It's like, there's nothing cringier than the cool comic. And, like, again, when you have that swagger and you haven't earned it, you make yourself a really easy target. Then you show, like he did with the Bobby Lee Kalila stuff, you show that you really don't know how to handle these things. You know, you go on Reddit and you try to figure out who people are, and you say you have 300-page manifestos of people. It's like, that just makes you sound nuts. And it also shows that these people are getting to you, which means it's now going to continue. And then you pile that on with the fact that you got the Showtime stuff right away, you got the big podcast right away, you got the bump from Rogan right away. Now you have to rely on your talent. And if your talent can't get you there, then your talent's going to drag you down to where you belong eventually. And that's kind of where Brendan is now. He's being dragged down by his talent after he got pumped up by everybody. So his career's kind of going in that backwards.
He's just adjusting it to where it should be.
Exactly. He's going through the adjustment period now. You know what Brendan's going through? A 40-3 beating by the Cowboys.
I thought you were going to say menopause.
Or menopause. But that's great, because then he's going to be able to get a spot on The View. And
Are you nervous for tomorrow, though?
The Patriots game?
Yeah.
I'm not. I feel like we're going to have a good bounce-back game. Mostly because I'm going, and I can't afford to think any differently.
Yeah, all right.
I'm being an eternal optimist. E-Rock says, Brendan is dumb with an unwarranted ego and inflated sense of confidence. Yeah, I think that's it. People see Brendan as a guy who has this attitude that he didn't earn. And that's what kind of rubs them the wrong way about him. Corey, let's say hi to someone we should absolutely say hi to before Thanksgiving. Cowpote, happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
Happy Thanksgiving, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Corey's here today.
Good.
Good. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, Corey.
Wow.
I've had him on my show a few times. We've done some football picks together. So,
Cowpote, what can we do for you this morning?
So what's with this? I was talking to Corey about it. I was watching that video of that show you're on. They got swatted. I'm going to tell you something. I told this to Corey. I told this to Dave. It would take 6 months for that to happen to you, because the more pop you guys get on in any realm, that stuff happens. I think that's garbage. That should be a felony offense. What happened to you guys?
Well, it is, and I mean, it's being we know who did it, and it's being worked on, is what I can say right now.
I hope so. I hope so. It's garbage. You know, I mean, I listen to all your stuff. It's like you guys have every right to be on YouTube and have a good time and not send the cops over. Because somebody got killed out in Missouri for that happened. They went to the wrong house and they killed somebody.
Yeah. Oh no, it's happened before. And it's this Elisa Jordana, and it's her audience. It's the people she enables, and it's in her Discord. We've got clip on clip on clip on screenshot on screenshot. I mean, believe me, Cowpote, we got enough evidence to put everyone away for a long time.
I just think it's garbage. But I've been at 50 years in this realm of podcasting and YouTube. I've seen it far too many times. And God forbid you're pauper, you're successful, they got to take you down. It's no different if you're a championship team, but if you're a pauper YouTuber on the way up, they want to take you down. So I just say F them all, you know?
Well, and you know what's funny, Cowpote, is I called Jordana and her producer out on this, and I said, look, this is your community. We have screenshots of you guys in that Discord seeing this stuff happening and doing nothing about it. And they said, oh, well, you know, if you want to come on our show and talk about, like, they tried to make it a bit. And I'm like, you guys, are you that fucking stupid? Like, I realized, I'm like, I can't talk to these people. I'm telling you that your people are swatting, sending death and rape threats, sending even worse illegal stuff to people's phones. And your response is, oh, do you think we can use this for clout? So you fucking scumbag. My whole criticism of Jordana was that she uses these mentally ill people for clout because she can't do an actual show. She's not funny. And they respond to my criticism by going, oh, yeah, you want to come on our show and we can make a bit out of it? It's like,
yeah, we're not doing this for clout. You want to come give us some clout?
Yeah, you just proved my point, stupid.
Was that the one that you were on with that girl? Was that the one you were on with that girl? Or is that a different
Oh, no,
show?
that's Chrissy Mayer. She's wonderful. No, Elisa Jordana, I'll never go on her show. I'm bound and determined to make sure we keep tabs on that program because she's a piece of shit. She really is.
Well,
She was fucking Benji Bronk from Howard Stern because she really wanted to get on Howard years ago. Never really gave a shit about Benji. Howard called her out numerous times, humiliated the shit out of her, told Benji she's only fucking around with you because you're here. He wouldn't listen to Howard. It ended poorly. Then she tried to date Andy Dick for more tabloid headlines and to get more attention. That blew up on her. So then she tried to use
That's real?
Oh, yeah. Then she tried to use Andy Dick, the drug addict. She sent him to her buddy Wappy so that he could put Andy Dick on that air mattress. Remember when the cops were getting called on him? Plied him with booze and weed and took all of the donation money people were sending that was meant for Andy and said, oh, no, that's for Andy's booze and the weed of mine he smokes. Elisa Jordana was part of all that shit. And now she just uses mentally ill people like Jake and the fans on her show because she's not funny. She can't create content. She's been a hanger-on her whole life. And now she can't tell her audience to stop doing what they're doing because she's afraid they'll turn on her. And it's like, sorry, sister, you made that bed. You sleep in it.
I got a video coming out on your behavior about what happened to you. I had my opinion on it. So
yeah.
Well, I've seen enough of it. I've seen enough of it, you guys, Aaron. In the last 15 years, I just get really sick and tired of it. That's why I don't live stream on YouTube. I really don't. I do not live stream. I like to live stream on Spreaker. I go on 20 different platforms. You know, I get what you guys do. It's great. I'm all for a capitalist. You want to make money, but that's just a felony offense for that behavior. You can't do that kind of stuff. And when my phone number got released to somebody one time, my wife got harassed by a 15-year-old child. I called up that mom and I said, it happens one more time, there's a problem. Because there's ways to find phone numbers. My uncle's in that security business, so I got around the private phone number on my phone, and I called. It was his mom answered. I said, I got one more phone call from my wife. I'm going to come down. I'll execute your son right in front of you.
Jesus. Well,
I'm serious. I'm not. Well, would you do that for? Yes. Would you do that for April?
Well, I can't do that. I can't do that now, Cowpoke, because it's in the hands of the authorities.
Well, I just told her, I said, you better get a body bag. Next time I will come down there, planes go anywhere, I will come down there and execute them right in the living room, right in front of you.
I mean, look, have I had thoughts of, what I might do if I saw these people in person? Absolutely. But,
well, I'm going to tell you something. I asked permission to marry my wife 30 years ago. I went to Randall, Minnesota, walked in the door. What are you doing? I sat down and I said, can I marry your only daughter? And they said, absolutely. I said, I promise them I'll protect her from everything and anything the whole life. That's what I said to them. And they're both gone, but guess what? That promise continues on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, no, I hear you. And look, there's going to be a lot less.
You can't be afraid.
There's going to be a lot less people listening to that program after we're done with them because there's a lot of consequences that have to come down the pike.
Well, then what platform is she on? YouTube?
Yeah, she's on YouTube, but it's a lot of the trouble.
Then they should take her off because she's using that platform to harass you and your wife.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I would rather, before she gets off of YouTube, though, completely expose Elisa Jordana and that Kermit and Friends show to the entire world, to the entire community, because they're very small.
You can't You can't. It's like if I did a rant in my company uniform, it's not going to work. I'll be out of a job. She's using YouTube to harass you and other people, and that's wrong. She must be kicked off the YouTube platform. Not now. I mean, not tomorrow, but now. In my mind,
Yeah.
It's not that tough. This calls consequences, cause and effect.
Yeah.
The cause is you. The effect is she's off. But I guarantee, if Corey was my brother and someone was to do something to him and come to his house, they would talk to me, and then there'd be a body bag. That's all I'm telling you.
Did you say Cordless is your brother?
If Corey was my brother and someone would do something to him, Corey was my brother, I'm about family, and someone would do something to Corey, that person be stuffed in a body bag. Plain and simple. I believe in family.
But
you're married to a beautiful woman, 8 out of 10, and if she was my sister, married to you, I would be doing something with that guy myself. That's just me.
Hey, Cowpoke, first of all, on YouTube, they ain't good on that violent shit, so let's take it easy there. I don't want to get this channel.
I understand that, but this just pisses me off. This just pisses me off.
I hear you.
They're creating violence against, they're creating violence against you. That lady is. Why is she still on there? That's my whole point.
Look, Jordana, I think Tommy McNulty nails it in the chat. Jordana is screwing her way to the middle. I would say to the bottom, but it's higher than where she was before because she's an absolute gutter trash person. But Cowpoke, I tell you what, I'm going to let you go because we got to get out of here.
All right,
and
gobble. Keep your head up.
All right,
I'll talk to you later. Ciao. Bye.
Well, my head is up, my friend. It's not, we're doing fine over here. Believe me. Like we said, that group of people shot their shot and they missed horribly. And now it's time to take receipts.
Gonna shoot at the king. You best not miss.
Can't miss. Do not miss. Angelica's doll says easy on the white knighting, dude. Yeah, I kind of had to get Cowpoke out of there. He's getting a little too.
He was getting a little white knighty.
Yeah, a little too excited there. I appreciate the place it's coming from, Cowpoke. But again, this is not something where you go, I'm going to take out this guy and I'm going to do this. This is hey, look, officer, look at all this stuff we got right here that they're just sending to us openly. And they're like, oh, we'll fucking nail those guys. It's like, there you go. Easy enough. All right. Corey, I'm glad you did some kettlebells. You got your heart rate up a little bit. That's nice.
Yeah.
Tell everybody where you're going to be the rest of the day.
So today we're going to, right after this, we'll be on YouTube, DLive, Trovo, Twitch, and Rumble. And then after that, we're going to be doing twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy. All right. And then we might do a show tomorrow. I haven't really decided. I can't tell if people will be there or not. So tentatively tomorrow, but I don't fucking know.
Check
Who knows,
in,
right?
basically. Just check in.
Yeah, that's kind of like I'll pop in, and if nobody's there, I'll dip out. That's what'll happen. Otherwise, I'll probably just play God of War online.
There you go. Corey Adam Comedy on everything.
Actually, go over to the YouTube stuff. We're trying to get our YouTube. We're getting real close to 1,000 again, so that's cool.
Well, here
I used to have 3,000 on YouTube, and then they changed the algorithm, and I lost it. I still have a video that has like 60,000 views in that tow truck video, but they're like, those views don't count anymore. I'm like, all right, whatever.
YouTube.com/Corey Adam Comedy. There we go. Yep. Okay, I just put the link in the chat, so it's there. Go subscribe to that and whatnot. All right, man. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving, and we will talk to you.
Happy Turkey Day, and I hope the Vikings pull it off. I just want you to know. I was in the trenches for your boy. Don't make it fuck me, man.
He's gonna 300 yards and 3 touchdowns on Thursday.
God, I hope so. There's nobody rooting for him harder. All right, have a good Turkey Day, buddy.
All right, happy Thanksgiving. All right, and to the rest of you, happy Thanksgiving as well. We will talk to you. Watch all the shows tonight, Thursday, Friday. There's going to be shows on, but we will talk to you live on Monday morning. Take it easy.